ズの力だ。セイントのみんな、行くぞ。登れ竜よ、天高く。ロザン百竜派。俺は不死身のフェニックス一騎。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because it's Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because
this is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why? Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli-beli,
Beli-beli.
beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana. Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because it's
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome. Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli-beli, hihi. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salicylic acid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli,
Beli-beli.
beli-beli pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Pasti ori. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli. 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 Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Garnier Man.
Tinggal selfie tabungan jadi. Hidup lebih asik pakai Livin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Livin. Pakai token ambil uang tanpa kartu di Livin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Livin. Hidup lebih asik pakai Livin.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau kasih, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss a thing, unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Live from G Expo Theater, Kemayoran, Jakarta, MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 6 teams, 5 days of matches, 1 champion. Who will be the next king of the galaxy? Let's see together. We own this.
It seems like the day one wasn't for everybody. 2 teams already sent home packing here, and it is going to be a rebellion and as well as alter ego. Day 2, it is going to be a breath of fresh air. Why? Because no teams will go home today, but 2 teams will go down to the lower brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoffs. Day 2 in the English decks. The boys are back. Goni, Mirko, as well as Arashi are going to accompany you today.
Man, it's going to be insane right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming into day number 2 of playoffs. Another big match. RRQ Hoshi taking on Aura Fire. And obviously, with this matchup, we're going to have to see how both of these teams perform under so much pressure. But in the upper bracket situation right now, if they do lose, they will still have that lower bracket to play with.
Exactly, having 2 out of the possibilities, right? Having the possibility to actually get a second chance, right? I think it weighs really much on the mental state of these teams, because if you don't have that opportunity, it's going to be a lot more at risk when you want to perform, when you want to try out weird strats and be more creative with your drafts or your strategies.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an awesome playoffs. Just day 1 though, but there will be more to come. Samsung Galaxy A33 presents the pleasure of playing games with Watarashi, 8 gigabytes of RAM, I heard.
8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 memory storage as well, 120 refresh rate, Super AMOLED display, and of course, more importantly, 5G ready. So lag, that's a thing of the past, man. We don't do that.
No, we don't do that here. All we do is awesome, and it's for everyone. As you guys can check out the website, samsung.com/ID. But Goni, speaking of awesome, day 1 was pretty awesome. There's some upsets that happened actually, and I think we're going to take a look first at the brackets for day number 1 after day number 1's results.
We're going to see these details here, perhaps multiple scenarios as well. We can somehow, well, we can discuss here, ladies and gentlemen. Day 1, 2 teams, like we said earlier, Aura eliminates Alter Ego. Meanwhile, Bigetron advances and sending Rebellion home. Take a look at it now. With RRQ taking on Aura in our first match, ONIC and as well as Bigetron, who will go down to the lower brackets.
Oh man, I mean, it's a very tough prediction right here for any of these teams. Obviously, me and Arashi, we both did not expect Aura Fire to actually progress to the next stage. So it's already showing. Season 10, still unpredictable as usual. But here, we are going to focus on match number 3 first. Here, match number 1 on the day for the 3rd match in the playoffs. It seems we're going to take a look at the lineups as well, Goni.
Let's see, because I heard perhaps some teams, they are going to do a little shakeup in the playoffs.
Really?
Perhaps, Rams. Perhaps.
Oh, I don't know, man. Like, because, all right, we've seen RRQ Hoshi pull off a lot of different compositions, their lineups here. Well, we'll take a look at it right here. Firstly, obviously, we are going to take a look at RRQ. Nothing changed here for RRQ. Still, their main 5 lineup. And it seems for Aura Fire 2, they've stuck with their regular 5-man lineup.
Well, consistency is key, right? That is what we've been echoing for the past few days. And for both these teams, I mean, changing up, doing something crazy at the 2nd day of the playoffs, that's a bit of a bold maneuver. So you go with their usual 5, and they all seem very ready. Aura Fire obviously has the momentum of actually superseding the expectations of the audience and the expert opinion leaders. But for RRQ, they are a very solid team as well, and Aura Fire does not know if RRQ have any secret strats still hidden up their sleeve.
And right now, the big question is whether or not Aura Fire are still hiding those pocket strats, right? Because yesterday, we saw a whole new Aura Fire with their Akai in the jungle, something that we haven't seen from this team, and the Minotaur as well.
Well, let's take a look at Aura Fire here as Kabuki seems like he popped off in day one. The Dragon Assassin is back here. Second leg, they were kind of shaky performance-wise, but boy, oh boy, they bring the heat. They bring the fire in the playoffs, especially day one, and they want more. Take a look at the highlights here. Kabuki again showing prowess, showing poise in handling situations under the intensity of the match itself. Remarkable hero, still Beatrix, 12 times being picked up with a very, very high win rate as well. GPM 700, it seems like Kabuki will pop off again against Skylar. That's the question. Against Skylar, will he be able to handle the intensity from that guy? Kabuki has said something. Yesterday, we already showed something, but now we will not surrender till the end, as we are going to welcome the Hydras, the Indonesian Hydras, Aura Fire.
This team, against all odds, once again, as they walk down the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, are going to be greeted by the crowd here today. For day number 2, it seems like we have more people in attendance here. But once again, welcome the main 5 members from Aura Fire that are here to shock the world.
They already shocked us once yesterday. They're going to try and attempt to do the same thing today as well. And against RRQ Hoshi, it's going to be even bigger of an upset for sure.
Well, let's welcome the team that is one of the teams that is in the upper brackets. RRQ, and as the camera showed themselves, we can already hear the crowd, the passion from the team's thoughts.
Finishing second place in the regular season, a team that had a very rocky start. This time, they're looking for that consistency.
Skylar, the head-to-head with Kabuki. The Golden Bullets, as they say. Sheesh! And we can see here, again, Skylar has not let down this team, not even once. When RRQ Hoshi, when they were struggling, Skylar is always there, maintaining his performance, maintaining his composure as well. And again, throughout the regular season, this guy deserves MVP, with Claude being the remarkable hero, 12 times being picked up, 50% win rate. GPM slightly higher if you compare it to Kabuki. This guy is perhaps arguably the #1 goal laner in MPL ID. Hopefully we can give a fun game. RRQ Hoshi, give your best, said Skylar, as we are going to welcome Rex, Requiem, Kaon, as they are walking down the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders.
RRQ Hoshi, the kings of kings, 3-time MPL champion, walking up to the stage, led by the youngest member on their team, Skylar. And in the middle, you can see the baby alien. He's back for some vengeance here, up against Aura Fire this time.
He'll try and show dominance against High of Aura Fire. He is the #1 jungler in Indonesia. That is a title that he has been collecting. And so, he will have to actually perform in front of the home crowd, in front of his own fans. And that's a lot of pressure.
That is going to be, they are going to handle a lot of pressure. As we can see here, one of the coaches from RRQ aren't going to step up, which means perhaps they're going to coach off online here for side of RRQ. But let's welcome Tezet,
all right,
the mastermind from our Aura Fire.
Tezet and analyst Palevi, I believe for RRQ, it is still going to be Fiel and his analyst Achil, but they're not going to be here today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome them though, as we are going to talk a little bit about that team head-to-head, by Head and Shoulders for both of these teams.
Well, look at that. Aura Fire having the advantage in all categories, but of course, if you look at the previous match history, Aura was able to actually get an advantage over RRQ Hoshi in the first leg, but afterwards, it does seem like RRQ Hoshi got a read on their playstyle. So right now, if you take a look at the objective rates, first objective and first Lord, Tower and Lord essentially is on the side of Aura Fire. RRQ Hoshi will have to try and get an advantage all the way with that first turtle. And if we've seen how Aura Fire is able to do damage control and then pull the game away from the clutches of defeat, I think RRQ Hoshi needs to be even more disciplined than Aura Fire.
I gotta say, I'm quite surprised seeing the stats here. It seems like throughout the KDA and as well as objective, it is actually leaning towards Aura Fire. Well, we'll see here, the playoffs, the stakes are different. Yeah, sure, Aura Fire. They have heated up. They got the warm-up match yesterday, and now against RRQ, this is no fun and games. Here's the victory by Axe here, fourth side of RRQ Hoshi, Rashi.
Target ban Kabuki's hero, win the matchup in the mid lane, initiate the ganking setup from the first 5 minutes, be disciplined, and don't be rash. If they try and take out Aura too eagerly, might be quite difficult, so staying disciplined will be the way to go. And if they can shut down Kabuki, we have seen that this man, given the right tools, can absolutely carry the game, can still pop off. Still a massive danger for the success of RRQ. So if they can shut him down first and foremost, they can then ensure that Skylar on their team can actually pop off and wreak havoc for Aura Fire. But on the other side, for the side of Aura Fire, the keys to victory by Axe, Beatrix can be the key, explore High's hero pool, pressure RRQ's gold laner, and being disciplined in the team fight, especially from the mid to late game. Because we have seen that Aura is very flexible with their strategies. The mid game is where it becomes quite difficult. If they have advantage, they have to maintain it. If they fall behind, they need to be able to stall the game long enough. Because later on, they are very creative in how they want to find opportunities and strategies in the late game to try and turn the game around.
And currently, they have a lot of really just these pocket strats that they can utilize in the draft coming in first, right? Obviously, in the way that they play, they have been, in my opinion, quite shaky even yesterday. A few moments were able to be turned around on them with that discipline not being there for Aura Fire, right? But they did improve over the course of the series against Alter Ego, and that's what's scary now for RRQ. They're up against an Aura Fire that's warmed up, that's fired up after the full 5 games they had to go through yesterday.
Ooh, well, here we go. Aura Fire. Depending on what kind of strategy they can pull out, they can actually catch RRQ off guard, but this is what we've been talking about, right? The same thing can be said about RRQ. We have not seen them in any match in the playoffs, and if Alter Ego and Aura Fire can surprise us so much, what more can RRQ do as we take a look at feel from RRQ with the JBL Quantum, of course?
Very clean. I like the design. It's so crisp. It's so just clean and sharp. And
just like the audio.
Value, just like the audio as well. JBL Quantum, ladies and gentlemen, and check that out. We can see here the fans are also from the venue, from the side of our Fire fans here. It seems like they are still bringing that momentum from day one. Now, I want to bring that up.
Yeah.
Is that a critical factor in today's match?
The audience? The momentum.
The momentum,
For
man.
sure. I think you can't deny the effect of momentum. And when you see your fans all in gear, by the way, because on the venue, we do have a merch shop in the 3rd floor and fun games as well in the 5th and 6th floor of the GX Pro Arena, we can tell that the fans are absolutely ready. And when they're in uniform, it just hits different, man.
Absolutely, you know, and again, right, after playing one match in the playoffs already, up against RRQ now, this is your second match, that warm-up can definitely be an upper edge for them because they felt this atmosphere yesterday. They went all the way to 5 games, so in terms of pressure, maybe they have more experience. But you're up against RRQ, a team with Coach Fiel and his analyst, Achil. They're definitely going to be able to dissect a little bit of the drafts that was shown yesterday, the gameplay as well. And when you have such a solid team right here as well in the mid lane, the KDA mid laner, Clay. If we're talking about consistency, we have to talk about this man. All the way from Season 7, when he was still in Genflix Airwolf, he was the consistent member. He was the standout. And here, it looks like still the same.
7.3 KDA. What? That is the highest in MPL ID Season 10 right now. And for good reason. He just finds so many opportunities, making sure that he is not in danger, but still available to actually dish out damage dish out utility for his team. And I think that is what makes Clay so special. But of course, against Aura Fire, what they specialize in is to make things chaotic, is to get to that back line. And so that's why RRQ Hoshi needs to be very careful. If they don't deal with that disruption properly, Aura Fire can absolutely take over.
And the main criticism towards Clay in the previous seasons has been he's been always too safe. He doesn't make those crazy risky plays. He doesn't go for the flashy heroes as well. He usually stays on the high ground heroes, the safe positioning types like the Yve, the Xavier, the Farsa. But this season, we've seen him on those flashy heroes a lot. The Valentina, the Julian even. He has been performing and he has been progressing as well. The improvement has definitely been visible for Clay. But today, he's up against a menace in the mid lane, the most active mid laner in Season 10. Up to yesterday, he actually had the most assists in the league, overtaken by Key, but still, Facehugger as a mid lane, not a roamer. He's crazy. He is so active on the map, and he enables every single play that happens from Aura Fire in the early game.
He's definitely a key member for Aura Fire, and RRQ definitely take notice. As you mentioned, usually Clay goes for the high ground heroes, and right now in the meta, it does seem like there is a place for those artillery heroes like the Yve, like the Farsa as well. But of course, RRQ Hoshi can very easily switch it up, and Aura Fire, how they deal with that will be interesting, right? Will they go for an assassin? Will they go for a tank jungler? Because that is what we've seen, that's what we expect. That's a switch up we can see coming in from the side of Aura Fire.
On that note, let's talk about the drafts a little.
Okay.
On day one, Aura Fire, every time they picked up the Nakai, it seems like they have a positive win rate, which is somehow peculiar because throughout the regular season, Hai hasn't played a lot of Akai. I think he played it once, and after that, he just ghosted Akai. But suddenly, playoffs seems like it has been his main hero. Will we see a bunch of Akai here in our first match? But before that, let's talk a little bit more about Godiva, the immense hero pool as a roamer.
The number one highest hero pool roamer with 15 unique heroes. This man is the main edge of the spear for Aura Fire. When you want an aggressive playstyle, you need an aggressive roamer to open up the map to engage those fights. Godiva, though, we have seen that a lot of teams have been absolutely targeting him in the drafting phase. So maybe he has come up with a solution, with a new option that will surprise RRQ Hoshi today.
Man, let's take a look at the audience prediction this time. Oh my god.
Whoa.
Last time this happened to Aura, it was Aura who took the game, that took the match yesterday. 81% of the audience prediction by TikTok yesterday went for Alter Ego. Today, it's 90% of the audience for RRQ Hoshi. But I think this is where Aura Fire find their comfort, being the underdogs in the match. Write us off, it's fine. We're gonna go for some crazy picks. We picked up the Minotaur yesterday. We might see something even crazier today.
I mean, that's how it works, right? Because it's Season 10, so when the odds are in your favor, that's where you need to be most terrified. Aura Fire, so that means they can go crazy. And speaking of drafts, we can't forget to talk about that Faramis, right? I think the two games where they picked up that Faramis, they were able to find success. It does seem like their current playstyle is playing for security, right? Making sure your members survive, and as long as you can guarantee that, eventually your opponents will start to fall.
Which is quite interesting, right? When we're talking about Faramis, I mean, the popularity of Faramis has decreased in the last couple of weeks of MPL ID regular season, but it seems like in the playoffs, it's quite effective, even though they're going up against Claude. You can't go counter that with a Melissa. What do you think that is?
Yeah, it's been a favorite here for the Faramis, right? I mean, yesterday it stayed at 100% win rate, actually. But before that, let's take a look at the audience comment here by Zana0801. RRQ, total domination. Wow. Hashtag Viva RRQ. You can see the confidence from the RRQ Kingdom as well. Right on cue as the crowd goes wild for their teams. But again, Faramis. I think Faramis in general, you just know. You know, Faramis has lost that power that he had in the previous patch, but when you put the Faramis on the hands of someone like Facehugger, that's a different beast. A Facehugger absolutely performs on this hero. It feels like the hero was made for him, right? A hero that enables a whole lot of plays, flashy, and very mobile on the map.
I think it depends on the composition, because we've already mentioned again and again, Faramis is a hero that can really do well right now, even after the nerfs, provided that you're up against a specific composition and you also have a specific composition that can help him out, that can draw out his full potential. If you're dealing against Burst, if you're going up against AoE, if you are already forced to clump up anyways, there is no reason why you can't pick up the Faramis and just outlast any kind of damage. So, with that being said though, I think RRQ for sure will know how to deal with that Faramis pick.
So we'll see here. Let's talk about Vin here in particular. 3 times winning with RRQ Hoshi of MPL, Finals MVP, MPL ID Season 5 as well, and the first team roamer for MPL ID Season 8. Now, if we're talking about Vin, back then he was a mid laner.
Yep.
He transformed his role into a roamer. It seems like he's so effective because his shot call, he can shot call, he can as well, I guess his macro game is just up there.
Yeah.
Anything to add?
Very good pickoff game as well. You know, when we're talking about RRQ's Vin, usually, well, back in the day, a few seasons ago, the main criticism for this player has been his hero pool. Once he doesn't get this Franco, when he doesn't get his Ruby, those comfort picks, he doesn't really perform on the stage. But again, this is something that he has been working on. In Season 10, he has the #1 most unique heroes picked in the regular season, 12, right? The number was 12 there. And it just shows that, again, this man has been learning. This man has been improving. And I think RRQ as well have been improving, right? This is a team that's just been so consistent throughout the entirety of the 10 seasons we've had in MPL Indonesia Season 10, and 10 seasons of MPL Indonesia. And right now, this is what I'm curious to see, right? How much have they improved from the 2-week gap rest time that we had from the regular season to the playoffs?
Exactly, because for Aura Fire, it seems to be enough to at least bring back that spark, that special something, the je ne sais quoi for Aura Fire. So for the side of RRQ Hoshi, speaking of the flexibility of Vin, for the most part, we still see that he goes for something more aggressive, something more crowd control heavy. So we have not seen the same kind of flexibility towards the supportive roles, but of course that could easily be the exact thing that RRQ Hoshi is hiding from the eyes of the public.
Let's see, right? Right now we are still waiting for that draft to start to begin. But both teams definitely prepared a very, very unique draft for each other, right? This matchup is going to be very reliant on the draft as well. We know that for both RRQ Hoshi and Aura Fire, their main strength in a lot of these regular season games have been through the draft. As now we are going to take a look at Hai's comment here. I'm very ready to go up against RRQ. With this victory against Alter Ego, I'm even more ready. So he's coming in pumped, right? And this is what I said, Aura Fire, they're a momentum-based team. When you give them that win, when you give them a match, right after they're fired up, right after they win at 3-2, man, it's looking scary right now.
It's evident even just from yesterday's series, right? They lose a couple of games, but then when they won the 3rd game, they will just win the 4th one. So I guess, yeah, Aura Fire is a very, very momentum-based team. Now, against a team like RRQ, though, that's challenging, Arashi. I mean, they're veterans, they're very experienced players, and they have a taste already experiencing the international stage.
And they are no strangers to the late stages of the game. They have their own style of late-game gameplay, and of course, they know exactly how to try and find opportunities because they used to be called the comeback kings. You can do really well against them, but out of nowhere, they'll find 4 kills, they'll find a wipeout, and before you know it, you lost the game. So against Aura Fire, right, if they want to keep the momentum going, it's going to be very much difficult against any team in the MPL, much less RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah. Now, though, again, we're going to have to see because you're right. For Aura Fire, there are many times, yesterday even, we saw up against Alter Ego there, that their late game was exploited by Alter Ego, right? And against RRQ Hoshi, against Vin as well, who performed so well in that late game, the hand of the king, with his #4 most total assists in the regular season. They're going to have to be very careful because he truly is the hand of the king. He gives the team the advice, he makes the shot calls, and the team just goes for it.
It's great. I mean, part of why it's so fun to see these teams, right, is the nicknames they give them. Because I think for RRQ, having that king
My favorite
title
nickname is Chadera.
very cool. Chederas is pretty good. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing him right here just yet. But yeah, Aura with the dragon theme, RRQ with the, I don't know, royalty theme. I think it's really, really cool. And it's only day number 2, so we're going to see a lot more of it in the playoffs. And right now, I think we actually might get into a break. Hang on.
Unfortunately, we are actually still troubleshooting an issue, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies here. Once again, please be patient with us. Fair play is the #1 priority for us here in MPL Indonesia. And for the teams, they aren't going to be ready for now. So we're going to have to get a little bit more time to troubleshoot this problem.
Yeah, we are going to take a break here. Gani, Miracle, as well as Arashi will be back. Stay tuned. Oh, just...
Hello.
Not yet.
How you guys doing?
Not yet, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Gani, Miracle, as well as Arashi, we are back. But boy, ladies and gentlemen, how are you enjoying the playoffs? I mean, playoffs day 1, Miracle. That's a little bit twist because I personally expected Alter Ego to somehow...
Everyone. Most people expected Alter Ego to progress, right? KB, he predicted Season 8 and Season 9 completely from the play-in stage to the end. Perfect. He predicted Alter Ego to win. So his prediction's out the window. My prediction out the window. A lot of teams, a lot of analysts just throw your predictions out the window because, again, we've been saying this throughout the regular season. Season 10 is unpredictable, and we're seeing it again.
I'm at 0%.
Arashi's at 0. I'm at 50. Gani, are you at 52? Did you predict? No, you're at 0 too. You predicted RBL to win.
Yeah, I did, I guess.
So,
Gani, let's go.
I guess. But
victims
today,
of Season 10.
Playoffs day 2. A new day, a new quote-unquote prediction. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we'll be back soon. Gani, Miracle, and Arashi, please stay tuned.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English Desk here. Playoffs Day 2 will about to begin soon. Gani Mirkon as well as Arashi is going to accompany you today throughout the whole day number 2 of the playoffs. You can hear the crowd. That means that we are now ready to enter perhaps the drafts for our game numero uno of our RRQ and as well as our match.
Look at this crowd, man, this atmosphere. Even after the break, even during the break, they were all just yelling, screaming, chanting their team's names, and obviously their team chants, right? And looking at it right now, man, as we are going to jump into the draft, we might have to see again, right? The support coming in is definitely going to be a massive bonus for these teams. But sometimes it's a double-edged sword, Arashi. RRQ have more fans in the building. I guess you guys can see that. It's a double-edged sword. Sure, it can be more support, but it can also be more expectations and more pressure on their shoulders.
If you ever perform in front of thousands of people, you would understand it's not as simple as it looks.
No.
I don't know, man.
The jitters.
Exactly. You just start shaking and all that. And especially once things go wrong, right? We talked about teams being able to have recovery, right? Making mistakes, but then finding how to come back into the game. When you make a mistake in front of 2,000 people, ooh, recovery is tough.
Well, y'all forgetting something. They are a team, RRQ Hoshi. They are RRQ, so perhaps pressure. They can somehow withstand. Let's just jump into the
straight in the game.
Straight into the game. We'll talk about the drafts in the game, but we can see here a lot of Grok, Bruno pick, a Fanny pick as well.
Oh my God!
RRQ Hoshi. They're gonna go for a Fanny first pick here in our first opening
Grok jungle
of playoff day 2. High on a Grok jungler. What the heck is going on?
And Albert on a Fanny, a hero that we've never seen him on in the entirety of Season 10. All right, and also Skylar on the Bruno. This is just a very interesting draft, but I have to say it, right? First Bruno on the playoffs.
Godiva on the Diggy as well, though, with the Avarice. So the engage potential from Aura is going to be a lot lower, but of course High can very easily be that main source of engage. So for now, we'll have to see. Are they going to try and like counter engage RRQ? Because with the Atlas, with the Fredrin as well. Oof, this is a very interesting situation.
Let's talk a little bit about this Grok jungle, right? Because he did bring the Demon Slayer. I mean, this is what we've come to expect from High. I expected something crazy, but Grok in the jungle. We'll have to see how this works out.
Albert here jumps in onto his facehugger, forced him to use that flicker, no first blood. But it seems like RRQ Hoshi, they want the blood.
Right now, it's also a Demon Slayer Fanny, so a lot less aggressive. We'll have to see how that plays out. The whole time we've seen a Demon Slayer Fanny, I think was Taz with a tank build Fanny
as well.
And it didn't really work out. So yeah, probably more objective orientated and just using that mobility to try and abuse the slow rotations from Aura Fire.
You can see here action topside Fluffy able to escape with that kill. And it seems like, again, no first blood in the first 2 minutes. And now we are going to see that the tempo has gone down slow.
Right now, though, they're looking for another.
Oh, you can see here, Fluffy. Oh my god, he takes a lot of damage.
Nah.
What the flicker and ultimate play there from R7. Take a look at the turtle now. We can see here Vin already opening up fire. Heido will secure that lord, but Albert, he perhaps wants to fight. R7 will not deal a lot of damage, but Facehugger in the backside will claim R7. 1-1 here as the score lands. Aura Fire slightly leading on the gold.
Action-packed first 2 minutes here in the game. Turtle over to Aura and the kill. So it is going to be worth it for Aura Fire right now. And looking at their composition, honestly, right, they need to play for that strong side XP lane as much as possible because Bruno, on the hands of Skylar, up against Kabuki on the Beatrix, is definitely going to be a better lane for the Bruno in this gold lane matchup.
You do have questions about the late game and early game situation here, because for RRQ Hoshi, with a Fanny, with a Bruno, it does seem like they're going to be a lot stronger in the early game, but Aura is managing to actually match the aggression, and there we go, wild charge towards Vin.
Yeah, he used that retribution as well. Feather Edge tries to back him up. Vindo will not survive. Albert comes in with Thor, looking for Kabuki. He survives. Albert takes a lot of damage as well. Will be able to escape for now, as Aura Fire, again with the setup, claims another.
Again, right? And this just basically shows that even RRQ were saving a lot of strats and a lot of these picks in the regular season. Throughout the entirety of the regular season, RRQ, they only went towards fans towards Pani and Natalia, but R7 can be engaged on.
A 2v1 cancel out that real world.
Whoa!
Damage here. Double, no double, 1-for-1 there. As Albert and R7 claims a kill. Godiva forced to flicker away on towards the turret, but it will be RRQ Hoshi saying, we want the kills as well.
Man, the collapses from RRQ have been absolutely brutal. Every single time they pull the trigger, they go all in. And back again to that topic. In the regular season, they always ban Fanny and Natalia. Albert has never picked it up. We thought it's because maybe Albert's not comfortable on the Fanny, but maybe here, they're showing it. They're saying that, yo, he is comfortable, we're just hiding it for when it matters most.
Well, right now though, Aura Fire is still having the upper hand somehow. If they target anyone else except for R7 on the Fredrin, it might just work out because R7 is able to soak so much damage, and that is what is using up the damage coming in from Aura Fire. But here we go, fight breaks out in the turtle pit.
Fatal links connect onto his one. Vin goes down. Take a look at the damage time journey to give back up high. Will not survive as 2 members falls. Fanny is just unstoppable. Kabuki in the backside will not survive as well as 3 members will go down. As for the turtle, it seems like it will fall to the hands of RRQ. We'll see here, Fluffy with low HP. What can he do? Vin providing cover and as well as vision here. Godiva will poke damage, but Fluffy, take a look at the damage. So nasty on towards Vin, and it seems like RRQ Hoshi will still, well, we'll reset the turtle. Okay, they will just back off for now as RRQ Hoshi is in the lead gold-wise.
Right now, you know, Aura Fire, with their composition, they need to play around the Yve and the Beatrix that they have. Let both of these members scale. If they take too many team fights in the early stages, RRQ are definitely going to have an upper edge here. But Aura, they need to play that long game once again.
Ooh, we take a look at the talent predictions by Axe here. We have an Aura sandwich on both the Indonesian and English desk. And a turtle actually will be picked up by Aura. So that's a small victory. But they have to be very careful. We saw how it plays out when they go for a 5v5 team fight, and when Albert doesn't get CC'd because he just goes all around dealing a lot of damage, and Aura Fire, at least for now, will not be able to withstand that.
Yeah, the winning lanes for RRQ Hoshi are basically going to be able to help them dictate this game, right? With the tempo that they have. Map control definitely in favor of RRQ as they look to collapse.
2v2 here high, misses that wild charge, but take a look at the knockup, it was huge. But Fluffy in the backside, forced to flicker away, will not survive. Killing spree for Albert, and it seems like Albert is stuck as high, will claim that showdown as well. And now R7 will not be able to deal damage, and it seems like 1-for-1, the fighter for the jungler.
An amazing flashy play from RRQ, but it leads to Aura Fire getting a shutdown.
Oh! Links connects onto his Q, responded well by Godiva with that time journey here. Will not to mount on towards anything, but it seems like I might be wrong. Sally here chunking, poking that turret bot side to half HP. They might engage in a war there as High is already looking for bodies. But take a look at the sniper there connecting on towards Giva in the backside. And it seems like RRQ Hoshi, they do not want business.
Notice how they're playing here, Aura Fire. Every single resource, even the kills that they can funnel to Kabuki, they do it. Gold buff secured, but it was for Kabuki. High was hitting on it, and he stopped hitting right as Kabuki goes for the last hit. So Aura Fire are really playing towards just funneling everything towards Kabuki and letting him carry once he gets those power spikes.
On the Beatrix, he can definitely do so as well. So Aura here, with the tower taken in the bot side, they're going to try and get more resources, but they have to be very careful because we see that RRQ Hoshi, they've been sending R7 or perhaps Skylar just going for the weird routes, weird flanks, and they will always find opportunities if Aura Fire just doesn't play that control game, that vision game properly.
Let's see. Once again, they're setting up for the Turtle Gani. They're going for it.
Oh, Vin caught here. He gets taken down with 4, taking down the link. And take a look at High, though. He will be sliced to death by that Fanny. And now we can see her 4v4. Godiva, Fluffy, Kabuki, FaceHugger. They want the mid here, perhaps, as RRQ. They are trying to somehow defend this one. Able to do so is RRQ Hoshi, who were in almost a 2,000 gold lead. Aura Fire slowly but surely catching up.
Man, RRQ, right? The thing is with their composition, it's built around getting that snowball. And so far in the last 8 minutes, they've only been able to get an 800 gold lead. Again, with the winning lanes that they have. If Aura Fire play at this pace, they're going to be able to outscale RRQ Hoshi. As we're going to take a look at the items. Arashi, just put your focus on the Beatrix for now.
Hunter Strike as well as most likely a BOD here. The still leg pads are available, but not for Fluffy. He's going to get jumped on, and he only has a Bloodlust Axe, so he can regen, but he won't be as tanky as Vin gets trapped in the side.
Yeah, Vin here again taken down for that turret though. Top side 2v2. Albert trying to escape with the cables here is R7 dealing damage on towards Kabuki. No commitments for a real fight here.
Oh
my! That I might be wrong. R7 claiming with that kill perhaps. Gets the taunts. Kabuki 1 HP will survive. Feather airstrike will not be able to locate Kabuki, but Albert delivers. Finds Godiva and picks up a kill.
My goodness. Just non-stop action across the map. Bottom and now top side. RRQ. Man, we're going to have to see again as Vin is going to be looking for that play.
Oh, watch out. Look at the damage from Fluffy here. Taking down one, and he was more as FaceHugger claims another. And Vin, with the flicker, he holds that flicker, and he gets taken down. Aura Fire with 5 in the mid side will definitely collapse the mid turret here. R7 will not be able to do anything. Albert a little bit late to the party there, but Aura Fire looking at the next objective, the First Lord.
My God, again, Arashi, 600 gold lead now. What can you say about this fight? But I don't think you're going to get to talk again, though. R7 wants to look for that opening.
Oh, no.
Oh, 4v1 here. R7 with no spells in hand. He will not survive. And take a look at Fanny here. Will he be able? Albert. With the cables. Will he be able to? Not this time. Kabuki says hello to the Lord. Kabuki will not be able to find Albert, though. Albert will escape. But yes, Arashi, give me some analysis, please.
Just Aura Fire is able to find the better fights here. We talked about how they have very limited amounts of crowd control, limited amounts of engage, but High was able to actually get a 3-man wild charge and just starts everything off for the side of Aura Fire. RRQ tries their best to try and combo it back, but unless Vin can get a huge play going on, it's going to be very difficult. And every single time Vin has tried to go for those fatal link plays, he's been zoned away. He's been poked down before he can even make the play happen. And there we go. Pickoffs is the way to go for RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Albert is uncomfortable on the hero, man. He looks fresh on the hero, right? He's grabbing kills left and right, just like you guys can grab food with the discount code, 90% discount code, grb.to/MPL. Aura Fire now, like I mentioned, once they get Kabuki those item power spikes, this is where they start to pull the trigger, and they're doing it in the mid lane.
Hi. Ooh, so squishy with that damage. Oh my God, take a look at that sniper shot by Kabuki. Taking Fanny very, very low, but RRQ Hoshi will be able to defend this one as Aura Fire on the flip side, has established a 2,000 gold lead.
2.5k gold lead for Aura Fire. And right now, they're controlling the zoning game as well. They have more vision and more map control, despite the fact that generally, in a way, they don't really have the best frontliners. RRQ Hoshi can use Vin as well as R7 to be the main frontline, the main person they send to absorb damage in the front. Aura Fire don't have that, but it doesn't matter. With how aggressive they're playing, with how fluidly they are passing around the map, they're able to actually pressure RRQ Hoshi back.
During this calm before the storm, I guess this is a perfect time to actually talk a little bit about our predictions, right? The town prediction here. Me and Papulong, we went for Aura Fire. We're the only two casters that went for Aura. So maybe you guys can start first. Rashi, why did you go for RRQ Hoshi?
I feel like they have the tools available to go for those early game plays. And we have seen that even with a Diggy, right, at this point, it doesn't really mean that you have countered the Atlas. So I thought RRQ Hoshi will be able to make a play happen. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, again, a smart concealed play was placed there. And Fluffy was the casualty, the sole casualty here, Aura Fire. What can they do to somehow defend, though? They are still in the lead. But I feel like RRQ Hoshi, with their comp here, especially Clay, take a look at the items. Already Lightning Truncheon, Genius Wand on his way, so I feel like more pressure is going to be there for side of Aura Fire as well.
Aura Fire right now though, Facehugger has that Glowing One, Ice Queen's One combo that is deadly against these bigger buffer members like the Atlas, like the Fredrin as well. So any kind of short engagements, any kind of trades in poke, it seems like Aura Fire will get an advantage just purely off the face of how Yves can play and the skill set that has a lot more spammable nature compared to Clay on that Farsa. Because he has a Lightning Truncheon, but if you can't burst anyone down completely, there we go. Aura Fire can just walk back away, and now they have the advantage, they have the possibility of using the reward manipulation as an artillery.
I guess it's time for me to talk a little bit about why I went for Aura Fire myself, right? Firstly, their wave control. Very good with this composition and their mobility as well. One thing that the Fredrin doesn't have that the Paquito has is that mobility, right? Sure, in terms of clearing waves, in terms of just laning in general, I would actually say that the Fredrin does really well up against the Paquito. But this, in the mid stage towards that late stage, that's where the mobility actually really shines, especially for someone like a Paquito, right? For this Aura Fire composition as well, they want to try their best to stick as 5 members with the time journey and with that wild charge.
See here, Aura Fire trying to give a some sort of a poking damage. Poke damage, but take a look at top side. Fanny able to somehow split push. Force Paquito to go top side. Will he commit to a fight here? As Aura Fire seems like with the information, they are starting up the Lord.
Hai has the mom support right there, ladies and gentlemen, on the bottom right of the screen. You can see Hai's mother supporting him from the audience right now. But Aura Fire are looking for this now. I think the power spike has shifted over to Aura, and RRQ are going to be the ones to have to force it.
Oh my god, Fluffy doing his main job there. Canceling out, but take a look at the Lord. It will fall to hands of Hai. Vin falls. RRQ Hoshi, 2 members down, and seems like Aura Fire, they will force a fight here in the backside. Skylar being the main target. Will he be able to survive? As, yeah, it seems like it will be 3v5. But now Kabuki. Oh my god! Kabuki with the snipes taking R7 down.
It's just such a good combo together. The flicker, the shot coming in as well. And here, it seems like we also have the mom support for R7 in the building. His mother watching from the stands. But as of right now, it's Aura Fire leading with a 3,700 gold lead. And like I said, they scale better into the late game. And with their composition, it really counters the heavy team fight that RRQ wants to go for.
I mean, before that fight even began, Albert was late to the party, and Clay was already zoned away by Fluffy, but he has no choice. He used a Feather Airstrike, and he gets taken out completely. So RRQ, their setup just isn't as good as Aura, and now with the Lord, Aura has a chance to make a big play happen here.
Yeah, Wheel Worm Preparation has been popped as well. Hai, being the frontliner, will not survive for long. It seems like Lord March is still in the mid side. RRQ still with 5 here, trying to make that defense. Aura Fire with 4 members, they are somehow relieving off pressure. Kabuki already though, with the Husk Claws.
Yeah, and with this Husk Claws, it's going to be even harder for RRQ Hoshi to look for any of those engages towards him. He has a Wind of Nature, now with the Haas Claws as well. He can sustain all the way to full HP. But Arashi, I think it's time to again talk a little bit about what is going on here. RRQ, what do they have to do to actually come back?
They have to make sure that they have the setup advantage here. And speaking of which, we have Skylar's parents on the bottom right of the screen as well. So everyone just going out for the support right here. And RRQ, they need every single bit of it, as now they're in a tough situation. They have been constantly losing out in the setup battle, and they have no solution to Fluffy just coming in and making sure that Clay is not a relevant factor in this game. They need to be able to make Vision a priority and actually let Vin engage and get a beneficial setup for his team.
Both of the mid laners' ult has been popped here. Real world manipulation, and as well as that feathered airstrike. It seems like Fanny Albert has done a splendid job and is doing in its main job now, entering the late game. Just split push, taking the pressure off, and you can see here now, Albert with the cable still able to escape. And it seems like the cut-off, the flanking from Godiva will not come to fruition.
Now, again, right, we need to talk a little bit about just how Aura Fire have been able to play this game. Kabuki, again, if that hits Skylar again, it would just be so annoying, right? Because the last two fights, Skylar's been just zoned off by Kabuki's ultimate alone. The render shot. Skylar hasn't been able to be... he literally isn't given room at all to play currently by Kabuki, by Facehugger. The range advantage that Aura Fire has, and obviously that disengage tool is just so beautiful, so good for them right now.
See here again, Albert trying to find a sneak in play. 11,000, 10,000.
Oh my god!
On the
what?
Lord. Look at Kabuki. Facehugger will claim that Lord. It seems like Vin will pop that Immortal off as well. Flicker ult will not amount to anything. I might be wrong though. Vin gets taken down. And we can see here R7 trying to deal damage. Kabuki gets taken down by Clay. And it seems like RRQ Hoshi, even though one roamer has been taken down, they are able to withstand the pressure. They are now dealing with the Lord in the mid side. Aura Fire down with 4.
Again, Aura Fire with the most common mistake that they've been making throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs. Once they get ahead, they start to lose that discipline. They go in for a little too much in these fights, committing way more than they should have, right? With the Evolved Lord secured there, they should have backed up, but Albert now. Whoa, he's still going in. Whoa!
The Immortal from Facehugger, but take a look at Albert. He bought time, and take a look at the backup. Clay with the assassination on towards Fluffy. Godiva might be next here. He still has that Immortal. It will say bye-bye now, but now Aura Fire again there in the hot seat as the Kings of Kings. They are making a comeback.
Albert taking the game into his own hands. What was that? Albert literally 1v4 in that bottom side. Remember, this is a late game Fanny. This is a Fanny that scaled off. This is a Fanny that has fallen off in the game. And Aura had the gold lead, turned around instantly, and now Aura back again on the back foot.
Right now, Bruno, look at Skylar. He has a full inventory slot. He sold his boots for items as well, so the damage right now is absolutely unreal. He will now be a big problem for Aura Fire unless he can get absolutely zoned. In the previous fight, Vin was also able to stop Facehugger from using his root manipulation, so they will now have options on how they want to try and push fights against Aura Fire. But it's back to the Lord game, the objective game, with 60 seconds left before the Lord comes back on the table. Again, it's always about the setup, about the vision game, and RRQ Hoshi. They're using Albert very efficiently. He's able to bait members from Aura Fire, and Aura just needs to be a bit more calm and disciplined, right? Because if they see Albert, they need to know that he is quite slippery and they can't expect to take him out reliably.
Man, I mean, you saw that play, and even Tezet saw that play, and he was just shaking his head. He was just like, all right, you got that one, man. You deserve it high, though.
Oh my god, high. Offside. Last play, though. Gets shot, but take a look at Vin in the front side. Will not be able to survive. Time journey pops high. 1 HP. Survives 5v4 now as Vin has been taken down 8 times. Item-wise, I do want to add something here. You want to know why that Fanny, why Albert deals a lot of damage?
On left roar?
Because only Godiva built anti-cuirass. the rest of the members has yet to build anti-Kirash. And Albert is aware of that. He exploits that fact. Lord is up now. We'll see the setup.
Let's see, once again, the setup coming through. Fluffy with the flanks here. Albert might actually be caught by that knockout strike. RRQ needs to play it carefully. Godiva, whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh my god, take a look at the damage from that Bruno. Skyler, again, that poking damage high. 1 HP will not survive, rather, even from that magic worship. No magic worship.
Jeez.
So he survives. Clay is on that magic mystery shop, so our fire will reset the Lord. And it seems like RRQ Hoshi, minute number 22. What do you think?
They started that fight 4v5 without Vin, and even then, it was looking very weird. Skylar was taking a lot of damage, and somehow, some way, they're still able to equalize and trade evenly. We're not trading anyone, and now Wild Charge is down. Ruin Manipulation has been used as well. RRQ Hoshi, they have a chance here.
No flicker Skylar.
No flicker Skylar. A little too soon as well here, perhaps. A little too premature, question mark? We'll see here, 20,000 on the HP for the Lord. Feather Airstrike now popped as well. Fluffy is trying to cancel out, but take a look at Albert. Trying to flank, trying to come into the Lord pit as well. Retribution battle will be won by High. Archiven falls. Skylar with the on-point win of nature. Flicker ult play by Vin will not mount to anything. Clay needs to escape Vin as well. He gets caught by the barrier. He gets taken down. 3v5. Aura Fire looks for the end.
What a fight by Aura Fire. The positioning by Kabuki. The retrieve from High. It was a beautiful, beautiful team fight. And Aura Fire with this are looking for something. Albert though.
Oh! He gets the Immortal from High, but Albert gets shut it down. Aura Fire here. Only they are still strong with 5.
Skylar
defending only 2. Clay gets taken down as Facehugger claims the double. The base is just too exposed as Aura Fire, the Red Dragons, making the Kings of Kings bow down to the Dragons. 1-0, Aura Fire.
What a game, and again, if it came down to the late stages, they don't even need the gold lead. As long as everyone have their item power spikes, most importantly that Eve, that Beatrix, you're not going to be able to withstand that damage. Anyone and everyone, even if you have a Uranus, you're gonna get melted down by this composition. And Aura Fire, they strike first in the best of 5.
Wow, man. RRQ Hoshi, it looked so good for them, but all the way in the late game, the combination of a Beatrix and a Yves as well, that's just a lot of range, a lot of ways that they can actually zone away and do damage to RRQ, and eventually they just come out on top. So we're well played, but it's only game number 1. This is a best of 5. And I think RRQ has a lot of adjustments to make. And I don't know, I feel like Vin on that Atlas, man, it was so difficult for him to get any kind of work done.
Yeah, there's nothing he could do.
Diggy.
What was he supposed to do? Up against a Diggy, that's one. Up against a Grok as well. So let's say the time journey is gone. You baited it out. Even when you go for those perfect match engages, there's always that wild charge to actually cancel you out. So this combination as well, by the way, just the Grok in the jungle position. We've never seen this before. This is a big brain move. In a game full of that utility jungler, full of the neutral objective control, why you're really asking yourself now, why hasn't this Grok been picked up in the jungle before? Because remember, Arashi, when the Grok initially got buffed, a lot of steals were happening from the Grok without Retri. With Retri, with your wild charge, you basically CC everyone around you in that AoE area, and you get a free Retri with the damage as well.
I mean, initially, your first skill also does a lot of damage on its own as well, so it's a very smart move for sure. And Aura, somehow, they were able to use it to its maximum potential, and they were able to get the engage advantage. Yeah, Vin was countered by the Diggy, and the only times where he was able to actually make anything significant happen is when he's able to use a perfect match onto the Eve and cancel out the real manipulation. But of course, Aura wisened up, and after getting hit by that twice, you can see that the positioning from Facehugger is just way too good.
Yeah, strong display from Aura Fire in our first opening game. Playoffs Day 2. A convincing start as well. I mean, yeah, they were leading. They hold on to it. RRQ tried to make a comeback, but then they somehow misplayed it. Aura Fire is there to capitalize on it. They were, again, holding the tempo, holding their ground well. 1-0. The next question is, what will RRQ do?
Well, you know, I think the main thing they need to fix has to be the draft. We didn't get to see how the draft was drafted, but the composition was just a bit too weird for me, right? Very one-dimensional, something that we don't see from RRQ a whole lot. They went in for that solid team fighting composition, front to back with Skylar and Clay with the Forrester Bruno combo, and obviously just a good front line. But again, with these one-dimensional compositions, who's going to manage the side lanes when Fanny's the one who has to actually manage the side lane up against a Paquito, up against a Grok, and a Beatrix in the late game who can just tear and melt through the Lord's HP bar? Albert's always going to be late if he's the one who has to go top.
I mean, to summarize, Heist, Grok, flexible picks here makes Aura leads in game 1. I agree. I feel like that Grok pick in the jungle was just a surprise pick, and RRQ Hoshi, they were surprised. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the item builds here for our first game. Arashi, a lot to analyze in our first game. Tell me, what is significant?
Facehugger has a Sky Guardian's helmet just to ensure that he will be on the map again and again. You guys are talking about the wave clear advantage, and with a Yve that doesn't have to go back to base at all. That's a big part of why Aura Fire is able to actually have the advantage when it comes to the wave manipulation. That aside, you can sit high on that Grok. He has the BOD, he has the Malefic Roar, and Hunter Strike as well. So very aggressive build. Seems to be building for a bit more magic damage as well in the end, so it's a bit of a hybrid situation, and he's able to use it to its full potential. Fluffy as well, knowing that his job is very dangerous, he goes in towards that back line. He has the Queen's Wings just to ensure that when things were getting messy, he is independent, he can survive for as long as possible, and I think that's one of the big issues on why RRQ Hoshi, they cannot simply just deal with him. Skylar, if you noticed, he was at 6 items, a full inventory slot, and he sold 1 item off for the Radiant Armor, just because the pressure coming in from the Yve, the range, is just so much better at zoning. Yes, the Feather Airstrike has more burst, but when it comes to deterring members from walking into that zone, the real-world manipulation is a lot better, which is why I think Vin being able to jump on Facehugger has been so important, so significant in guaranteeing the win for RRQ Hoshi.
Well, in that last item, right, for Facehugger, he could have gone for the Winter Truncheon, he could have gone for the Immortality, but he actually opted to go for Sky Guardian Helmet here. So basically, with this item, he basically doesn't need to recall. After every single fight, just go back a little bit, go and roam around the map, and you get full HP once again with the regen.
I mean, yeah, you're right. And I do want to add that high he's building damage. BOD, you have to see his Hunter Strike as well. So going all in for that damage power as well. Let's take a look at the rich guy here. By Living by Mandiri, fall to the hands of Albert. What do you think, Rashi?
Well, he has been all around the map. He has the speed advantage going across the map again and again to clear the waves as quick as possible. So he has the highest gold, it makes sense, but of course the carry is going to be Kabuki on that Beatrix, man. We already mentioned how this man is special, especially on his signature hero, and in this game he shows it again. Tank and squishy members alike, he just takes them out if he gets close enough, and RRQ Hoshi, with the protection of the Diggy, were unable to try and find ways to take him out of the fight.
And let's see here who will take MVP. My guess is going to be high. Of course, no, it will fall in the hands of Facehugger here. Presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G, 5112, 89% KP though. Again, bringing a lot of utility with that Ice Queen and as well as Glowing One, but also damage that Divine Blade. Let's take a look at the highlights here for the MVP.
Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series, and all begins, I think the main part is when they fight together like this, how well they play it out. When they come together here, even without the fatal links, RRQ is still able to do a lot of damage because Clay, as well as R7, they can do a lot of AoE. It's Albert as well, if he isn't crowd controlled, look at that, just going all around, slicing everyone up. But later on in the fight, you can see that Aura learn from their mistakes, they start positioning in a more spread out manner, and bit by bit, slowly but surely, they're able to chunk down the members of RRQ before the fight even begins. And essentially, they are not forced to commit ever. They can just wait for the right opportunities. And once everyone's low like that, then they can just wait for the right opportunities. And they just have to make sure that Albert gets under control. And High with the barriers is just so good in actually cutting off any escape routes or any advance coming from RRQ. And with the advantage, with the Lord in their hands, Aura just goes for that win. And that's the end of it. The flexibility, I think, is just so much better. As Mirko mentioned, one-dimensionality is very hard to make it work.
I mean, that's Aura. If we're talking about flexibility, it equals to Aura Fire. And again, in the playoffs, brings the same identity. Game 2. We'll see.
There's one thing I do want to add though, from game number 1, right? Because we mentioned the Atlas. How did Aura Fire counter the Atlas? Mostly we talked about the Grok, obviously the Diggy, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, Aura Fire looked fresh just like they were fresh yesterday. Remember Arashi? Using the dual action axe effect, they get 48 hours.
Wow.
48.
Wow. And again, you can go and check in your commercial, perhaps, well, near any store, e-commerce or even physical store, check Axe out to you can get money.
Oh, you get prizes?
Get money.
While you smell fresh once you... Oh my god, it's just amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, you're right, it's money. Up to tens of millions of rupiah.
Wow.
For getting Axe, it's crazy. Smell fresh just like Aura Fire in game 1. But again, let's talk a little bit about that Atlas. How was the Atlas countered? Sure, Grok, Diggy, with the CC coming in for the wild charge from the time journey, negating that fatal links, but also the poke that we mentioned, the range advantage from Kabuki and Facehugger. There was a moment in the highlights, and I think there was a lot of moments in the game where every single time when the time journey and the wild charge was popped up already, without the fatal links, the fatal links is still ready here, the poke coming in is what seals the deal. Every single time Vin jumps in, he's always too low to actually get the fatal links onto anyone significant.
Back to the basics, right? If you're talking about tanky crowd control heroes, you need to poke it.
Yeah.
Talking about Kufra, Atlas, another way to counter those heroes is just to poke them because he will be in the front side. And again, Aura Fire, back to the basics, executed to perfection as well as 3 minutes we are about to enter game 2. Any last expectations here, Rashi? Because my expectations, Vin, step up, bro.
Well, as you mentioned, it's going to be a bit difficult for him to do so against that particular composition. I think overall, right, they just have to be a bit more disciplined because in the early stage, they were trading back and forth with Aura. And of course, it makes for good fun. It makes for a great show for sure. I mean, we were losing it here on the English desk. But against a team that scales better than you, you do not want to keep trading like that. You want to go for the definite advantages. You want to go for the objectives, the structures, the turrets, and then in the late game, with that advantage, you can actually corral Aura into locations where you can actually get a beneficial fight. With RRQ, you can see that in the towers taken, it really wasn't that significant, so they have to try and leverage a bit more of their early game into objectives, and then maybe if they want to go with the same early game orientated strategy, they can go for it. A bit of a game recap here for those of you at home who missed it. That's the game number 1 between RRQ Hoshi and Aura Fire, where Aura was unexpectedly able to withstand the early game aggression from RRQ and mount a huge comeback on the back of a Beatrix and a Yves. Impact players Facehugger, and for RRQ it was Albert on that Fanny for the first time since in this season. He was able to actually do a lot of damage and he doesn't seem to be out of practice at all.
Yeah, and again, right, we can't really blame any of the RRQ players. I think they did really well with the composition and the draft that they were given. It was just a simple outdraft in my opinion. There's not really much they could do with these heroes. Outrange, they couldn't go for the main win condition, which is that team fight, locking the players down for that AoE damage to come through from the Farsa and from the Bruno. And this is what needs to change for RRQ in game 2, in my opinion, right? In terms of gameplay, I think they did, again, the best they could with the drafts that they were given. The drafts need to be a little bit more multi-dimensional. Once one win condition fails, they need to have a backup plan, because if they go for this one win condition, straight push kind of play style, it just doesn't scream RRQ. It screams something like Aura yesterday when they were in a desperate spot, you know?
I think the big issue here as well is how creative Aura is right now, right? We asked a lot of questions about how creative they can get, and here we have an answer. We're talking about the Yves and the Grok, like Mirko, and with that barrier, along with the spam coming in from Yves, essentially, any kind of engage attempt is forced to be rerouted and to take a lot more damage from the Yves as well. So overall, this composition just has so many more hidden benefits that at first glance didn't seem to be that big of an issue. But especially in that late game, when every single bit matters, when a single spell from the Yves can deal 200, 300 damage, as well as the extra burn coming in from the glowing wand. I think Aura just has an edge when it comes to the creativity for sure.
Especially if you're Skylar, that is going to be a very, very nasty combo. If you're an MM, practically. But yeah, 5 seconds here to the second game drafts. Again, Aura Fire, they need to reset. They have won their first game. All they need to do is just stabilize and again be consistent in the Land of Dawn. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the team that loses will not go home just yet, but they will be sent down to the lower brackets.
They have a second chance, but I think, in this tournament with the format that you have, you're going to play less games in the upper brackets. I think every team wants to just secure grand finals as fast as possible. Again, it's not just the MPL title on the line. It's the M4 slot as well, the World Championship slot for Indonesia for these teams right now. And we're going to have to see how they perform once again. Alter Ego, yesterday, were knocked out, eliminated. And now, Aura Fire can pull off another massive upset against RRQ. A bigger one here, 90%.
90%. Woo! That's what we've been saying, man. When people think you're gonna win, that's where it's most dangerous. And RRQ has felt that, and now they have to try and switch something up. Be more flexible, be more disciplined, whichever they want to go for, right? They will require improvements from game number 1 because there are holes in their game that Aura Fire is absolutely exploiting right now.
I agree. And it seems like here we are going to start drafts here for our second game. RRQ will have the first pick, Aura Fire will have the second. And it seems like the first pick, once again, RRQ, they are trying to repair perhaps from game 1. Fanny picks up Aura Fire. They might respond with a similar hero, but no, Bigetron and Faramis. And it seems like RRQ opted for a ban towards that Grok.
All right, RRQ now with a response up against this Bigetron and the Faramis. They did go for the respect ban towards Grok this time around. They know how flexible it is now on the hands of Aura Fire. When you pick it up, at this point, we thought it was a good flex pick towards the XP lane and the roamer, but now for Aura, you can flex it to the jungle too. The thing is, even with Bigetron, they can do this. We saw good gold lane Bigetron for Aura Fire yesterday, and here RRQ, they're responding with 2 comfort picks. So currently, we're sitting at the Beatrix and the Eve on Skylar and on Clay. Thing is though, it's the opposite for Aura. You have a lot of flex potential here.
I agree. Well, in that sense as well, I feel like that Beatrix somehow forcing Kabuki on a Bigetron, or again taking it away from the hands of Kabuki.
Well, for Aura right now, they have a very strong dive composition and they have the Faramis to work with as well. But I'm not quite sure what happened here. Maybe they banned the Faramis in the previous game and now they traded out essentially for that Grok. So, Aura will have a lot less flexibility in how they want to engage fights, but when it comes to surviving any kind of big combo from RRQ, they have a chance. And with banning the Hilda, they secure that early game potential from the Ling, or the Ling in the jungle. And with the Yutong banned out, are they going for a strong backline as well?
You know, I mean, again, right, RRQ are just playing with the idea that Aura can flex that Bigetron into the XP lane, into the jungle. Well, actually now, into the XP or gold lane, because the jungle has been picked up, the Ling, right? So, again, looking at this Yuzong ban, it's quite strange, but if you're playing up against Aura Fire, nothing is strange. You need to ban whatever you're not comfortable up against, all right? Do not give Aura Fire the chance to pick up something crazy, because this Yuzong ban might be towards the jungle. We've seen high on a lot of crazy heroes. I think you can pull that off, too.
Well, with the Yuzong ban, I mean, Yuzong in the jungle, there's a lot of possibilities. But now for the RRQ, they ban out that Angela, so we have seen that Angela Link combo coming in from Aura Fire. They'll try and deny that again. And so for Aura, what will be the solution? Because right now it's full dive. They will require a bit more crowd control to make sure that RRQ stays in place, or they need a bit more range just to ensure that Yves and Beatrix can't just stay out in the fight without any threat of retaliation.
I guess amazing research and amazing knowledge as well from the side of RRQ here, realizing that Ling has been picked up. They ran out Godiva's hero. Remember, he played Angela yesterday.
Exactly.
Against Alter Ego.
The same
and
comp.
Combined with Ling as well. That is going to be deadly. But Aura Fire, they will look to secure a hero immediately for Godiva within that Ruby.
And also, they're not picking up the gold lane just yet. Again, just utilizing that Paquito to flex as much as possible. To just create a threat for RRQ is now they're going to be forced to wrap up their draft first. They need a roamer and an XP laner. Uranus can be an option here. It's a very solid option up against a Ling and a Paquito. And a Faramis, you can sustain actually really well. A solid front line as well for RRQ. And if they go for the Uranus and the XP lane, they need someone with a little bit more engage in the roam position.
Well, they might go for someone like a Esmeralda as well. It's more characteristic of RRQ. And there we go. It also provides that engage that we're talking about. The Falling Star Moon can be used, and R7 is absolutely deadly. And talking about engage, that's gonna be the Jawhead. And Vin, if you recall, back in a few seasons ago, his Jawhead is absolutely deadly whenever he needs to pinpoint pick off someone from the enemy team. So we're gonna expect that for sure.
Man, all right. This is an interesting draft, a very comfortable draft for RRQ. Again, R7, signature pick this season, Esmeralda. Vin, going back to the basics, back to when Jawhead was meta, and Beatrix, Yves, self-explanatory for Clay and oh, when was that? Oh my god, they pick up Dairoth. So it is the gold lane Paquito once again. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. So yeah, I mean, we predicted this. We predicted the Paquito, and that's the thing. You pick up the Esmeralda, you're thinking that, oh, there's no way they'll pull this off again. The two fighters in the side lanes. So with the Esmeralda pickup, Aura says, you know what? We can flex that Paquito into the gold lane. Paquito does super well up against this Beatrix that's been nerfed in the early game, even weaker now. And they pick up a Dairoth to counter the Esme. So strong side lane pressure from Aura. They're looking to create that snowball effect they did against Alter Ego yesterday.
That also, but again, is it a bit too one-dimensional though?
Exactly.
RRQ right now, they can snowball, but I guess in the late game, they do have a bit more flexibility because they have a strong AoE teamfight as well. So in the poke department, I think RRQ has a big advantage, and with that being said, maybe the poke can actually counter that Faramis pick because the Cult Altar is not made to deal with poke damage.
Well, let's see. Let's say hello to the Land of Dawn very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, to witness Game 2 between RRQ Hoshi and as well as Aura Fire. In case you missed it, Aura Fire picking up a point in the first game. Can RRQ equalize? Let's see.
It all depends on the early game, right? Can Albert actually have that much of an impact? There's enough impact in the early game to actually shut down the members of Aura Fire, because all the laners of RRQ, if they get ahead, it's going to be very difficult. But already in the early game, the cheese play.
Okay, ejector here onto Fluffy. It seems like RRQ set it up that rather well. Now you can see here already the pressure mounting up top side. Vin needs to be careful rotating. Gets the hook there by Faramis. Vin still with that flicker escapes.
Let's see, once again,
not burning
though,
the flicker, I mean.
I feel like, again, right, in the early game, it has to be Aura Fire here who has the lead. And in terms of lockdown, they have the Ruby against the Sverny.
Exactly. That is what I guess Albert needs to somehow take care of here. RRQ Hoshi, all right, they are starting to pressure the jungles by Aura Fire. Now we can see here. High, Tempest of Blade pops onto his play. Clay, being the recipients of that score, still survive and still giving that flicker. Vin though engaging, Godiva is the one who is forced to flicker away.
Wow. Oh, right there though, Albert comes in to seal the deal. Shoes on the other foot right here as High is forced to back away. So RRQ with a bit of an advantage, but Kabuki, very dangerous in that gold lane. And in the side pressure, having a Dairoth and a Paquito, right? It's two very strong laners, and Aura Fire can just start roaming around and around with the Ling and the Faramis. That might be the strat they're going for. It's very reminiscent of, I think, what, Season 7, I think?
Perhaps, but I do want to add, though, that Vin uses the flicker, used the flicker in the purple buff, so perhaps that's going to be information for Aura Fire to set up on this turtle fight.
In terms of neutral objective control, honestly, with the winning side lane that Aura Fire has, in terms of the kill pressure that they have as well, I don't really see RRQ winning in this turtle fight, but it's all going to come down to how Albert plays on that Fanny.
You see here, Vin has yet to pick up a hero with that ejector here. Hi, now poking the turtle. You're now seeing R7 waiting on that falling star one here. Now is here engaging. Retribution will be won by the side of RRQ. Vin will not survive. He will. Fluffy force a flicker, but he gets taken down. Clay, with that real world manipulation, he will not be able to escape as hard.
Fade away.
The fadeaway gets the points here. As look, Talon's prediction by Axe. We're in the minority here, Arashi.
Well, you know, RRQ Hoshi has to support RRQ Hoshi. I think they have it, man. It's about playing it safe in the early game and making sure that the side lane doesn't snowball out of control and, you know, making sure that you get the right pickoffs at the right time and avoid falling into the trap of the cult altar. I think if RRQ can do that, they have the damage, they have the playmaking available to try and make that happen.
You know, I have to be honest with you. I agree to a certain extent here for the prediction. It's very mixed still. You guys are in the minority, but RRQ can definitely still win this game. And it comes down to, again, how they're able to utilize that early game. But wait, Fluffy.
You want to hear Fluffy? Want to clear.
Fluffy?
He gets the clear, but at the end of the day, gets taken down or a fire on the other side of the map. Cannot find compensation, but I might be wrong here. His High will try to claim the purple buff of Fanny, and he gets it with the Retribution or a fire playing the macro game.
Well, looking at the emblems right now, Demon Slayer for both the junglers for sure. Festival of Blood though for Fluffy and Kabuki. So it does seem like they want to sustain in that lane as much as possible. And even if they don't get the kills, right, the straight up assassinations, it doesn't even matter because then they can do that macro play, that global pressure that we've been talking that Aura Fire can do so well.
Yeah, and now, right, I do want to talk a little bit about that, the point we were talking about earlier before the fight broke out. Aura Fire have the early game control. If they are able to utilize this to actually create a massive snowball early on into that mid game and end it towards the 14-minute, that's how they win. But if RRQ stays alive, stays in this game, up to that 14-minute point, that mid to late stage, I'll give it to RRQ.
Right, so it's a bit of a opposite from the previous game, right? Now Aura Fire are the ones that are actually forced to actually go aggressive, and Clay is so low, but the turtle gets stolen by the Beatrix.
Yeah, I guess now we are forcing a fight here, and we can see here, Vin will not survive as well. RRQ Hoshi, they got dismantled. Aura Fire again now with the invades. Amazing display here from the side of Aura Fire. Objective and as well as kills.
1.3k gold lead. Ooh, if Skylar stole that one again, that would have been, yeah. But Aura Fire, once again, are able to use this lead very well in the early stage. And that's why I actually went for Aura Fire, right? Like, the reason I went for them is because they usually do better with the lead than the other teams in MPL ID. They are able to grasp on that very well.
Exactly. Now Aura Fire with this lead. It's a deja vu from game one, it seems like. But what can RRQ Hoshi do here, Arashi?
They have to just play secure and watch out for Aura Fire going in aggressively, right? Because in the fights, they're able to steal and get advantages. It's just afterwards, they stick around, and Aura Fire, obviously losing on the objective, will try and get compensation. So they have to be very aware of that. And we take a look at the items here for both sides. Fluffy with the War Axe, though, that's a lot of damage. And it can actually help out High and Kabuki as well if they're all fighting in the big team fight. But with the Ice Screens one available for Clay, the utility is going to be quite difficult for Aura to try and walk in uncontested towards RRQ Hoshi.
Man, Kabuki has to build that Hunter Strike as well, so that double fire in the left and right hand side is...
Oh my god.
Wow, positive, but silence immediately here. Value on that real world manipulation High coming for as a backup. But now RRQ Hoshi disengages both as well as Aura Fire. No kills, no casualties bot side.
They need to set up for the next turtle here. R7 is in that bush. Again, he's trying to open up the map a bit, but I think he might have rotated towards the turtle side a bit too early here. This gives Fluffy a bit more time to play with in that top side. And the thing is, he can actually just go for the turret. He can trade the turtle for the turret. Remember, Aura Fire don't really need to commit onto this. And that's exactly what Aura do. They utilize this little mistake by R7. And they go for that top side for free. And now they can actually contest for the turtle as well.
Ooh, Albert is showing on the map as well. They're 1v1 against Fluffy, and he is forced to go back to the base. Aura knows he won't be here for quite a bit. Pressures for the turtle, but not just yet. But here we go. I'm offended onto R7.
R7 here, taking to almost half HP. It seems like our fire with 5 members, they are setting this up high, being the frontliner. Gets caught, and Albert will have the turtle. Albert with the cables dancing around the backside as well. But now with the Cult Altar, every member from sort of our fire actually survives. Facehugger though, not for long. And it seems like kill, but take a look at that play. Go Diva will not survive for long as R7 claims his life. 2-4-0 rather. Aura Fire though claims the objective in the first one, and RRQ Hoshi grabs the turtle.
A good recovery by RRQ in a fight that initially was favoring Aura, but look at this!
Catches a Ling, and take a look at that. High gets taken down. Not a sight you see every day. Jawhead flying through the land of dawn.
Oh man, that was just funny to see, Arashi. But here it is, 8 minutes in, and like we mentioned, it is equal. So RRQ definitely have some space. They have some space to actually work with that mid stage later on.
It's just a very good fight from RRQ Hoshi early in that turtle fight. They make sure that everyone is accounted for. They make sure that Aura Fire can't get any surprises on them. And they just go very calmly forward and let Skylar do the DPS, let Clay output the utility, and they use Vin as a crowd control tool instead. And I must say, against 2 fighters, having a Jawhead who can actually ejector one and unstoppable force the other is going to be very good, but Fluffy here will be the target.
My 2v1 is just too much. Tempest Blade as a cover.
Oh my god.
Whoa! R7 but High gets taken down. RRQ. The reinforcements are coming. Aura Fire trying to look for compensation in the mid side. Albert here trying to hold on to dear life and clear the mid side. Manages to do so. RRQ Hoshi, they are back in the game.
Captain R7 in the building. Once again, that play was insane. Buying the time for RRQ, the rest of the members to collapse there. And this might as well be a free Lord. High is still dead, respawning here. Aura Fire looking for a miracle play though.
See here, Facehugger, Go Diva jumps. Fluffy comes in and says no to the king. Albert gets taken down. Clay as well, as that Cult Altar was just too clutch. As 1 by 1, RRQ gets taken down. R7, the lone warrior here, is now the only member left standing. Aura Fire, they do not hold the gas pedal.
Fluffy!
What the heck?
Oh my goodness. Taking the game into his hands this time. The goal lead back to Aura Fire. Arashi, what happened?
What can you say, man? That was an absolutely insane steal coming in from Fluffy. And that puts Aura Fire back in the game for now. With the Lord, with the strong pickoff potential they have, they're trying to get as much utility as possible, taking out the turrets and making sure they can try and crack the base with this Lord. But RRQ Hoshi does have the DPS. They have the range to play around with as well. So depends on how they actually go for this defense. They can actually turn it around on Aura if they're not careful.
Man, I'm still just so bamboozled by Fluffy's play there. And again, it's Aura Fire knocking on the base of RRQ now.
Two-way push here, top side. Albert gets caught, but Kabuki overextended there, gets taken down as well. Turret number 1 in the top side falls. Cult Altar, the 4-man silence there, and Go Diva. Skylar gets taken down, and seems like now RRQ Hoshi finds some compensation. He gets one. Every member from Aura Fire gets deleted. It's a crazy game in the second game as RRQ Hoshi responds back to Aura Fire.
That's basically a wipeout. It's basically a wipeout. Faramis respawned because of his passive, but RRQ once again, whenever any of these teams are in the lead, it just seems like, you know, oh man, both of the sides do not want to give it over. Instant replay presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Aura definitely overcommitted here, Arashi.
They're all stuck in the world manipulation, and yeah, they're able to take out even Skylar eventually, but Clay was outputting so much damage in the back line, and once they're done, there's no one left to deal with R7. This is an Esmeralda 4-0-6 in the late game with a sprint. You do not escape from her. And now with the blade armor secured as well, it's going to be even more difficult for the side of Aura Fire to deal with him. R7 might just be one of the main components in securing the victory for RRQ Hoshi.
And now, I mean, we're looking at Skylar, right? Because he is the main win condition currently for RRQ. He's gone to a point where he has those items to start carrying, to start getting some damage on the board. But with the Aura Fire composition, they can just dive onto him. I don't see the space here for Skylar. Look at this!
Oh my god, he gets jumped.
Look at it!
Every flicker, every restore.
Wow!
Skylar survives. Now in the backside, Tempest Blade responds. Finding Skylar here. Skylar though.
Oh my god!
What the heck?
Oh!
Survives. High. Gets the engine down. Skylar was... What? Every skill, every spell was put on towards him. This guy is invincible. RRQ Hoshi 5v4. Can they take the Lord?
This should not have happened, but it is happening. Skylar! Oh my goodness! We're getting a lot of highlights today, boys. Oh my god. RRQ with another winning fight. They're going to go for the Lord once again. Aura, can they look for another miracle play?
Real world manipulation to call Ultra as well. Now we can see Lord.
Oh my god.
Fall to the hands of Fluffy once again. CJY clip this. Now we can see here RRQ Hoshi, they are in shambles. Aura Fire still very strong as 5. Albert, the last man standing, an assassin, trying to do the miracle play here. Fluffy, luckily, he has that immortal, and it seems like Aura Fire, they are in perfect shape to end and secure game 2. Albert here will not be able to do anything as Aura Fire, the red dragons will
Skylar's up,
Skylar's
Skylar's up.
Shoulders locked, wiped out at the base. Once again, just like in game 1, to expose, securing game 2. Match points for the Red Dragons.
Despite Skylar making that play, how did he get out of everything and outplay that situation? But a bigger question, a better question would be, what the heck is wrong with Fluffy? He doesn't have the red tree, he's not the jungler. He stole the Lord 2 times against Albert, one of, if not the best, retribution user in the previous seasons.
He stole the Lord and at the same time takes out Skylar. This man... You can say he single-handedly won the game for Aura Fire. What was that?
He's not Fluffy. That's what we can agree on. He's definitely not Fluffy. He's coming into this. Oh my goodness. Aura Fire have a chance once again to upset the odds. What is going on? 2-0 match point for Aura. I predicted them to win in town prediction, but I did not expect it to happen like this. This stat line is just insane. This is a team that has only ever beaten RRQ once in the regular season.
First leg, they were strong in the regular season. Second leg, Aura Fire, they seem shaky. Winning only 1 match in the second leg. And now in the playoffs, it seems like Aura Fire, they do not care. They're a team looking for that M4 slot. And they are hungry. RRQ Hoshi, 0-2. Still has a chance though. It is not done yet. Arashi. Can RRQ come back from this?
Definitely. I mean, when you least expect it, that is exactly what's gonna happen, but that is what we're seeing with Aura right now. Like, we said earlier in the middle of the game, if it goes to the late game, Aura will struggle. Well, it turns out they absolutely destroyed RRQ, got the wipeout, and ended the game in dominant fashion.
And now this is where the big question lies, right? Because I agree with you. In terms of that multi-dimensional draft, in terms of the better draft, I would have actually given it over to RRQ.
Right.
But it's that execution. I banked on the execution in the talent prediction by Axe, right? When I went for Aura, because I know that they can play that early game super well, and they can carry it over to the mid game. So right now, we have a pattern of losses for RRQ. Game 1, it was because of the drafts. We can agree on that. Game 2, it's purely the execution here. And this is where there's a big question mark over RRQ's heads, right? They've been in this position before many, many times. Once they start losing like this, they usually do not perform in the third game. They're a very momentum-based team. Let's see if they can once again break our predictions?
It's difficult, man. Fluffy's Daira steal the Lord. Aura steals second game from RRQ. That is a very accurate description. That game was RRQ's to win, but Fluffy somehow just stole it right from under their noses. And right now they're at match point to make up one of the craziest upsets in Season 10.
Every time these two teams meet, these two teams collide, we're always gonna get a lot of highlight clips, but I don't think we expected this many as well. Fluffy steal to the Grok jungle, to Skylar getting out of a full dive comp and outplaying.
They used all 5 battle spells on that play attempt and Skylar just walks out of it. That is crazy. It's only a 14-minute game, by the way. It felt so much longer. But looking at the items right now, Clay with the glowing wand, Skylar with already 4 items, including the BOD and the Malefic Roar. He went for DHS, so a lot more DPS, knowing that he's up against 3 very tanky heroes, and he seems to be building more towards the sustain. I think it's just very difficult for him to just keep out of danger in the situation. And honestly, if you look at the items coming in from Kabuki and Facehugger, it's just a lot of burst. And the thing is, they're all so beefy, so mobile, and they all come at the same time. So, especially when the Lord is in play, right? RRQ Hoshi, they're forced to stay in the same general vicinity, and that is where Aura Fire, they get to chase him. Because without the Lord to essentially bait Skylar in, to pull Skylar in because of necessity, they can't catch him, we saw that. But once it was a Lord fight, Skylar was the first to die in that last team fight.
So unfortunate, right? But we talked about the Ferris pick, how it was still sitting at 100% win rate day 1 playoffs. And Facehugger continuing the trend here. Rich Guy will fall to the hands of Kabuki. Actually, all 4 titles here, Rashi, falls to the hands of Aura Fire.
Wow. Dominant performance for sure, man. Rich Guy is going to be Kabuki, but the carry is going to be Fluffy on that Dairath. I mean, it's not a surprise. We have known that Fluffy is an absolutely solid, absolutely crazy Dairath player, but now in playoffs, we see that it's just next level, man.
Yeah.
What more can you say? He wins in the laning phase. The roam game is solid. The pick off, the chase for the priority targets,
the steal,
and the steal on top of all that.
Give him MVP. Just give him MVP.
What,
yeah, I think
what more can you say?
Enough said, right? We just need to give him MVP. Fluffy, get him that MVP title because he truly deserved it in this game.
He's a sandbag as well, by the way.
He's a sandbag. He deals the most damage. He secures neutral objectives. He's a utility. He's the carry, and he's the sandbag all in one. And this is the most deserving MVP I've ever given. We've ever given, I think, man. The man literally, again, like you mentioned, Arashi, took the game into his own hands.
Single-handedly just grabbed the game by the neck and just made sure that his team is the one that comes out on top. Soon we take a look at the MVP highlights though by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and look at that. Early on, Aura Fire, they just have a lot more dive, a lot more burst damage. So this is what they've shown that they like to do, right? Have multiple fighters, they can just dive in together, and then later on, they just keep getting the advantage, and they go for the neutral objectives, and then punish any team that's foolish enough to dive towards them. But then afterwards, you do see that they were clumping up a bit too much, and then RRQ was able to actually get some moments, some AoE combos coming in, and even then, if they misposition that badly, the Cult Altar won't be enough to save them from that situation. But then they rally together, and look at this fight. Skylar gets picked up first, Vin comes in second, and just like that, everyone is in this array. There is no more front line, and that is exactly what Aura needs to win. It has to be a messy fight where everyone dives towards each other. If it's a front-to-back situation, you do not win against a Yves and a Beatrix, and with that advantage, you just go in straight for that victory, and they secure match point for this match.
Once again, perfect execution displayed by Aura Fire. Game 1 was a little bit back and forth, but Game 2, holy moly. Game 3 is ahead of us. Will Aura Fire clean sweep?
Oh man,
that's crazy, dude.
Woo! So again, on that note, let's just take a break here. Gani Mirkon as well as Arashi will be back soon. Stay tuned, folks.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Game 3 of Aura Fire and RRQ will begin very, very soon. In case you missed it, guess what the scoreline is.
It's 2-0.
2-0 to Aura Fire. You heard it right, 2-0 for Aura Fire. Day 1, they have beaten Alter Ego with the upset. Will they repeat the theme against RRQ?
At this point, go for the championship title. Just go for it, right? Everyone wrote you off. Literally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think a single analyst, a single caster on the desk expected them to even win against Alter Ego, right? Today, we've had mixed opinions about how Aura versus RRQ is gonna go, but I personally have grabbed myself 100% in the town prediction so far. If you guys want to grab food for 90%, go ahead and use the promo code grb.to/MPL
ID X grab. But if you're a simpler person, you're a simple guy,
simple man,
scan this QR code below Arashi to check more details. Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we would like to welcome you back to MPL ID Season 10 Playoffs Day 2, Match 1, Game 3. Again, with Goni Mirkon as well as Arashi, of course, who will accompany you throughout the rest of the day. But boy, oh boy, Game 1 was a joyride, especially if you're an Aura fan. But Game 2, it's just solidifies their hunger, I feel like their intention here in the playoffs for Arashi.
You know, with how calculated and slow teams have been playing, you really have a sense of nostalgia watching the previous game. It's just all-out action again and again, and it's not like one team is just actually, you know, hardcore losing. Both teams have a chance to actually come out on top somehow, some way. So I think it's a bit nostalgic, but of course, nostalgia isn't enough. You want to go for the victory. So RRQ Hoshi, they're in a tough spot. With Aura and match point, we've already mentioned how RRQ, they don't do well when they're on the back foot, right? They always do so well when they have momentum behind them, right? So I'm worried.
Let's talk, about history right now, right? Let's talk a little bit about that history.
Let's go.
Because for RRQ Hoshi, it's no secret right now that they have faltered when they usually lose the first 2 matches or 2 games in the match. This happened in the M3 World Championships, firstly against ONIC PH in the upper bracket finals, actually. Then it also happened to them in the lower bracket up against Blacklist International. It then happened to them again at MSC in the grand finals.
Well, hang on. Before we talk about that, though, whenever you expect something, the opposite happens. So
don't expect anything.
I got my fingers crossed, man. I'm just saying. I'm just
hoping for the best for the teams because, again, ladies and gentlemen, remember the teams that, take the L today will not go home immediately. They will just
you're right.
Step down straight to the lower bracket. So
it's okay, Rocky.
You can still support your team, even though, let's say, RRQ loses with a clean sweep here. But Aura Fire, and as well as RRQ crowds, they are already chanting, they are already going crazy, not for Arashi, but it seems like for the 3rd game, because the draft pick will begin very, very soon. And I do want to touch on this, though. I want to analyze RRQ Hoshi. What happened to them in the first 2 games? Personally, for me, I feel like execution. Game 1, Atlas pick, I feel it was good, can be effective, but it wasn't just nullified with the picks from the side of that Diggy, Tatarat, as well as that Grok. But in the second game, they just got straight outplayed.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the pick order as to how the first draft actually went on, right? So again, we can't really go for the analysis towards the draft itself. I think they went for a Grok first pick early on. That's why RRQ just went for the Atlas. They thought, all right, that's going to be Grok XP or Grok Roam. So they left the Diggy out, and then they picked up Diggy last pick. That's my assumption on what happened in the first draft. But in the second one, I agree with you guys, because you guys both went for RRQ Hoshi in your town prediction by Axe based on the draft. And I'm going to have to agree with you guys. If we're just talking about the draft, if both teams executed their game plans perfectly, I would say that actually, RRQ would have been able to actually stay alive a little bit longer and would have been able to eventually outscale Aura Fire's composition. But that didn't happen. So RRQ, both games, 1, draft, 2, execution.
Well, speaking of the draft though, Godiva once again showing that he is one of the more solid roamers in the MPL right now. He has the most flexible, the most options. He's one of the more flexible roamers in the game right now. And honestly, in the first game, we did see that we had some questions about the execution, but of course, RRQ was playing up against a counter draft, right? But in game number 2, I think it solidifies that Aura, as of right now, I don't know by how much, right? But they seem to have an edge when it comes to execution. And being able to do that against RRQ Hoshi, that's a big statement. So a lot of questions here depending on what RRQ Hoshi wants to do. Do they want to go for the same strategy and brush up on the execution? Or do they want to just concede, I guess, the execution to Aura and then try and just get an edge in the drafting instead? Because Coach Phil, he is no pushover.
I think the rotations from RRQ has been the most questionable out of their execution, right?
Agreed.
Because again, they're going for that setup, but I just don't see the setup working, or maybe sometimes it's a little bit too early for that setup to happen. This was very evident and very visible in game 2 when R7 rotated towards the turtle prematurely before cutting the waves, which he usually does on the Esmeralda. That's the thing. On an Esmeralda, R7 usually does that. He goes for the cut before he goes for anything else. That setup is necessary, especially when you're up against a Dairoth. A Dairoth that can just shred through the turret down. And that's what happened, right? Eventually, RRQ were able to get the turtle anyways, but still, Arashi, that was because Aura made a mistake, the turtle take.
Exactly, and even those fights, we did say that RRQ is one of the best team fighting teams in the MPL right now, but you can see that several times, Skylar, Clay, they get caught in weird positions in game 1. How they were approaching fights they just seem to be outclassed when it comes to the fight approach compared to Aura. It was very visible in game number 1. In game number 2, as we mentioned, Aura was not supposed to win in that late game, and somehow they made it work. So I fear for the team fighting situation when it comes to this match. But now we're into the drafting phase.
Yeah, enough talk here. Let's jump into the drafts straight away. Aura Fire now will have the first pick, so perhaps a slight different approach here. We are going to see from both of the teams. 1-1, Valentina Claude banned out from Aura Fire. RRQ, Kadita, Kai, last time round, it was Rock. Will they do the same?
Honestly, we're gonna have to see how this plays out first, right? Because if they leave the Grok, Aura, they can flex it to 3 rolls.
Exactly.
They can flex the Paquito to 3 rolls as well. It's just so difficult if you are RRQ currently. If you want to draft against Aura, what are you supposed to do, right? RRQ, they do go for the ban here towards the Fanny. Oh, you're right. Okay, so yeah, this is something that we overlooked again. Kabuki, he can also play the Fanny. This is something that Aura hasn't been able to utilize that much this season because of how much Kabuki's just been banned out. But in the playoffs, with the amount of picks that they've been showing, yeah, that definitely could have been overlooked. Aura, though, Grok, Paquito, I think the Paquito.
I wonder if RRQ are thinking, okay, we shouldn't put Albert on the Fanny because Albert has been doing great things when it comes to assassinating people, the mechanical plays, but RRQ, with how much they commit to try and take the neutral objectives, it seems like they might be going for something like a Balmon or something, more tanky, a more utility-based jungler.
All right, we are seeing here, it seems like RRQ Hoshi with a not very fast response. I guess, do they not see the Paquito first pick come in? I guess they had a little bit of discussion, but the decision has been made. Faramis and as well as Grok, very fast rotations, very fast clears as well. What will Aura Fire respond with?
Yeah, with the Faramis Grok, you can expect something like a Beatrix here for Aura. I honestly think, yeah, maybe the Beatrix Eve pick up, but knowing Aura, they want to use this Paquito to flex it a little bit more into the later stages, right? They don't need to rush into that Beatrix pick. Well, maybe they will they'll just rush into a Melissa and Farsa. So there you go. Melissa and Farsa picked up an approach that I personally did not expect Aura to go for because, again, these are... Oh, okay. Now I'm thinking about, oh my god, RRQ go for the Ling.
Wow.
All right.
Albert's Ling.
It is a signature pick for Albert, but looking at it again, right, sure. I was thinking, why Farsa up against the Croc? Melissa, that's the answer, to go away, right? So if both of them are able to play together, if Kabuki is able to pop that go away right on time, Grok won't actually be able to hit that wild charge onto the back line here.
With that said, though, Hilda will be banned away from RRQ just to ensure that Albert doesn't get attacked in that jungle in the early game. But I don't know. Now they have a bit of a dive situation, and they have two very realistic backline targets that Albert can go for. And we've seen that Albert on the Assassins, of course, can do so. So I'm not sure if Aura will try and ban away some enabling tools for RRQ, or are they going to focus on other things that are more pressing, like the Phobias?
Phobias here again to somehow counter that Paquito and as well as Melissa. Farsa, it's gonna have a tough time here dealing Feather Airstrike effectively, realizing that there is going to be that wild charge. It's just gonna haunt you every time you pop that ult, and to add to that, an assassin that can just also hunt you, assassinate you. RRQ Hoshi with the last ban here. What will they commit to here, Rosh? It seems like they have committed to that Hilda. Again, the counter for that Ling. Will they commit to a... Oh, no, Matilda. Another roamer here.
They want to make sure that whoever they try and go for cannot get saved, right? They have taken away the Faramis, so they take away the Matilda as well. We did mention this yesterday. Aura really likes this strategy where they can bait people out with those saves. So RRQ follow in Alter Ego's approach and take that all away from Aura and force them into something more aggressive. And maybe that's how RRQ will try and fight fire with fire.
Fun fact though, Arashi, throughout the playoffs so far, Fairmist is still sitting at a 100% win rate. So RRQ picking up a very, very prio pick currently. Aurafire though with the final ban, they might just go for another XP laner here, something like a Fredrin, and there you go. Fredrin comes out from Aurafire, 38% win rate for the Fredrin itself. Not very successful, but still such a very good hero, honestly, in that XP lane with the lane dominance and obviously that team fight pressure that he has that was displayed even in the loss that RRQ suffered by R7.
True. Well, RRQ now will have to select their first pick here. And what could it be? We have no idea if the Grok is going to go to a particular situation. It's going to be Beatrix picked up from RRQ. The signature pick for Skylar, and he was doing a lot of work in the previous game. We'll see how well he can do against a Paquito and a Farsa so far. Aura will have to actually expose their hand in this stage of the draft.
At this point, honestly, just let Fluffy play that Paquito. We know that he performs super well on these playmaking heroes and just secure a utility jungler for high. Right now, looking at this composition, you know what would be actually crazy?
What?
Man, Minotaur looks so solid here, actually. Like, up against his composition, there's so much. And, oh my god!
Yes! Let's go!
Miracle is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I mean, oh my god, I can't believe it.
completely agree with how they're playing with the Faramis in the picture. That Minotaur is really, really good. I mean, Mirko, are you a time traveler or something? How was that possible?
Man, me and Tezet, man, we're on that same wavelength, brother.
They have that sustained gameplay as well with the Rafaela. So for RRQ, they have to either get some really serious poke to deal with this, or get some very solid all-ins, because right now, the only real engage tool is going to be the Phantom Stampede and the Wild Charge.
Oh man, all right, RRQ. You see, now up against this, I honestly think they should just go for the Diggy. Put the XP lane, the Grok in the XP lane, get the Diggy as a mid lane, and or a roamer, and put the Faramis in the mid lane, right? They can use this as a very good flex. We'll just see. Do they go for the Diggy? They don't. They go for the Yuzong. Up against the Farsa. It's another good response towards that style of play, that front to back. Let's see how this will happen.
Oof. Against the Farsa, it's going to be good, but will it be enough to go up against Kabuki on that Melissa? Because I think later on, yes, the Farsa will do a lot of damage, but the DPS mainly will come from that Melissa, and with everyone clumped up from the Cult Altar, that's looking quite dangerous for the side of RRQ Hoshi.
Oh my god, the draft has been set. Match points, potentially for Aurafire. RRQ Hoshi, they're still sitting at 0 points. We'll see here as we are going to say hi to the Land of Dawn again. Will it be the last time for this match? We are going to witness the match between RRQ Hoshi and as well as Aurafire. Land of Dawn we go. I'm gonna ask you, Rashi, draft-wise, any final thoughts?
I feel like Aura Fire, they're going with a downgraded version of their rescue comp. With the Minotaur, with the Rafaela, I don't think it'll be enough to curb the aggression of RRQ Hoshi.
So let's just see and witness the final game potentially for side of Aura Fire, for side of RRQ Hoshi. Can Aura Fire send RRQ Hoshi down to the lower brackets, or will RRQ Hoshi survive another game? Let's go.
Let's talk a little bit about just the sustainability of this Aura Fire composition, right? Because they have the heals coming in from the Minotaur and the Rafaela now. So RRQ are going to have to be very careful as to how they actually look for these fights. If they commit, it might actually turn around.
Yep, I think that's what Aura likes doing, right? They play aggressively, they bait out aggression from their opponents, and then before you know it, oh, the kill isn't exactly a kill, it's just a complete bait. But now you can see that, ooh, Albert just making moves on that link.
Yeah, but it's still Hai who actually secures the lethal.
Seems like here, RRQ Hoshi, they are playing the tempo rather fast here in the early game. But we are going to see here that no first bloods just yet.
No first bloods just yet, so both teams playing it quite slow.
Uh-oh.
In the mid-game though, I always say that. That's first blood taken
The caster
by
curse.
R7. Wow, man. Fluffy gets taken out, and RRQ Hoshi, if they can curb the aggression, the playmaking from Fluffy, it'll be really, really good. The mid lane though, a bit more plays happening as well as Hai comes onto the scene.
Seems like now Hai with this Red Bull Minotaur entering the land of Dawn, RRQ Hoshi. They need to play the early game.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Wait, no, RRQ. No, well, honestly, they can play for early. They can, but I don't think that's not the optimal route, I think. Aura Fire has a little bit more to play with in terms of neutral objective control. And obviously with this Rafaela Minotaur, they're very sustainable, right? And Skylar is going to be bullied by that Melissa. So RRQ, I think late game, mid game to late game is where they find their comfort. But RRQ going for it.
Black Dragon 4 Minotaur has been popped as well. Lane will steal that Lord. Yuzong gets deleted. Godiva might be next, but the silence is there. Albert gets taken down. A Fluffy finding that kill. Aura Fire, they are rather healthy, but take a look at the talents prediction. It's a healthy mix. But now, no. It's an even game. It's an even ball game here. 3-4-3 Aura Fire as well as the RRQ Hoshi.
I mean, again, right? It was displayed there. Arashi, we said it. Prolonged team fight. That sustainability coming in clutch for Aura. Facehugger going to be engaged on though by R7.
Yeah, Facehugger used the flicker to escape as R7 is chunking the health of two members there. Seems like RRQ Hoshi still with the lead here, but now top side, wall charge.
Oh!
He gets stunned. Kabuki will not be able to escape as Skylar finds a kill. Godiva High trying to look for some compensation. His play is a juicy target. And take a look at the bump. 3 stomp. Bang, bang, bang. Goes down Clay.
Wait, that was so much damage. That was insane damage, Rashi. That Minnow and Fury took
exactly
100-0. Clay.
You didn't expect it, but that was just a Minotaur and a Rafaela. The two heroes we talked about having support, having utility, and sustain. Not damage, and they're able to take out the target in the right hand. So Aura Fire, they're definitely dangerous right here. But for RRQ, I think they can actually get a bit of a head, but they have to make sure that they have enough damage. Because early on, they were able to actually survive with the Cult Altar, but the members of Aura Fire, they just were taking too little damage to actually feel threatened. So in the mid-game, after a few items, I feel like RRQ Hoshi can step up the tempo unless they fall behind to the aggression from Aura Fire.
3v2, bot side, RRQ, they do not want business. And it seems like here, RRQ Hoshi, they are somehow holding their ground very, very well.
Yeah, it's... for RRQ, I'm really trying to dissect this draft once again, right? They can play towards the late game, but they're going to have to, again, play it around Skylar. The fact is currently Aura have a lot of poke with that Feather Airstrike, and even here, look at that.
We'll pick up the Lord once again. War and Shield as Godiva is the first one to fall. High is going to be next as R7 focuses on Facehugger. Butterfly connects as Facehugger will not die. Kabuki with the save as Skylar with the Nibiru's Passion will not find a kill. Fluffy trying to distract the members from the side of RRQ Hoshi, but it will be RRQ Hoshi winning the trace with that objective. take.
Definitely not good for Aura Fire now. They're starting to really struggle in this early game. And up against a Beatrix is not what you want to see. Skylar has 3 kills in his pocket and now a BOD as well. In the 5th minute of the game, that's a very fast BOD build for Skylar. He's also 2 levels ahead of Kabuki. Remember what he was able to do while behind in game 2. Currently, this is a very scary Beatrix.
3-0 in the early game. Definitely not the ideal situation for Aura Fire. They have tools available to zone him away though. They can use Fluffy, they can use Facehugger, and to a degree, the Minotaur from high can also be a zoning tool. But of course, it all depends on how RRQ Hoshi position, and right now, High makes a play.
4v1 again. Fluffy was the only casualty, a very well set up play by RRQ Hoshi. Again, now perhaps they are looking top side here. Skylar chunking with that sniper. Feather airstrike to somehow cancel Skylar's attack. Vin is there, and the first turret will fall, and it will fall for RRQ.
Look at the items though. BOD for Skylar. With everyone having so little HP in this early game, being able to do more damage when you are 50% health or lower is going to be very beneficial for Skylar in making sure that he gets the secure on those snipes, on those maybe in the Viewer Passion, depending on how the fight plays out. He's usually the one that stays behind and is part of the cleanup crew, so I think it's a very smart itemization choice, and it's going to let him snowball even more depending on how this game unfolds.
Turtle fight.
Black Dragon programs in pops. Minion Fairy as well. Albert will claim the 3rd Lord. High not be able to mount to anything. Facehugger with that feather airstrike. He needs to be careful. High, first one to fall here for the side of Aura Fire. RRQ Hoshi, 3,500 gold lead. Fluffy finding compensation, taking the tier 2 bot side. And RRQ just really stepping up the gas. Purple buff invade, and they seems like they might want the mid, but Aura Fire responds very well.
Aura Fire needs to stop committing into these contests, man. Again, they're 4,000 gold behind. RRQ are going to be able to have a much better time in any of these neutral objective takes. So Aura, what they need to do right now is play slow. Grab the objectives in the side lane slowly but surely, just like you guys can grab the promotion on screen. JRB.to/MPL for a 90% discount code.
I would agree with that. If they can abuse the macro play, we did say that one of the big weaknesses for RRQ right now is the rotations. So if Aura Fire can out-rotate RRQ Hoshi, confuse them, and use the solo playmaking of maybe Fluffy or even, well, I guess mainly Fluffy in this composition, they can probably get an edge over RRQ Hoshi. But for now, on those neutral objectives, RRQ Hoshi will have a huge advantage with the Cult Altar.
And we'll see here. It seems like RRQ Hoshi, they are still sieging the mid lane. And for now, Facehugger and Kabuki is having a tough time to somehow create a significance. Why? Because R7, that Youth Song with that Petrify is just a nuisance.
Oh my god!
Flicker watch on towards Facehugger. He gets taken down. 7th blade. The back side. Goviva is target. He gets taken down. High. It might be next. Pops that skill to escape. Now, RRQ Hoshi. 6,000 gold lead Fluffy flanks. Looking for a counterplay.
Oh no.
The right play. Skylar zoning 2 members. Fluffy is a little bit too sustainable to be taken down. RRQ Hoshi though, they will not be distracted to their main agenda, and that will be perhaps the Lord.
Yeah, it's looking like a free Lord, and that collapse was just absolutely beautiful. RRQ, you know they were waiting for the exact moment where Facehugger pops that feathered airstrike. A clean Lord and a clean game from RRQ Hoshi, currently in game number 3. 7,000 gold lead for them. It's really difficult to see Aura Fire coming back in this game.
It was a very decisive dive towards Facehugger, and before you know it, I even kind of missed it, and when I just noticed he was getting dove on, he is gone. So everyone on RRQ Hoshi's on the same page, and look at that burst, man. The snowball from Skylar, nothing to sneeze about.
You can see here, seems like RRQ Hoshi, 7,700 gold leader.
Yeah, with this gold lead again, they have a Beatrix, and when you have a Beatrix who's this ahead currently, you can just go for the sieges like this with the Renner out of turret range, and they're using this so well. My god, Skylar almost gets taken down, and Vin is going to be looking for the re-engage here.
Well, charge connect onto his high. No follow-up damage just yet. As RRQ Hoshi looks for a re-engage. Fluffy might be next, but with the help of Rafaela, he actually escapes. Minot Fury here next on four, but no clear damage as well.
Oh!
But take a look at the sniper connecting onto his Kabuki. Base hit number 1 here, top side. Looks for a collapse. Not just yet, but there you go, RRQ Hoshi claiming the first base turret. RRQ Hoshi still sieging his aura fire. Slowly but surely, they are behind on a deficit here. 10,000 gold lead. Once again, RRQ Hoshi still very strong. Oh, they went in.
Whoa, oh my god.
For restyling, flexing on that link.
That was just an ego dive, right? That was for the crowd. That was an entertainment thing. Albert had no intentions to kill. He just 100% intention to style.
That is so unnecessary. He has the Berserker's Fury and Endless Battle as well, so the burst damage is very much solid from Albert. And so for Aura Fire, we see that Facehugger, he goes for more damage here with a Clock of Destiny and Lightning Truncheon. The mana scaling will help him out doing more burst damage, but without any defensive options, it might be too difficult. We did see how easily he got taken out earlier, so that's a bit of a concern. And for Skylar, he has the highest claws as well, so unless there's a big amount of burst damage, he needs to be assassinated, and because he will also sustain any kind of damage right now.
Just difficult, right? Like right now, if you're looking at Aura Fire, what they can rely on is the Farsa and the Melissa in the late stages of the game, but the Feathered Airstrike just has never been, it's always been punished. Every time you pop that Feathered Airstrike, you're always punished if you're Facehugger. At this point, even if you go for the Winner's Truncheon, there's not much you can do, right? You can negate a little bit of that engage for a bit, but the poke and the dive is still going to come through in the end.
That's exactly the point. For Facehugger though, he's also not exactly ahead, right? His roams in the early game hasn't really been as successful, so he is not a huge threat. We saw that Skylar is able to take 1 or 2 balls from the Feather Airstrike with relative ease. And now you can see a snipe coming in high is getting tanky enough to withstand that damage, but of course, that's only 1 shot. In a team fight, you're going to be taking a lot more than that.
Facehugger is the one set to actually clear up that top side. Again, this is going to be an advantage for RRQ Hoshi. They can use that top side wave as Aura is going to be looking for an opening right now.
Yeah, Rage is full, and RRQ Hoshi actually looks for a fight. It's as the Lord will be taken down by Albert with no problem. Fluffy. And to the back side. Is this the right call here? Charge connects onto it still, and it seems like now Aura Fire, the situation has been bad towards as RRQ. With the Shadow Stampede, pulls back Fluffy Immortal Pulse as well as 3 members officially down. RRQ Hoshi, they are angry in the 3rd game, and the Kings of Kings, they are back.
The crowd is going wild. RRQ now set to win this game with the Lord marching in the top side.
2 members, Kabuki and Facehugger, can they do it? RRQ Hoshi, it seems like they are a little bit too strong. Based a little bit too exposed. RRQ Hoshi forced a game 4, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 is the scoreline as Aura Fire is going to face a game 4.
MPL Arena has come back to life after Aura silenced them 2 games in a row. The RRQ Kingdom, they have not given up.
That's crazy, man. The crowd erupts. Their team has beat the odds, but it's only the beginning of their comeback. They have to replicate the same success 2 more times if they want to show to the fans of Aura Fire that now we are absolutely better.
The job is not done here, ladies and gentlemen. They are still behind by a point. But step by step, RRQ still holding on to the series. Aura Fire just 1 level, 1 point away still for match points.
And Fairness is still at a 100% win rate now in the playoffs.
Seems like Minotaur in the playoffs 0%, I believe, in ID. So perhaps
and even in PH, Minotaur 0%.
0% PH, 0% ID as well. And it seems like Aura Fire here. They need to reset.
They have to reset and try and find a different solution here. I think in theory it makes sense. Everyone's going to clump up for the Cult Altar. The Minimum Fury will be able to do a lot of damage, a lot of crowd control as well, and everyone can follow up. But what they didn't count on was the fact that RRQ Hoshi were a lot more ahead. The Beatrix got 3 kills in the beginning, and they were just brute forced into submission there. Despite their best efforts, there's no way when they're that behind, like by what, 10 gold, 10k gold, they can out-sustain the damage with their heroes that are behind on gold as well.
I think the main mistake, again, if we're looking at Aura Fire here, has to be that Farsa Melissa pick. They picked it up way too early. And with that, again, it kind of just stops that Paquito flex pick from happening, again, from the gold lane. You can still, they still technically use the flex pick towards the jungle, but at this point, you know that Hai's not going to play the Paquito, right? It's always going to go towards a playmaking player. It's always going to go to the man himself, Fluffy.
True. I mean, he was doing a lot of damage on the Paquito in the first game as well, I believe. But it just wasn't enough, and he was shut down early on as well. And as a result, R7 was the one that was just asserting his will onto Fluffy in game number 3.
Yeah, what an amazing game, though, to watch. A lot of crazy moments again there. But here is the time. Aura Fire can still end it. 3-1, okay? But if RRQ gets their momentum going, remember what we said, RRQ are a momentum-based team. They were able to reverse sweep EVOS Legends in the same spot here last season.
Well, the headline here for Game 3 seems like map control from the Grok from Vin makes, of course, RRQ get their snowball and win the game. It was quite straightforward. It was a, I could say, landslide victory. At one point, it was at a 13,000 goal difference. Seems like 2-1 is the scoreline, though, Arashi. Aura Fire, if they really want to secure their upper brackets, they can't mess around the draft here in Game 4.
They can't mess around in the drafting phase, and they can't really mess around in the execution as well. In this game, you can clearly see that everyone was more coordinated, everyone was in the right pace at the right time, and Vin in particular. I think this is the first game we've seen where he's made crazy plays for his team. This is what you usually expect from Vin, and this is what we've been looking for in the past 2 games. So now it looks like RRQ Hoshi is back in shape. Before we move on to the next game, we do have a bit of post-game stats here. The rich guy is going to be Skylar, by Livid by Mandiri. On that Beatrix, man, he is absolutely lethal. He is the carry as well, no surprise there. But Vin, as you can see, is still the highest kill participation. He was just so much more active. And that is what RRQ needs for sure. Vin has always been a huge factor in deciding the success of RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, and you can see it in this game, right? When RRQ are able to play with Vin, with his shot calls, with his engages, this is what happens. This is what you can expect. RRQ to control and dictate the game from the beginning all the way to the end. Skylar on the Beatrix as well is something that Aura needs to respect. I thought if they were going to go for a pick in the first phase, it would be the Beatrix, right? I said Beatrix, Eve. They went for the Farsa, they went for the Melissa. And again, Melissa, first phase, I really don't think the Melissa is that prio currently, you know?
Exactly, we were quite surprised over here. It's a good hero, it has its place, but it's very situational. And without knowing the rest of the heroes from RRQ Hoshi, picking it up as a first phase, I think it's a bit too expensive. And maybe they were trying to hide the Rafaela and Minotaur. But of course, overall, I really feel like you might as well show it if you're gonna show a Melissa in the first phase. It's just not really that surprising. It's not really that flexible to be used as well. And in that game, yes, Kabuki was doing a lot of damage, but with everyone just diving towards you, it's a very tall order to still output damage and survive in that situation.
Thing is, as well, it was Wan and Claw that was banned out by Aura, right? They already have 2 bans towards Skylar, who is your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G on the Beatrix. You can expect this from him, right? And that's exactly why I thought, you know, the game plan from Aura has been shut down Skylar.
Yeah, that's basically it.
But it didn't work out in Game 3 because, again, they let this go and they picked up a Melissa in lane.
Well, we take a look at some MVP highlights here by the Samsung Galaxy A Series. And look at that, every time. In the beginning, the Cult Altar was able to keep them alive, but they didn't have enough damage. But now, coming to the mid game, I mean, early on, look at the damage coming from Beatrix. It doesn't really make any sense. But the Minion Theory, as well as the Holy Baptism coming in from Godiva, also does a lot of damage. But with a bit more items, you can see that they start being a bit tankier, they start doing a lot more damage. And the dive and burst potential coming in with a Grok, with a Ling, as well as a Beatrix, It's just way too dangerous, man. Look at that. Facehugger. Before you even know it, he's out of the game, and High just style. Oh, not High, sorry. Albert just styles on everyone on that signature pick, that Link. And of course, Finn was able to actually engage the bulk of these fights with that very, very well-placed wild charge. His barriers are on point as well to make sure that he makes it the most difficult as possible for Aura to maneuver around with their composition.
Again, with their composition, it's just hard for Farsa to create any significance on that game. Brock, Song, Ling, Facehugger, you're in a tight pickle, baby, in Game 3, but perhaps in Game 4, they can't repair the drafts. They can't repair their execution as well. And as well, perhaps they can reset.
Yeah.
And perhaps wash their hair.
Yeah, they can, definitely, right? If you want to reset, obviously, you got to be fresh. You guys can use Head and Shoulders to reset as well after a losing game, right? It's always just good to get a quick shower in, wash your hair with Head and Shoulders with an ice cool menthol. Ooh. It's also limited edition, by the way. There's a Thai grill and a Eudora on the bottle.
I need that shampoo right now. Where is that?
We have one?
It's at home, because we use it at home.
Well, we're looking if we can get extra over here in the MPL playoffs. Unfortunately, it's too high demand, man. We can't get extra.
Not right now.
Flying off the shelves. Like Farsa with the Wings by Wings.
Ooh.
Farsa with the Wings.
I don't know if Farsa is flying off the shelves, but he is flying. I'll give you that one. Game number 4, though, coming into this matchup. We'll see again. RRQ. Have they gotten the momentum back on their hands?
I mean, Game 1, technically RRQ got a little bit drafted. Well, that is an understatement. But Game 2, execution, RRQ Hoshi they weren't a better team in Game 2. Simple. Game 3, though, a different story. Seems like they have repaired, they have sharpened up their instincts, their game plan as well, executed to perfection. Meanwhile, on the other side, with that Minotaur jungler, or a Fire could not find its full. They cannot extract the potential of this Minotaur.
Right, so I think the question that a lot of people are having right now is, has RRQ been taking it easy? Is it part of their plan? Or, in game number 3, has Aura Fire I guess, opted to try out a new strategy? Because we haven't seen the Minotaur work that amazingly
at all.
Exactly. So maybe they figured they're that confident, they have an advantage, they're on match point as well, they can try it out. In case you guys missed it, ladies and gentlemen, game recap for game number 3 here. High with the Minotaur was able to do a lot of damage unexpectedly and still have a lot of crowd control, but the impact player on the side of RRQ Hoshi is going to be Skylar on that Beatrix all the way since minute number 6, I believe. He has 3 kills, he starts snowballing with the BOD and then the Hunter Strike, and before you know it, one snipe will take you out of the game.
And there's something that we need to talk about as well, right? Because sure, the Beatrix was the main carry in that game, had the most damage as well, and got the MVP, but Ling as well played just a massive role in that game. Albert was able to secure all of the neutral objectives against a Minotaur, and guess what? It's not that far off from the damage dealt from the Beatrix, 43,000 to 44,000.
I mean, this is why people are fearing Albert's Ling. It's so fast, it's so smart as well. He just is in the right place at the right time. I believe I saw Aura try to position around it, use some spells to try and target Albert, but he was never in any real danger if you paid attention. I think he was always barely out of dangerous clutches.
He calculates his movements very, very well. He was very sharp as well in that game. And I want to see him shine again in Game 4 if they really want to force a Game 5. So perhaps Aura Fire, they should somehow limit the heroes for Albert here. Like the assassins perhaps should be restricted.
I think, honestly, no. Just try to target ban Skylar again. Go for that. Go control Skylar, all right? It doesn't matter how you do it, but you need to control Skylar. Again, Game 1 and 2, they just forced Skylar on a hero that he's not comfortable on. Game 3, they gave him the Beatrix, but they played around that gold lane. They shut him down from the early stage, right? And now you need to see that again. RRQ in this season has been playing around Skylar a lot.
Right. And I think if you look at game number 2, the game where we saw Aura play in a very dominant, well, not very dominant fashion, but there's a lot of impressive stuff coming in from Aura Fire. they have that strategy, man. The very strong side laners, right? It's always Fluffy and Kabuki. We've mentioned this before. So if they focus right back onto those side laners and then use the mid lane, the jungle, as well as the roamers to try and supplement the strong side lanes, I think they have a great formula for success. And we have already mentioned it worked all the way in the regular season as well. It's something that Aura is well known for.
58 seconds until we get into the draft. Aura Fire and RRQ Hoshi. Once again, it's gonna be the battle of wits here in this draft. I'm really trying to think about it right now, right? Aura Fire and RRQ. In the game that RRQ won, they were on the red side. So does Aura now want to trade back to that red side? Remember as well, if we take a look at the this team stats based on the regular season, Aura Fire has a 71% win rate in the second pick.
Right, so if they want to play reactively against RRQ, we've already mentioned how the creativity has always shown through for Aura Fire, especially with all the doubts surrounding them. So maybe going in the second phase, they'll be able to hide those picks better. Pick the Melissa maybe a bit later as well, compared to showing it all the way since the first phase. We'll just have to see what both coaches go for right here, as it is still Aura on match point. RRQ trying to equalize and continue their comeback run.
Let's see, once again, 2-1, it's still match point for Aura Fire. For RRQ Hoshi, they're gonna have to dig deep. 2 wins in a row. That's what they need to go for currently. But for Aura, it's a little less pressure. They only need one more game to actually progress over to the upper bracket finals.
But momentum, it's not on their side here per se. RRQ Hoshi with their win, a dominant one as well. It's gonna be tough here for Aura Fire themselves to somehow perhaps climb that uphill battle and conquer that hill. But in a bit, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the draft, so I want to see you perhaps type, comment in the live stream, in your live stream here, which team would you want to secure the upper brackets? Is it going to be RRQ or is it going to be Aura Fire? Because both teams right now desperately needs your support.
Keep in mind that whoever loses still goes to the lower bracket, and a lot of champions in the MPL ID at least have taken that lower bracket route, so it's not a foreign situation for these teams to be in. That can still be part of a consideration. So we'll never know how these teams are trying to mind game us. But just like that, we're already back onto the batting phase for game number 4, deciding if Aura will win or if RRQ stays in the fight.
Let's get it, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ Hoshi will have the first pick. They will opt for a ban towards Kadira, Kai, and as well as Fanny. Meanwhile, though, on the other side, Aura Fire opted for a ban towards Paramis, Valentina, and as well as Juan on Paquito, immediately picked up by RRQ Hoshi. Meaning perhaps Aura Fire can go for the Grok. And as well as what else is open here? Grok.
I think just the Grok, right? Again, how they were able to flex the Grok around is just so good. They can actually go for the Claude, but it's not a hero that I really like on the hands of Kabuki, right? Kabuki hasn't found any success actually on that Claude, so maybe just sticking to comfort now if they want to end the series right here is going to be the way to go. I think even Grok makes perfect sense. We've seen this combination happen before, and there you go, even Grok for Aura Fire.
Securing a very solid roamer, or perhaps even EXP laner, or perhaps even jungler. You never know with how Aura Fire operates. And now with the Yve in the picture as well, Claude, they're looking to be very flexible, and RRQ, if they want to have a good time in those team fights, like we saw in the previous game, they need enough crowd control to make sure that the Yve is constantly in danger. And of course, some of the mobility would be nice as well, because otherwise, the Wild Charge can very easily be used as a counter engage.
RRQ, you mentioned Claude. Honestly, looking at this composition, I don't really like the Claude up against the Grok. It's very easily cancelled out. And again, it gives Aura just another opportunity to look for that counter towards Skylar. I think RRQ might want to actually just put that pick into the later stages, but no, they go for the Claude. Again, a risky pick up against the Grok.
Picking up against the Grok, interesting. Well, RRQ with the Lilia and the Claude. It's a good balance, I guess. You have a strong mid lane, per se, and then you have a gold laner that requires some pressure, some space to farm up. But right now, they also deny their own flex situation unless unexpectedly Albert will take control of this Paquito in the Land of Dawn. We'll just have to wait and find out. As we have a comment here from Anti-Mage. Aura must play the current meta because Aura is very comfortable with their unique picks as through the YouTube channel of Jonathan Leandi, Empatalk. But now Aura will ban away that Hilda, and they have taken the link for themselves as well.
Take the similar route here as they did in game 1, I believe, where Ling and Hilda ban comes through. But now RRQ Hoshi will respond with a Beatrix ban, realizing that our Aura Fire has yet to pick up a marksman themselves. Kabuki has shown a lot of success on that Beatrix. Other heroes, questionable. So perhaps RRQ Hoshi, they are trying to exploit and capitalize on that fact. Aura Fire, what are they going to do? 2 fighters left and right again?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking right now for Aura Fire, right? I mean, RRQ already have the Claude. What other hero is very annoying for the Claude? It's a Cho. It's a Cho.
Right.
That can be played in the gold lane by Aura Fire. They can just flex this Grok over to the XP lane as well, and maybe pick up another style of roamer up against this type of comp. Or, I don't know, again, Brody can work as well if they want to just go for a marksman. That is definitely a safer route in this game. But yeah, I don't know, looking at it, I have a very, very good feeling that Aura Fire wants to actually go for something more spicy.
Does Akai work for Aura Fire?
It does. Aura can play the Akai in the XP lane and flex the Grok over to the roam position.
It's banned out by RRQ Hoshi though, so
exactly.
Very unfortunate. We do expect that a rival Akai coming back in from Fluffy. But to that point, Mirko, if they go for the Brody, they can set up for a lot of kills onto the Lilia and the Claude as well, because it seems like right now it comes down to that team fight situation, right? And what best tool can you use in team fights to ensure that you get an advantage, to ensure that your opponents get stuck, get caught out? It's the crowd control. So Brody might be an option they want to explore, but RRQ, they want to make sure that Aura will not be able to save their members with that Angela. That is something that we already mentioned that Aura likes doing. The Mathilda, though, is still a possibility.
I think a solid option to go for right now is, again, just leave that gold lane as the last pick because of how flexible Aura Fire can play this composition. They can just pick up something for Fluffy first. A Benedetta, maybe just another just solid Esmeralda, right? We've seen Fluffy perform very well in Esmeralda. I'm thinking of another hero here for Aura.
So you're convinced this Grok is going to the XP lane?
The Grok, I think, I don't know, man. Right now, it is going to be the Brody, so they go for the safer option now. They're not going to go for that risky option, so they are, again, utilizing the Grok to use that flex potential as the last pick. RRQ with the last 2 picks in their draft. Honestly, looking at this comp, I think
they require frontline, don't you think? Paquito is available as a fighter, but if you want to soak in damage, if you want to have someone being stunned up by the wild charge, taking damage from Yves, getting stunned by Brody as well, you need someone kind of beefy to try
Go
to
ahead
ensure
again,
that.
perhaps.
Go ahead, who?
Go ahead again, perhaps. Forward side of RRQ might.
I'm thinking more Ruby for RRQ.
It can work.
Uranus
Ruby
and maybe Hayabusa. Put a Paquito in that
Mathilda,
XP lane.
Mathilda.
And Cho Jungle.
Wow, okay.
There you go, RRQ. Or it might actually be Cho XP for R7. A very flexible draft still towards the end, but they secure another frontliner and utility.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about Aura picking up Mathilda and Cho. I guess our RRQ Hoshi also have the same visions, and so they just deny both from Aura Fire right now, and the final pick, finally, it was going to be the Ruby. So a bit of a swap, Mirko, because we thought RRQ might take the Ruby instead.
There you go. Draft completed by both of the teams. This time, Aura or RRQ Hoshi? That's the big question. I think in the draft, it's actually very even, right? It's all going to come down to, again, I think the execution, because both of these compositions have their win conditions, their own win conditions. It's pretty multi-dimensional as well. They have their backup plans. I honestly think this game, it's all going to come down to how they play around the map.
Exactly. I think the movement, the rotations, that is what will decide everything before the fights even begin. So that is something that both teams need to keep in mind, and also be a bit careful on whether or not they want to fight in the early game, right? If they don't think they can win, I think they should take it chill in the early game and wait for the power spikes that they require.
Well, we'll see here the clash of styles for our Fire and as well as RRQ Hoshi. Our Fire still match point. RRQ Hoshi still climbing back. Land of Dawn, we go here for our fourth game between our Fire and as well as RRQ Hoshi. Ladies and gentlemen, cast your votes in the live chat. Which composition, who do you support for? We're beating it.
Yeah, as predicted though, Albert in the jungle on the Cho, high on the Ling. So it is going to be the Paquito in the XP lane, and I agree with this, right? The Paquito is right now way better than the Cho in the XP lane, especially when you're up against the Grok early on. But you can already see the aggressive movements here by RRQ, trying to just stop High from farming freely. Aura doing the same though to protect their jungler.
Ooh, bit of back and forth right here, but with the Mathilda as well as the Lilia, RRQ has a lot more wave clear to play around with. They don't have any heroes that can counter the Sling in the early game, like a Hilda, you know, just deny him his farm. So he'll be having a pretty okay time. And I think once it gets into the level 4 situation, maybe then RRQ Hoshi will try and go more aggressive. And if you look at their battle spells, 2 Purifies and 2 Sprints, just to make sure that they have every single opportunity to try and maneuver around. But of course, Aurafire will have more explosive options with those flickers.
Oh, whoa. Dragon connect on towards Albert. High here. High actually is not level 4 yet. First blood by Samsung, collected by RRQ Hoshi. A very, very good setup by Albert.
Yeah, man. I don't know, bro. That was, again, High over-committing into the enemy jungle, invading, even though he's up against a counter, a hero that can lock the Ling down, actually. Single target with Way the Dragon.
Well, just like that, he gets kicked away, he gets stunned up, and the damage from him from the Lilia is just a bit too much in the early game. So far it's pretty even, but of course the mid pressure is on the side of RRQ Hoshi, so I assume they're going to try and leverage that as well here, but a fight seems to be breaking out in the bottom side.
No commitments just yet, though. Both teams are just opening up map.
Oh, no way!
No retribution as well. He claims
just a smack.
Just a gets that crab, a golden crab, and now Turtle hasn't started. Vin poked down to half HP here. You are seeing Aurafire struggling to penetrate, and Fluffy offside there, punished immediately. RRQ Hoshi, they are really stepping on the gas. They might look for the invade as High now will not have the purple buff. Tempest Blade has popped. Now we can see here, still struggling is RRQ Hoshi. They are not stopping. With the help of Yves, High picks up a kill there. High though, still, in the first 3 minutes of the game, he is still able to collect his purple buff.
Once again though, town prediction by Axe. We are mixed here. Arashi being the only one in the English desk going for RRQ here. Aurafire and RRQ. Currently it is RRQ leading, but Aurafire aren't far behind. Only 1,000 gold here in the pockets of RRQ.
And they have all the tools available to try and get pickoffs, right? They have the Wild Charge, they have the Ammo Pendant as well. Although early in the fight, Godiva uses it very, very early, so I wonder what that's about. And now Vin, once again, will be targeted, but oof, there we go.
Oh my god,
Whoa!
memory
Oh my god.
early as well. And take a look at the combination. Blazing Duets just to kill off that Way of Dragon as well. The alley-oop was there. Wild Charge in the bot side has been popped. R7 soaking a lot of damage. Will he survive? Tempest Blade in the bot side was popped. High will pick up a kill as well as getting compensation for that gold loss. Emblem-wise, Arashi, what is significant?
High and dry on Fluffy, so I think we've seen this before from Fluffy, right? Just super aggressive on that Grok. Probably going to go for a full damage situation. And Albert, though, he makes that play happen, but Facehugger almost makes the outplay happen. Unfortunately, he gets taken out. With the Demon Slayer, Albert still does a lot of damage, but Aurafire is able to find compensation on the other side of the map.
Good trade by Aurafire there, grabbing the turret. You guys can grab food right now. grb.to/MPL. Get yourself a discount. But again, back into the game. Aurafire currently, I don't think they want to play with this low tempo. I don't think they want to play with RRQ getting a massive lead in the start. If RRQ just goes even, remember, this quad is going to scale much better than the Brody. And currently, he's already sitting at in a better position than the Brody.
It's quite hard here Because again, it purifies on the board. 2 members here, Godiva. When he catches a play, onto his play, for instance, it's gonna be hard because there's Purify now, the Lord take. We'll see here, RRQ hovering around, circling his little pops as well. Real inflation in the backside. Chemical Blade will help that take objective, the objective take with that retribution as well. As Aura Fire now, they are going to defend the mid side. Fluffy trying desperately here. RRQ Hoshi will not overextend, will not overcommit, as they will relax for now. Oh, never mind, wait, Dragon connects on towards High once again. His rotation has been cut off. Picking up that mega kill. Kabuki is next. Forced to use the flicker, circling Eagle under the turret. Is this the right move? Kabuki with a torn apart memory claims the right member.
Oh my god,
in the black
Kabuki
side. Again, over committing perhaps. R7 gets punished. Fluffy gets the kill. Play now, popping the black shoes, 4 extra bombs. Oh, he gets stuck here. Barrier is there, but Skylar finding compensation, taking the turret outside.
Again, Aura Fire are able to equalize in gold, but sure, RRQ, they overcommitted in that team fight. They went for a fight that, again, was kind of strange, but it's all to enable the Claude. Skylar was still farming freely. Skylar was still onto the turret, and it's still RRQ walking out with at least an objective.
They finally get their first start in the game, and I was about to say that Aura was having better time in that department, but whoa, Albert now gets targeted. He will be able to walk away from it though with that steal, the Demon Slayer, paying dividends.
Real world manipulation as well was popped there, but take a look at the mid side. Actually, Aura Fire, they might commit to this, but Albert with the cut off again. A very, very smart play here. Bot side, turret falls now. RRQ Hoshi leading turn-wise. Aura Fire, their space is now a little bit shaky.
Very shaky, right? Again, we mentioned this many times in the draft. It's a very kind of good draft for RRQ if they are able to withstand this early pressure from Aura Fire. High has that Berserker's Fury. The mid game will definitely favor Aura, but RRQ, if they are able to weather the storm once again, it's going to be the game favoring them in that later stage.
That's provided if they can stall the game for that long. I think Facehugger later on will be a big factor, but with Albert, with R7, having so much mobility and crowd control might be too difficult as Fluffy gets jumped on and Vin will not be able to secure the kill, but RRQ Hoshi will take that turtle.
Very good resource spent, actually, from Aura Fire. Their
golden staff for Skylar done already.
Exactly, and now Aura Fire, what can they do here?
I mean, at this point, it's really tough for Aura Fire. What can they do, right? In terms of map control, it's just not there. Albert can just walk up anywhere and just be a nuisance here. Again, he's a tank. He can really... Oh my goodness!
My god, the flicker. I'm offended. Connects on towards 2. Luckily, Albert and Vince still survive.
Oh my god, Albert got it.
Albert, though, gets taken down. The shutdown by Grok. And now Vin with the circling connects on towards
wow.
Oh my god, the blazing duet is there. The alley-oop and as well as the dunk.
No way!
But one by one, our Fire members, they are going down. Fluffy are trying to find compensation as R7 deals damage towards the backside as well. 3-4-1 at the end of the day. RRQ Hoshi. Wow.
What a call by Vin and what a play by Skylar. He placed the battle mirror image in the back before he popped that guiding wind to follow Vin through. So it was all calculated. He got the kill, pressed that battle mirror image back, and Kabuki didn't expect it. He actually flickered with his first ability, thinking that Skylar was still in the bush there, and he got taken down by Dexter.
That's unfortunate, but wow. Skylar. This is what they're going for, right? The Matilda Cloud combo, it worked really well, and they were able to take High out and deny him that purple buff as well. And despite everything happening, RRQ Hoshi were the ones to secure a turret in the mid side as well. And R7 was full HP, so was it a 4v5 just victory for RRQ Hoshi? That's insane.
That is.
It all started with the I'm offended under the turret though. I feel like Aura Fire has made great plays, but not together, not at the same time. They need to coordinate these crowd controls a bit better because every single bit that they use is going to be very important. in securing the victory.
You're right. Coordination has been the main problem, I think, for Aura Fire. Like you said, a lot of good individual plays happening, but no one actually committing together. The coordination not there for Aura Fire, as RRQ are looking to go for a steal once again onto that purple buff, or perhaps they're just trying to force that red tree, but Hai still keeping that red tree for himself, one level below Albert.
The Lord has been resetted here, so RRQ Hoshi, they are going to somehow perhaps start the Lord once again here, Rashi. Situation, what do you think?
R7 is just pushing the side lanes, and he can do whatever he wants. Not a single person, I think, can just 1v1 him that easily. And with that pressure, with pulling Hai down to the bottom side, RRQ Hoshi go for the Lord, and they engage onto Fluffy.
The Lord will see.
Oh my God, Fluffy!
No way!
Again, deja vu to game one. Now we can see here the collapse. RRQ, they are forcing a fight. Fluffy will be the first casualty from that fight. Aura Fire, though, they have managed to escape with very, very low HPs here. Aura Fire stealing the Lord. Fluffy, again, the third time this series. What a guy.
Props to Skylar, though, man. You gotta give him props there, because with that steal, it could have been disastrous for RRQ. It could have been just an easy fight for Aura Fire to take, but Skylar, right as Grok went for that steal, he jumped in onto the other members with the Blazing Duet, and he has the win in nature at this point. And that's what we've been building up to, right? That's what we've been talking about since the early stage. If Skylar is able to scale on this Claude, he's an absolute menace. And at this point, he hasn't only just scaled, he's also gotten that defensive item that he needs to actually make the plays happen.
Still play. Fluff here, opening up the map. They want war, perhaps. Godiva, aggressive movements play here, trying to cancel out that.
Oh, Albert!
Revelation Albert finding the right target. Kabuki falls, Fluffy falls. Every member from side of Aura Fire, they are running from the hills. But take a look at the top side here. Ling actually catches one turret top side, perhaps for compensation as well as RRQ Hoshi. They are still leading for almost a 3,000 gold lead. A very good response by the Kings of Kings.
RRQ is not giving Hai any purple buffs, man. Even there, after taking out the Lord, look at Albert instantly pass towards the purple buff, ensuring that Hai will not get free reign on that Ling. And now Albert with the Sky Guardian helmet, it will give him a lot more regen when he's out of the fight, and he can stay infinitely on the map. He is doing a lot of damage and also very tanky, an absolute problem for Aura Fire right now.
Let's see, once again, they're invading the jungle, so not only are they denying the purple buff, but now they're also denying the orange buff from Kabuki. Aura Fire, 3,000 gold deficit, and RRQ have that late game composition. It's definitely not looking good. Skylar can take that torn apart memory like it's nothing, and it's all due to his items. Steel leg plates, tough boots, and a win in nature.
There's so much physical defense countermeasures, because if you look at it, right, Aura Fire, I guess the only real source of magical damage is going to be Facehugger, and let's face it, against a Cho and against a Paquito, you don't really have a lot of chances to have a full duration on that real-world manipulation. And of course, Clay and Vin will also be very active in trying to stop that as well, so Skylar can actually afford to do so, right? Afford to just stack his defenses towards physicality. This is why it's so difficult when RRQ Hoshi targets the Yve and then just ensures that they can actually defend with the physical damage.
Amazing Purify there, Godiva with I'm Offended. One thing I do want to point out, but wait a minute, it seems like RRQ, they want war here. They are brewing something up. Now it seems like they are looking for the right opening.
Oh my God.
And the purple buff has been taken away by the hands of Albert. Lord is up now. Seems like Aura Fire, they are still behind. Fluffy here with the anti-CC, part of nature. But yeah, Glowing One was built by Clay as well. So Lilia, Clay, building towards the utility. He has built the Ice Queen as well as Glowing. More DOT, damage over time. Aura Fire, somehow squishy hero, so perhaps it might be scary. Skylar don't blame.
Whoa, oh my God, Skylar!
Take a look at that. The outplay by Skylar.
Wow.
He gets taken down. No, he gets the double, then he gets taken down. 2-for-1 trade by the goal laner of the Kings of Kings. And now it seems like RQ with a man advantage. They want war here. Hai might get taken out. Take a look at the slow effect there. Tempest Blade as a defense, and R7 zoning away Godiva as Albert will comfortably take that Lord without with Retribution.
This is why I wasn't a fan of the Brody, man. It's so easily countered. One item, Wind of Nature, and you are absolutely useless up against the Marksman. You're good against the rest, but that's it. How are you supposed to deal damage? How are you supposed to take Skylar down at this point? Like you said, Arashi, it's going to come down to Facehugger. But Facehugger has to do so many things now in this late stage, clearing the waste, providing the utility with the Ice Queen wand and the glowing wand, and now also dealing damage onto Skylar. It's a bit too much to ask from him.
He's only human, man. And now with the Lord coming in, he needs to clear the wave, deter any dive from RRQ Hoshi, and also deal damage to the Lord. He's going to try and position properly, but RRQ Hoshi, they're going to get at least 2 more turrets here, it seems like.
Okay, base turret number 1 here will not fall just yet. There you go, it will fall now. RRQ Hoshi still with Siege, torn apart memory. It seems like there is no damage whatsoever. Mid turret might be next, but RRQ Hoshi, they do not want to overcommit on towards things just yet. 5,000 gold lead established here, RRQ Hoshi. They add a comfortable lead, so what they're saying is, yeah, I'm in control of the tempo, a map as well. Aura of Fire, you have to get out of their base.
Again, for Aura, it's a very, very one-dimensional game that they're playing, right? We thought the Grok was going to go for at least semi-tank. He's full damage, Arashi. He has that BOD as well built up with a Malefic Roar. Not Malefic Roar, my bad. He actually has the Blade of Hephaestus here. So again, Fluffy, that's why he's so squishy. That's why he's always getting chunked down by RRQ. He is a full damage Grok at this point. And this is where you need to question, how is Aura Fire going to be able to actually withstand RRQ's damage? They need to go for that fight, right? It's a Hail Mary play, that's it.
They have to go for a fight and engage on the right people. And right now, that is what's so difficult, because if they go on anyone, Vin on Mathilda will be able to save him. And he is going full tank as well, which is why you saw that Godiva has been going for the I'm Offended onto the Mathilda, but he's way too tanky to burst down. And with that Sky Garden helmet, as we said, Albert is just all over the map and he won't be going to base anytime soon. The purple buff is contested yet again by RRQ Hoshi, and finally Hai will be able to pick one up. It's the second one in this game. Only the second one in this game.
Gee, man. But yeah, you can see again, this is the man, the only frontline technically for Aura Fire that can soak in damage, and it's the Ruby. So Ruby in itself isn't a very tanky hero, right? Just the base HP and base just the base stats alone isn't there for the Ruby. So again, they are still lacking that frontline presence that can soak in damage. Aura Fire at this point, once again, the way they win, the way they can win is if they get that combo wombo with the AoE damage on towards the Prio members or split push. That's it.
And even if they want to split push, they're up against R7's Clay, R7 on that Paquito, and of course Albert on the Cho. So a lot of mobility and 1v1 potential, and a lot of escape and crowd control. Right now they're playing the macro game as much as possible, but as you mentioned, Mirko, big combo or no fight at all. There's no in-between for Aura Fire right now.
Well, we'll see here. Fluffy has done it 3 times this series. Can he do it again to keep Aura Fire alive?
Mid lane.
Already hovering.
Down.
Fluffy gets very, very low now.
Ooh.
Kabuki gets one in the backside with that torn apart memory. It seems like Skylar gets back away.
Skylar can wipe them out.
5v4. Albert with a quick reset here. Aura Fire will not force anything just yet as well.
I think it might have been a little bit of a mistake there by RRQ to actually look for that reset. They could have baited Aura a bit more, noticing that again, 2 ultimates have been taken out. Skylar could have just went for a free, and I really do mean free, Blazing Duet. But again, they do not want to commit onto that. So RRQ, it wasn't a mistake, but they want to play the more disciplined route, taking their time with this play and with the poke from Clay.
Look at that damage from Clay, but I'm offended to win from Godiva.
Yeah,
Skylar.
Skylar in the backside with the Blazing Duet. Wind of Nature popped as well. Tempest the blade towards the backside. Fluffy now. Oh, where Dragon catches High, but no follow-up damage just yet.
Memory?
Torn apart memory will not take anyone down.
Oh,
5 members from both parties is still up. No casualties whatsoever from the team fight.
Again, this is what I was mentioning to you, Arashi, right? They chose the discipline route. They didn't try to commit for the Lord, and that was their opening actually to go for something with Skylar. Because if Skylar goes in for the Blazing Duet with everyone having their ultimate back up, it's not going to be full duration. You're not going to deal the maximum damage output that you usually expect from this Blazing Duet.
right now, Hai is playing that macro game as well. He's gonna force someone to try and deal with the split push. Oh, this might be Aura Fire's opportunity. R7 already patting down there, and once Hai sees that, he's gonna back away. He's gonna make a play for that Lord indeed.
Oh, Skylar's there.
Oh my god, 2 members is actually on.
I don't know about this.
Okay, we'll see here.
Go
Ball
low.
is there though, but he will survive here, cutting the rotation. A very smart macro play from Claude and as well as Matilda. As the purple buff will be taken away here, perhaps Fluffy taking a lot of damage here.
Ooh.
No commitments for a fight just yet as Hai is going to be on time. It's going to be in time here to take that purple buff with Retribution.
Uh-oh, he does. He did use the retry.
No. Okay, that's information now. RRQ Hoshi, they will come into the Lord. Real information has been popped. Clay. Oh my god, taking a lot of damage with Kabuki with that flicker will not be able to take Clay down just yet. And now we are seeing 5 versus 2 in the Lord, question mark? Albert looking for the right play, R7 trying to lay Lord as well. Clay is falling, and now Aura Fire, they are waiting 8 seconds for Retribution for Albert. We are now seeing RRQ, Aura Fire, the standoff, 18,000 health on that Lord. 20 minutes in, now it seems like
they're pumping up.
Oh my god, Clayling 3 immediately here. Clay gets the kill, might get the double very soon.
No
Here
way.
we go. Kai will not survive Mortal Pops and Aura Fire. They were 5 at 10 seconds ago. Now they're 3 as RRQ Hoshi will claim the Lord.
2 for 1, but again, RRQ, they get the evolved Lord. And it's looking grim for Aura Fire. It's looking bleak for them. 3.7. Now 4,000 gold lead for RRQ. With this composition as well, they can actually look for the end.
Oh, your information popped here. Oh my god. It's not good for Aura Fire. RRQ will force a game 5. 2-0 down. It means nothing as RRQ Hoshi makes it official 2-2. And you can hear the crowd. They are going crazy in the MPL arena.
The dream is still alive, and it's RRQ with the momentum that we mentioned before. Aura Fire, they're gonna have to get back into their flow state that they had in the first 2 games, because if not, it might be another reverse sweep from RRQ.
That final fight was deadly, man. Any single mistake you make, you get taken out. And Aura Fire, they stuck around for a bit too long, and Clay, of all people, everyone has their eyes on Skylar, but Clay did so much damage, especially when everyone's clumping up like that. Aura Fire, because of how the one-dimensional they play, they get corralled into a tough spot, and RRQ, they claim the victory, they claim game number 2, and now it's back to a best of 1.
It's so unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen. Aura Fire, they need to reset 2-0 now. RRQ should take a look at the fans. 2-2 is going to be the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, what an opening match for day 2 here. Playoffs season 10. Well, to conclude, RRQ Hoshi got the better of Aura Fire. It seems like Aura Fire, execution-wise, a couple of times they were quite hesitant to execute, to commit, which is okay, but then RRQ with a clear game plan, with a sharp execution, they can punish Aura Fire for the very small mistake.
This seems to always be the problem now, right? Or the pattern that we have in MPL Indonesia. Game 1 or match 1, the opening match, always goes to a full best of 5 all the way, 5 games. Yesterday, it was Alter Ego Aura. Today's RRQ Aura.
Hang on.
Aura Fire game.
Wait a minute, are you saying that match number 2 is gonna be a clean sweep?
Oh man, I mean, that might actually happen, right? If it is exactly the way day 1 plays out or played out, we might see that. RRQ, once again, you can see the fans, they're alive once again here.
Credit to the Kingdom, man. All the way since the beginning, it looked bleak for RRQ, yet the fans, they stayed strong, they went with the mental support, and now RRQ, they are back at it. Aura, you can see that there are discussions going on, frustrations from the players. That was a very close game. It could have went either way. And Aura now are at the brink of being reverse sweeped. That is not a good feeling to be in.
Oh my god. From clean sweeping RRQ, And now the story might be RRQ reverse sweeping Aura Fire. Boy, the drama is not done yet.
No.
Aura Fire as well as RRQ will still go head to head. 2-2 in case you missed it, ladies and gentlemen. Aura Fire were the ones who put the scoreline to 2-0 first. But RRQ Hoshi, the kings of kings, they punched back twice in a row as well. 2-2 now, scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. And now, perhaps later, soon enough, we are going to see Game 5.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Is that perhaps?
Albert Cho, jungler, gives Aura a hard time to contest objectives, and I agree. This Cho really played a massive role in securing this game because, again, Hai is always such a nuisance on the lane. By picking up a Cho, it's that single target lockdown that we mentioned. Hai has to be very careful. But again, Hai did not respect this Cho pick. Early on, level 3, he tried to invade when he was one level below, and he got punished, right? And I think that ultimately was the reason as to why he didn't get any purple buffs after that.
It all started there, and you know that Albert, as a lane player, right? When he gets ahead, his first thought in his head, all right, get his purple buff, get it!
Yep.
Don't let Hai get anything. Let's go. This is the post-game stats coming in, and the rich guy, living by Mandiri, is going to be Skylar on that Claude. As we mentioned, he just knows when it's time to go in, and with the assistance of Vin, he was able to get in and out. But of course, look at the carry. It's going to be Clay on that Lilia. 94% kill participation, and late game Lilia, man, I know it's a bit... He doesn't look as flashy. It's not huge ultimates like the real-world manipulation, but that's a lot of damage. And if you take a look at the items, there's already the glowing one, the genius one as well. That's way too much. And if you consider that there's only one real front line on the side of Aura Fire, as Miko mentioned, that might be one of the main factors that ensures that any kind of zone control, any kind of map control can be wrestled away from Aura Fire by RRQ Hoshi, based on the fact that Albert can stay in the front, take that poke damage, and then regen up with the Sky Guardian helmet. When you're out of the fight, it just heals you for, what was it, 20% of your maximum HP? So a huge number like that. So he, without any mana requirements, Albert's Cho was just all around the map with no cost at all.
Yeah, again, right? The damage to tower as well. I didn't expect this composition to actually siege down turrets well, but in the end, they were able to, right? But they didn't siege the turrets in a conventional way. They actually went for the zone first or went for the team fight first before they could actually go for the turrets. So in terms of just sieging the turrets down, yeah, they aren't a good siege comp. They're a good team fight comp that just utilizes the team fight to secure every objective, literally every objective. The neutral objective and even the turrets.
Right, and winning fights and then going into the objectives afterwards. That seems to be a winning formula, which is why in the late stage of the game, maybe you can get the Lord, but if you take the Lord and get wiped out instead, that's still not a winning situation. So, which is why Mirko was saying, maybe early on, RRQ could have went for that crazy play, maybe lose the Lord, but then wipe everyone out. That's still 50 seconds on every single member to respawn into the Land of Dawn, and they can easily end the game with one straight push. So, this is why when the game gets to the late game, it's so interesting, because at any moment, things can switch around, but this is going to be the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's gonna be Skylar on that Claude.
No doubt.
Wow. Very, very efficient Claude here. 62% KP. We saw this coming, right? Claude, very, very, it's gonna be a menace in the late game, and we saw his impact, what he can do. Just deletes the members from the side of Aura Fire.
And that's why it was banned 3 games in a row, right?
Exactly.
The reason the Claude was banned out by Aura is this. You don't want Skylar to play his signature hero this season, literally, the Claude.
That's why I thought Kabuki might just pick up the Claude to deny, but let's take a look at the replay.
Look at some replays by the Samsung Galaxy A series all the way in the early game, man. It's that utility that just gives RRQ so many more options. And of course, Aura, they don't stay still. They try and strike back, but with the mobility, with the crowd control available to RRQ, they were constantly able to, first of all, shut down Hai, and then afterwards, make the plays happen. And again, as we mentioned, Skylar was able to get in and out, and here is that outplay. He just flickers out of there, baits Kabuki, and Kabuki gets taken out afterwards. And look at that, when the fight gets clumped up like this, with a Lilia, with a Claude, there's no way you're supposed to lose those fights. And of course, as Mirko mentioned, the Wind of Nature is such a good item that can counter that Brody. And even though Kabuki was trying his best, it just wasn't enough. And look at that. Funneling into a choke point against Aurelia, that's almost worst case scenario. And RRQ has forced Aura into that spot. And afterwards, with that victory, just go in with the Lord, go for the end, go for the pickoff still, because crowd control, that's the name of the game right here, and that will be it for game number 4.
And in the late game, right, again, there's just not much Kabuki can do on that Brody pick. That's why I expected something. If they really wanted to just gamble on that early to mid, I expected the Cho in the gold lane. They could have picked it up again, or they could have picked up the Yuzong signature pick for Kabuki. You guys probably saw a lot of those highlights of his Yuzong on TikTok, and you guys can also do something else, right, Gani?
So you can up your excitement perhaps watching MPL ID Season 10. Don't forget the hashtag MPL Celebrations.
T10
with a 1-0.
Celebrations to get extracted
How do you
prizes.
pronounce that properly?
Celebratenens.
Celebrate 10 NS.
Get extracted prizes during the challenge. Don't forget the hashtag. That is very important component to get their practice prizes. And yeah, keep watching MPL ID till the end of the playoffs.
Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to go on a break. Mirko, Gani,
and as well as Arashi, we'll say bye-bye for a while, for a bit, and see you in Game 5 between Aura Fire and as well as RRQ Hoshi. See ya.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our We all this.
The epic conclusion between RFire and as well as RRQ will begin very, very soon. One team will stay in the upper brackets, one team will be sent down to the lower brackets, who will technically have only one more life in the playoff run. Who will it be? Well, in case you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, RFire 2-0 first two games. Suddenly, Game 3, Game 4, RRQ, the Kings of Kings, stayed composed, stayed poised, and take the revenge 2-2.
And this is why the playoffs are going to be best of fives entirely up until the grand finals, right? Because if this was a best of three, it's done. It's done. RFire would have won already. They would have qualified over to the upper bracket, progressed. But it's a best of five. 2-0 doesn't always mean that they'll win. RRQ basically proving that here, basically almost reverse sweeping Aura. Right now though, it comes down to, again, a best of one. All this will come down to one game. Everything that Aura has been working for in the first two games, it's coming back to this.
In case you guys missed game number 4 earlier, Clay was able to do a lot of damage, and RRQ, with how they were able to position in the map and funnel RFire into choke points where they can do all the AoE damage with the Claude and with the Lilia, RRQ were able to equalize to a 2-2, and Facehugger on the Eve tried his best, but it wasn't enough overall. As a team, RFire were defeated in game number 4. So now it's a best of one, and man, As you mentioned, it's a best of 5, so the stamina, the flexibility, the tactics, the mind games, right? You've been playing against the same people for 4 games, you're bound to have expectations, and maybe that is where the dynamic nature of these teams will start to shine. Because if you're expecting maybe slow gameplay from, for example, okay, let's say Skylar. Well, maybe this game he'll just go guns blazing and go aggressive from level 1. We never know. That is why the playoff stage is so entertaining, so dynamic, and you never know what's gonna happen because it's Season 10.
Let's see. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the draft will have a lot of say in the games itself, right? I do believe, though, again, in Game 4, it did come down to that execution. I think the itemization as well from Aura Fire was very greedy. Very, very greedy. Fluffy went for full damage on the Grok, and the only frontliner that they have
was Godiva.
On a Ruby. A Ruby that's not a pure tank. You can't really soak in that much damage. Again, Skylar will have a DHS, Golden Staff, and Melfic Roar in the later stages of the game. We don't even need to talk about Clay because he's on Lilia, and with that glowing wand, without Divine Glaive as well, Arashi, come on. How is a Ruby supposed to take all that?
And Ruby usually relies on the Has Claws and some lifesteal to seem very much tanky. So in the roam situation, you don't really have the resources to go for the kind of aggressive build. So I think Godiva was just stuck in such a difficult spot. We were talking about it a bit after the game earlier, me and Goni. He has so much to do. He has to be the main frontline. He needs to go for the pickoffs. He cannot pick off just anyone. And for the most part, the only person he can target is Vin, who is on full tank. Because Vin on the Matilda will save whoever he goes on. So what exactly can Godiva do? We can see that he was trying to do so many different things, using the flickers so aggressively because he just can't find the right moment to make a play.
In addition to pick, I could say that Ruby pick up for side of Godiva, but perhaps in Game 5, Aura Fire, they have found their formula here again. I mean, they have 4 games of samples. They have 4 games of reference.
Here we go, though.
Here. Yeah, well, this is the mom of R7 supporting his son in the building. Hello.
You have to be proud, man. R7, he was doing well that game as well. He was on the Bakito, and he was almost like a dynamic duo with Albert, right? The 2 martial artists just doing damage in the back line. At any point, if you talk about Facehugger just not doing enough, well, how much can you do with a Cho and a Pakito in the picture?
Oh,
so
wow.
We'll see if there's a change there. Here we go, though.
I guess, yeah.
Second pick for RRQ.
Oh my, 100% fair miss, guys. Has the game just been secured here by that pick?
Well, if stats don't lie, this is a done deal. 100% win rate in the playoffs. Aura Fire picking up the Fairness combined with Matilda again. Imagine the rotations from the side of Aura Fire.
That's crazy.
RRQ though, there is one with the heroes that also move fast.
They're trying to match that mobility from Aura Fire right now with their own.
And Grok.
Yeah, but if they go with the Ling, right? They go with an assassin against the facehugger on the Faramis. It's a bit of a tall order to try and get those pickoffs. And not to mention, Aura Fire has shown that this is the preferred strategy, having saves, right? Yep. Now they have the Faramis and the Matilda. The same Matilda that was such a problem for Godiva in game number 4.
I think alone, I would agree with you, Arashi. If it was just the Ling up against the Faramis, I would say, yeah, Ling will actually struggle up against that Cult Altar, but it's going to be comboed in with the CC and the AoE damage coming in from both the Grok and the Pakito, right? So that Cult Altar HP is very vulnerable to every single one of these targets or every single one of these heroes from RRQ. You can already see the target bans coming through from RRQ now in the second phase towards High. They want to take him off of his comfort hero, but what is his comfort hero?
Oh, God knows, man. It's a mystery.
Oh my God, I know. There's a hero that we haven't seen.
Amon?
Yeah,
yep.
The Amon. We haven't seen it at all in the playoffs. Is it time?
It might just be depending on the composition. I mean, we've seen that anyone can hold his own against a Ling, depending on the circumstances, which is why these bans and the picks in the second phase will be so important, because you mentioned, Mirko, with the crowd control, with the wild charge available, the Ling has enough help. But is that enough DPS overall, or will RRQ try and secure a lot more? And now with that ban towards the Yutong, are they hinting at a strong backline with some range, with some insane DPS?
Unfortunately, I want to see the Amon, but I don't think we're going to see it here. They already have 3 magic damage heroes. It'll be super one-dimensional once again for Aura if they go for that Amon. And that one-dimensional damage source was basically the reason they lost in Game 4, right? Remember, it was only the Yve that was magic damage last game. They need to start to diversify that damage output. And with the Beatrix ban, it's smart, right? It takes away a very good hero from RRQ Skylar. What does he want to play now? I think a solid option can be that Irithel.
Could be the Irithel. And sometimes we see him go on the Clint, but he doesn't really shine on a hero that doesn't have a lot of playmaking potential. You start to wonder if the Papa and Koopa might be an option, but it all depends on if RRQ wants to go for the pick-off gameplay, or do they want to go for those team fights and have the DPS? Irithel will be the option, and in the late game, that is way more than enough damage to burst through the Cult Altar.
Aura, this is a toughie, right? What do you want to do? What do you want to do if you're Aura Fire right now? This is a very, I don't know, right?
Pick Daiwas?
I think they might pick up them on. Seeing Irithel, seeing Ling.
It's a bit too much though. Very one-dimensional damage output.
Oh, that's true.
Is there an assassin that Hai plays very well that we haven't seen yet? Hayabusa maybe? I think we did see Hai play it, but not to insane success. Lancelot perhaps?
Does Helgert work here?
I don't think so. Right now,
the silence won't be
even a gold lane. Melissa's the only one open here. They can't go for something crazy. They go for the Brody and the Minotaur. Damage output, a big question mark, I think, for Aura Fire right now. If we get into the later stages, in the early game, Feramis and Brody should suffice. But if you take a look at RRQ's draft, the damage coming in from this draft, and with the Eve to lock it in.
Okay, I like that.
It's contradicting the way Feramis is still sitting at 100%, but Minotaur, 0%.
Yeah.
So
it's a 50-50.
50-50. One record will be broken here. We'll see here. RRQ Hoshi completing their drafts with that Eve again, adding more dimension, adding more high ground as well. Utility, perhaps.
I'm just concerned about
looking nasty.
I'm concerned about the crowd control situation because for Aura, they need everyone to come in, including the Brody. Everyone's a relatively short range, right? So they have to find a way to get to the back line. And RRQ, I don't really think they have a lot of options to try and counter that, except for perhaps the Wild Charge and the slows coming in from the Yve.
You're convinced, well, you're not convinced about the CC. I'm not convinced by the damage from Aura Fire's composition right now. But Gani, it's all going to come down to the execution. We mentioned it many times before. The draft plays an impact in the game, but the execution is what's most important.
For the final time for the series, let's just jump into the Land of Dawn for the game. Aura Fire, and as well as RRQ Hoshi. Who will take the first and last match and secure the semifinals?
You're talking about the damage output, which is exactly the point. If they don't have enough damage, there's no point in them maintaining distance against RRQ, because eventually the Irithel and the Yve will outdamage your heroes. So you have to they have to find a way to get to Yve and Irithel, and they have enough damage to take out the squishy members. The tankier members though, like R7, like Vin later on, they'll be able to do a lot of damage and maybe even sustain it back if they want to opt for a more sustainable itemization choice.
Let's see, again, right, in the early stages, Fluffy can actually have more pressure here because of that Esmeralda-Paquito matchup. But Vin's also here. Fluffy needs to be careful. I don't think he's at risk of dying, but Godiva might be.
Okay, Godiva still holding his flicker here. Perhaps he knows his calculations. Albert, he didn't get the creep. Oh, now you can see here High engaging Albert and Vin. Albert quite low. Mana is very low. On the other side, R7 trying to distract the members of Aura Fire. No first bloods in the first 2 minutes. And we can see here, 4-2 is going to be the scoreline.
Man, you know, right now, the English desk has been converted by RRQ's draft. But again, right?
I've stayed on RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, you've stayed on RRQ the entire time. I think, Gani, you're still at 0%. Unfortunately, you went for RRQ twice in game 1 and 2, and then Aura twice, and now you're on RRQ. So if the pattern of Gani, if Gani is cursed, then it should be Aura who wins this, but we'll see once again. It's just a tower prediction. This game, though, I do believe RRQ have the better draft.
We'll have to see. In the early game, as we can see, Aura is simply outlasting RRQ Hoshi because Yves and Irithel, not enough damage just yet. Towards the mid game, it's going to be the same pattern, but a bit more towards the late game, you're going to see that the lack of damage is going to be severely painful unless they can get pickoffs onto Skylar and Clay. So that will be how this game is going to go, on paper at least. The logic would dictate that's how it's going to go.
It's Season 10, though. Say bye-bye to logic, right?
You're right.
I mean, Aura Fire currently, they're getting that control on the neutral objective. Turtle taken away, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Aura Fire strike first, but here Albert looking for that trade in the bottom side.
Oh, Circling Eagle connects onto him as samples the blade, as a defense will help him to escape. A very, very smart calculation. Oh, I might be wrong here, Albert.
Oh no! My God!
Oh my God! Godiva finds the first blood with that Soul Bloom. Albert a little too... Well, he miscalculated that. His mana was low, and there you go. He paid for his life. Aura Fire with an early lead.
Looking at the emblems right now, though, you do see Demon Slayers, nothing too crazy there. Mystery Shot for Clay to ensure that he will be able to provide utility. Yves isn't exactly a damage-hungry kind of hero, although usually people would opt for more poke, and 2 Everses on the side of Aura will ensure that they scale faster. So that, I think, the race to scaling towards a mid to late game is going to be what decides how that mid game is going to go. Because if RRQ can scale equally, I think they would start to have an advantage.
Yeah, it's the same story as game 4 earlier, right? Aura Fire will have the lead in the early game, obviously with their winning lanes. Brody wins against that Irithel, even in the mid lane. That's mid control over the Aura Fire with the Faramis Matilda combo. So they have 3 winning lanes, but if RRQ can withstand this early game, like they've been able to in the past 2 games, they will be able to outscale Aura Fire with the Irithel, even with the Ling and the Yves. It's going to all come down on Aura.
And if you talk about the pick-up potential, right? Even if later on Aura wants to hedge their bets on Kabuki being able to do a lot of damage, he is not safe at all with a Ling, with a Yves in the picture, right? There's so many ways that RRQ Hoshi can target the main carries from Aura Fire, depending on who gets the resources. And right now, it's still Aura Fire trying to get something more, but without a very dynamic engage. RRQ Hoshi has been able to actually avoid many of the bigger confrontations. The first turtle, though, this is where it's going to be a bit scary. The second, I mean.
Yeah, we'll see here. 4v4 in the turtle pit. Albert, Alterus plays and Tempest the Blade will try to help, but there you go, huh?
No way.
The on-point retribution. Oh my God, Skylar gets taken down. This might be disaster for RRQ. They lost the neutral objective and Aura Fire. They are very, very strong in a team fight. Ben gets taken down in the backside. So 3 members, no, 2 members were taken down. Plus the neutral objective, Aura Fire establishing a 3,000 gold lead. Oh, they might want the mid. Or Kevin is in a bit of a pickle as he gets taken down, and the mid side might fall. Clay has no ultimate here in hand. Skylar trying to defend, and the mid turret will fall in the first 5 minutes. Oh my God! Are going to force a war? Not now.
RRQ need to stop contesting these objectives early on. Again, it was already a 1.5k goal lead for Aura Fire, a team who has that early game control. If RRQ keeps playing Aura's game, it's going to be Aura who takes this.
And not to mention, with the Cult Altar, with Matilda, they have so many ways to sustain through damage. We've seen this, I think, in the previous 2 seasons, the essentially 5-fighter composition, right? Everyone is so tanky, everyone does a lot of damage. All the way this early in the game, up to the 10-minute mark, they're essentially unstoppable. And if you try and clear the wave and try and defend under your turret, you're gonna get absolutely dove on because you don't do nearly enough damage. We saw a bit of that, and now Aura Fire, they're trying to do it again.
Yep, Skylar here is the target. Circling Eagle will connect onto him. No follow-up damage just yet. It's high now. His rage is on full stack. Have not swapped that minion fury just yet. Oh, he has no ultimate. So, yes, still on cooldown here. 20 seconds to the last turtle. We'll see.
It is absolutely a weird kit for sure. So, Aura Fire, they're still trying to get fights, but as we mentioned, one of their big issues right now is that they lack the crowd control. Of course, if they can push RRQ Hoshi back to their turrets, then they can orchestrate or maneuver to try and cut people off from their base and dive that way. But if RRQ doesn't engage them in that manner, they really can't find these fights out of nowhere.
Let's see as well here, RRQ. Again, I don't think they need to go for the contest here. 4,000 gold behind. They're just gonna go for the orange buff. RRQ finally stop going for the contest, and Aurafire will pick up the third turtle of the game.
I think a big solution that RRQ Hoshi can do is just abuse that split push, man. They have a Ling who is very mobile, and Aurafire, this composition is only really scary when it's a 5v5. Alone, not too much.
Minute for connects onto a 7. He is the first one to fall. Aurafire works down. Oh my god, call alter. Nice timing. Now we can see here this fight. Vin is trying desperately, but take a look at that. Vin gets taken down. Kabuki, though, gets traded back. 2-for-1 now. RRQ Hoshi taking what they can, but Aurafire still with full control of the jungles of RRQ Hoshi.
I would say with that fight, it's actually worth it for RRQ, right? Sure, it's a 2-for-1, but it's a kill onto the marksman for RRQ, and they are going to be able to use that to get more map pressure now, because Kabuki, even though he's just a marksman here, as a Brody who's basically gone BOD early on, you have so much kill pressure. It stops RRQ from doing anything and from taking any of those crazy team fights and picks on the map.
Well, now it's still going to be the same situation. And I think, as you can see, alone, there's not really that much danger, but here comes the roaming squad. R7 flickers away, but Vin is there with the conceal, trying to make something happen here. But that won't actually blow into a fight. And RRQ Hoshi, they're avoiding all these fights, but at this point, they're already 5k gold behind. It's a dangerous situation, and I really think they just need to try and split push and try and get objectives, because otherwise, without any towers gained in the early game, it's going to be a very, very tough mid-game to contest with.
I don't like how RRQ are funneling their gold, right? Because right now, Aurafire are actually shoving in their waves, but Iritha hasn't been the one to actually pick up that solo golden XP. It's been Albert, and Albert, I'm sorry, won't be able to actually burst anyone in Aurafire's composition. I don't even think the Brody can be bursted down by this Ling. So again, the gold has been funneled to a not the optimal target for RRQ, and this is going to cost them, you know? They're going to have to wait a little longer again for that Iritha to come online.
I would agree. And now Clay goes for the Necklace of Durance as well, so he'll reduce the healing, but will that be enough? Aura goes for the big fight again!
Minuan Farig next onto its forward call alter as well. R7 might fall next, and there you go. Double by Kabuki. Fluffy again. Such a nuisance in the front lines of RRQ Hoshi. Clay, R7 down. Albert here trying to find slight compensation there, taking the jungles of high, but Aurafire will focus themselves on towards the Lord.
Once again, Aura capitalize and punish RRQ on a mistake. They are contesting these neutral objectives constantly without the item power spikes necessary on Albert, on Skylar, on Clay. Remember, this is the win condition for RRQ. Those items need to be present for them, because right now it's looking like Aura will take this and will knock RRQ down to the lower brackets.
Look at the damage dealt by Axe here. Fluffy all the way on top, and Clay is second, but he went and built a Necklace of Durance. Yes, we get we know that it's about reducing the shielding, reducing the healing, but right now Clay is also responsible for dealing damage. So I'm not sure if that is the wisest of choices. Of course, the healing reduction can be built by other members on the team as well. So we have to see how this plays out. For RRQ Hoshi, it's still a very difficult hold to try and make sure that Aurafire does not completely take over the game. But with that Lord, they have a great chance of making that happen right here, right now.
It's a 3-lane push here. Now you can see here with that barrier, it delays the Lord push slightly. RRQ here trying to defend the mid one. But take a look at the boss side. It's quite vulnerable, but to pass them is just there. Fluffy here diving in with that Star Moon. I think it's not a mistake, but I might be wrong here. Fluffy will be able to escape with that guiding wind, and as well as Cold Altar. We can see here Aurafire in a 7.2 thousand goal lead in the first 11 minutes.
Right now, it is a stomp for Aurafire, right? They've been getting every single objective, no trades whatsoever. RRQ, the entire 11 minutes of gameplay, they've only been able to take one turret, and that's the one in the bottom side. As you can see in the player's gold by Ube's gold, though, it's not looking too bad for Albert, but it is looking bad for Skylar, right? Like we mentioned, Skylar isn't getting enough gold to get those item power spikes, so for RRQ, they're gonna have to wait a little longer for them to actually try to look for that turn. And if they go for these contests constantly, while they're 7,000 gold behind, it's not going to happen at all.
I think, really, I really think that they might just want to let go of the next Lord even and try and get objectives elsewhere. Just keep pushing, keep playing that pressure. Because right now, looking at the items, there's only an Ice Queen's wand available for Clay. And yes, you can slow down the members of Aura Fire, but you're not doing enough damage. So maybe something like a glowing wand would serve him quite well. And Skylar right here, with the DHS, he's doing a lot more already, but not nearly enough with the Windtalker. So maybe one more damage item would make sense. And afterwards, then Aura Fire won't be able to shrug off all that damage, because at this point, the Cult Altar, the Guiding Wind, they are so unkillable, it's not even funny.
Take a look at the anti-region items from RRQ Hoshi. Respect, they take it to another level. Grok Dominance, Paquito Dominance, and Clay build at that NOD as well. So a lot of anti-region items were established from side of RRQ Hoshi. Let's see here. Fluffy dealing damage onto his R7. But nothing too fancy. Oh, in the backside though, Tempest Blade.
Ooh, good up Fury.
Minion Fury connects onto it too. Tempest Blade as a defense. Vin forced to use that Flicker. Lock Charge as well as a defense. Aura Fire displaying a very, very calm but forceful offense.
Absolute dominance right now for Aura Fire. RRQ Hoshi. I don't know what they're going to do right now. They have to give this Lord over. They cannot go for the contest. Vin, opening up the map, will lose his life, I think. No.
Oh my god, he has no Flicker here. Aura Fire, though, not overcommit that one. Arashi.
Well, Albert hasn't actually been pushing the wave, though. He was farming in his own jungle while that was going on. So I think he should have put that time to better use. Maybe farm on the opposing side's jungle, or maybe just push the waves out, because right now with the waves in favor of Aura Fire, with that Lord coming in, they have a chance to use that Cult Altar and go for the cheese end. Everyone just running towards the base, using the Cult Altar and ending it right there without even going for the fight.
Exactly. This is where Aura Fire wants RRQ to be. In a place together, clumped up for their composition to shine. And for RRQ, I don't see a way of them coming back from this.
Two Lord push, two lane push here from side of Aura Fire. Is this enough? Your manipulation, Vin. Wild Charge doesn't do anything. Let's take a look at that. Face Hunter gets taken down to the backside. Albert,
no way.
Damn it. RRQ defending their lives here. Is this a mistake? Aura Fire, one by one, they got his man. Tyler, though, will be taken down. Aura Fire,
Fluffy?
They are trying to respond back. Fluffy here with that Immortal. So confident, but is it enough damage?
Here comes Albert.
He back up. Face Hugger is there. Immortal pops for Fluffy. Cold Altar is there to back up the teammates. As now, base turret number 2 will not fall. Will fall. Number 1 and 2 will fall. Mid and as well as bot.
Aura Fire, that was a massive blunder from Facehugger, man. He did not pop the Cult Altar. He was waiting for the last possible second. Why? They did not need to make it that clutch. It was a game in the bag for Aura. But again, that one mistake has now given RRQ more life in this game. Irithel got a kill, and that was, I believe, a shutdown. Skylar is going to be online very, very soon in the 15th minute of the game, and Aura are going to have to wait for the next neutral objective to actually threaten that end now.
They have to just play the map very smartly here. Moving forward, back and forth here is going to be important, right? Because they need to kite away from the big combo. If they don't get all hit with that big play, they have a chance here. And Godiva's caught out.
Overcommit here. Godiva gets taken down. Call Altar wasn't well timed. High might be next as that health from that Call Altar is still there, but one member has to pay the price, and it is going to be Godiva. 30 seconds to the next Lord. RRQ Hoshi still in this game.
And now you can see the frustration building up from Aura Fire. They're going for fights that they don't need to take. They still have the gold lead. Well, at least they still had the gold lead. Now it practically doesn't matter with RRQ cornering Fluffy up top.
Oh my god, they got news here. Fluffy cannot escape. The shutdown is there. RRQ Hoshi. 2 minutes ago, they were defending their base, and now Aura Fire, they are the ones who are afraid to step out their base.
And it's that moment, that's the timer. RRQ 16 minutes in. This is the time. Look at that Scarlet Phantom for Skylar. That solidifies it. That's the item power spike that they were waiting for. And for Aura, it's looking bleak.
Well, Steel, Tempest Blade has in pot, Call Alter as well. Ooh. You can see here, High trying to distract, but Ben taking a lot of damage in the front side as well. He needs to be careful. Shadows MP that does not connect. Now we can see here, Skylar. And
nice one, Kabuki.
Trying to find Clay with that real manipulation and manages to somehow give pressure onto his Kabuki, but no real engages.
Look at the difference here. Now with the damage available, Skylar cannot be ignored, and Clay is starting to do a lot of damage with his spells, right? This is the poke we've talked about, and Aura Fire have no answer. They don't have the range to do it, they don't have the engage, so this poke is gonna be so damaging, but right now they're playing that macro game, they're going for the Lord, trying to force RRQ to fight them on their own terms.
High is banking on the fact that he has the Minion Fury, but they leave the Lord!
Oh my god, Clay!
What?
He gets targeted, but Albert secures the Lord. This is a mistake. Kabuki gets taken down as well. Fluffy by Skylar though, and in the backside we can see here, Albert finds a life in Godiva. High, stuck, RRQ Hoshi, they are not backing down. They are relentless, and they got the evolved. No, they got the enhanced Lord, and now it seems like Aura Fire, they are on the defense. 2 versus 4, can they do it?
They left the Lord, and now it's RRQ knocking on the base, marching slowly with the Lord up top. Gani, it's looking like RRQ want to look for the close. 8 seconds though for Kabuki.
Well, see Albert Finch poise into the inside. Oh, Alter, can he survive? Kabuki is inside, but R7 pushing the mid. Winter's Truncheon to the light time. Kabuki trying to do
Kabuki!
Oh my god!
Kabuki!
Kabuki finds Clay, and next he hunts for Vin. Now Vin with the wall charge, Shadows MP contacts, but no damage whatsoever. Lord will be taken care of. Force out of Aura Fire. Both teams are relentless in this game. Aura Fire, they are still in this game, but now control is leaning towards the Kings of Kings.
Oh my goodness. Again though, Aura Fire, yes, they got Clay, but at this point, with all the items fully built for both teams, it definitely favors RRQ. And Aura, they cannot make that mistake again. Why did High take the guiding win over? He's the main frontliner for Aura, that's number 1, and he's the jungler. He needs to secure the Lord. He basically gave the Lord over to RRQ on a silver platter there.
It's just unfortunate for sure, and RRQ Hoshi now are not only, but they're 2.7k gold ahead. Of course, at this point, everyone has full items, so it won't matter anymore. Skylar, though, with the Has Claws right now, I don't think Aura Fire has enough damage to burst him down. He can regen all the damage.
Minu and 4 connects on towards C. Let's see, Tempest Blade as the defense, and now all 5 members from RRQ Hoshi disengaged from that fight. Luckily, force out of RRQ Hoshi, no clear follow-up damage were given from side of Aura Fire. If not, 3 members might be deleted there. What the heck? RRQ Hoshi now. 35 seconds on
Fluffy.
Once again, Fluffy has no Immortal. Has the Immortal. He will survive with that Immortal, but the ultimate disengage once again. RRQ Hoshi realizing that 25 seconds is on the timer for the next Lord. Evolved 1. They rather play safe.
This can be the same situation from the previous game, man. RRQ Hoshi can begin to use the neutral objectives to try and force Aura Fire into a choke point and let Clay do the rest of the work. He now has an Immortal as well for the next fight, and Skylar, he's still going to be a very serious source of damage that Aura Fire has no solution at all for. The Lord is up, but the waves are pushing again and again for Aura. This is their sole advantage in this game.
What do they want to bank on? Aura Fire, they're going to bank on the Evolved Lord. They have the CC, they have the damage to secure it, but Fluffy needs to do a lot, and High needs to stay in the front line. Let's see what happens.
Oh, see here, Lord, 20,000 health. Circling Eagle connects on towards
Albert.
Albert though, Tempest Blade, call Alter was pumped as well. High! I will not take the retribution. It will fall to the side of RRQ Hoshi. 2 members falls though. RRQ Hoshi pays the prices. Kabuki finds the double. And now we can see here, Aura Fire. They are struggling as the members from RRQ Hoshi is just everywhere. And with this Lord, Mighty Lord pushing them inside, Aura Fire is in trouble. RRQ Hoshi, 5,000 gold lead. Lord marching in. They might look for the end.
Facehugger.
2, and now with the Lord, it's not over just yet. As RRQ Hoshi finds the wipes out though. As RRQ Hoshi will send Aura Fire reverse sweeping. And this is bow down to the Kings of Kings.
The Dragons have been tamed in the upper brackets by the Kings. Sent down to the depths of the lower brackets. RRQ progress to the upper brackets. A reverse sweep in the second day of playoffs.
Yet again, a full 5 games for RRQ Hoshi to finally assert their dominance, reverse sweeping Aura Fire. They show you how it's done. They show you it's never over until it's really over.
They are relentless. Down 2 and nothing, and look at them now.
Look at the
3
fans.
and 2. And we can see the fans, the passion exploding the stadium here. What the heck just happened?
The composure, the patience from RRQ Hoshi. That's what was displayed here in the arena. And for Aura, they will be sent down to the lower brackets. They still have a chance, but their next match will be an elimination match.
Oof. Tough situation for sure, but right now, the moment belongs to RRQ Hoshi, man. That was such an uphill battle, and they found it. I don't know how they did it, but they improved so much during the course of that match. In the end, you can see the coordination, the planning, the itemization, everything. So solid from RRQ Hoshi.
Everything. RRQ broke the records, broke the curses here. Faramis no longer at a 100% win rate. RRQ were able to do it, and Gani, your curse has been lifted.
I never doubted the man. RRQ Hoshi.
He went for RRQ all the way.
I think so.
You did. From game 1, Arashi stayed loyal to RRQ, and it paid off for you.
I'm just gonna say, I knew they had it in them. It all depends on the in-game situations. And at the end of the day, RRQ Hoshi, man, they do not disappoint. The fans are ecstatic, and this is the high of the playoff session.
That Faramis ultimate, the cult altar in the base, in the throw moment for Aura Fire, that moment turned it around.
Absolutely.
That is a very scary moment, right? I mean, if you're facehugger right now, you are very frustrated. One tap was all it took for them to actually maybe end the game.
And it's not like it's a new situation, a new strategy. That is what Aura Fire has been abusing again and again. We've seen it yesterday as well. But today, they were just a slight bit too late. And against a team like RRQ Hoshi, that becomes fatal.
One mistake.
That's crazy.
Man, oh man. Take a look at the faces here from the side of RRQ. All smiles. After stressful, I believe, 2-0, they managed to reset and bounce back. And I guess that is the point. Doesn't matter where you start, it matters where you finish. 3-2 is scoreline. RRQ Hoshi still advancing through the upper bracket, reverse sweeping the Dragons. Aura Fire, they're not done yet. They still can survive and perhaps secure M4 slots through the lower brackets.
Can you take a second to appreciate how close we were to yet another crazy upset? Oh man.
They were 2-0 at one point, right? Again, what a season we have here, ladies and gentlemen. Season 10, when people started to predict Aura, they started losing. When you predict RRQ,
right?
RRQ started losing as well. So at this point, just stop predicting, stop expecting.
Is that the winning formula? Make everyone think you're gonna lose, so that the predictions are against you, and then you just start supersede their expectations.
I have no words. Man, oh man. And remember, this is just match 1. We still have one more
You're
match
absolutely
in
right.
store.
I can't
ONIC
believe it.
And as well as Bigetron is ahead of us.
I
But
forgot.
Clara Mongstar is actually ready to have an interview here on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Clara Mongstar and one of the representatives of RRQ. Let's see.
Dari dan Kingdom! Begitu semangat mereka melihat permainan dari RRQ Hoshi yang berhasil menurunkan dari Aura Fire ke lower bracket dan mempertahankan posisi mereka di upper bracket. Dan sudah bersama Budi tentunya Skylar. Skylar, game yang sangat panjang, match yang begitu dramatis untuk RRQ Hoshi. Perjalanan kalian ini adalah pembukaan di babak playoff. Gimana pembukaanmu ini?
Ya sangat seru lah pembukaan ini. Kita sama kayak season 9 lah, yang lawan Evos kita juga kan kalah 2-0 terus kita balik dong.
Oke, ini apakah early game kalian rada-rada shaky? Itu karena ada penyesuaian panggung atau kenapa itu early untuk awal gamenya?
Ya mungkin belum mendapatkan vibes main di stasiunnya.
Oke, vibes main di stage sebesar ini ditonton dari ada yang Mythic, Legend dan juga Epic. Gimana Skylar? Apakah ada pressure tersendiri atau malah makin hype nih?
Makin hype sih, lebih banyak penonton ya lebih seru aja.
Lebih seru jadi datang terus ya. Oke, rame banget dan kita lihat 5 game kalian habiskan. Dan kalau boleh diingat, mana game yang paling berkesan buat Skylar?
Game yang paling berkesan mungkin yang game 3 sih, deg-degan.
Game ketiga, itu
Iya.
dimana kalian ngedapetin kemenangan pertama?
Iya.
Oh wow, dan gimana cara ngerisetnya? Mungkin dari 1-2 game ke game yang ketiga?
Ya ngerokok aja.
Oke. Ada caranya sendiri ya. Dan kalau kamu ngelihat dari Aura Fire, gimana mereka pertarungan melawan kalian di babak playoff ini? Apakah ada perbedaan dari mereka?
Ada sih ya, mereka lebih improve lah. Tengah mereka sekarang kayak jungler, mid sama tank mereka lagi OP banget sih.
OP banget, respect is the key. Dan apakah di game ketiga tadi Skylar ngedapetin buff dari sang ayahanda yang ada di situ?
Iya, soalnya kan saya belum pernah ketemu papa udah 2 tahun. Sekarang baru ketemu di Jakarta.
2 tahun dan akhirnya bertemu di panggung dan pasti papa bangga banget sama kamu. Dan ini kali pertama kamu minta papamu untuk nonton.
Iya, saya minta papa saya buat nonton langsung nonton.
Kenapa spesial banget nih untuk season 10 ini?
Ya spesial lah, soalnya kan saya belum ketemu papa juga, jadi pengen ketemu langsungnya terus nonton lah.
Langsung aja.
Ya.
Dan ayah boleh naik ke stage juga, mungkin mau langsung ketemu di sini dong. Wow, ini langsung dibedil ya, dar. Oke, kita akan langsung undang juga sang ayahanda, Bapak Sony untuk bergabung bersama kami di panggung. Oke, inilah dia, ini momen yang dinantikan tentunya untuk Skylar. Boleh langsung dipeluk juga boleh. Dan inilah dia, Skylar dan juga ayahanda. Kemenangan yang begitu dramatis, tapi Skylar yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih? Papa udah jauh-jauh datang dari Manado ke Jakarta.
Ya buat papa mungkin ya sehat selalu lah. Tunggu Cepo sukses, bagian papa sama mama.
Amin. Terus membahagiakan tentunya orang tua. Dan inilah dia, dari ayahanda juga akhirnya menang. Dan bener semangat dari ayah mau nyampain sesuatu gak sih? Perjuangan tadi 5 game loh.
Pokoknya semangat, GG lah.
GG lah, GG. Gaul emang omnya ya. Tapi luar biasa dan inilah dia untuk upper bracket. Sebentar lagi boleh mungkin kalau mau minta semangat dari papa peluk lagi boleh dipeluk. Dan boleh disayang-sayang.
Pokoknya tetap semangat, kita dukung FIFA RRQ.
FIFA RRQ, oke. Inilah dia FIFA RRQ, mana dong kemenangnya? Upper bracket FIFA RRQ dan sembari kita akan nge-breakdown game juga. Inilah dia RRQ Kingdom, RRQ Hoshi masih di upper bracket.
Thank Thank you so much, Bude Mongstar, Skylar, and his dad, featuring rich guy by Live in My Mandiri here, Rashi Albert, almost 900 GPM.
Well, it has to be Albert. He was the one going around again and again, taking all the resources. I think they might want to give some to Skylar, but with how RFI was playing, with the pressure they were exerting with their chase strat, the only person that can be that mobile to catch all the waves, all the pressure, is going to be Albert. And the only one that can do it safely as well is only Albert. So it makes sense that the carry, the Sandbag, and the Forgotten One, all on the side of Aura, it's going to be Fluffy on that Esmeralda with a more aggressive build. This is a very interesting cheese strat, and I think we've seen it before, but not used to this extent and not with this method. Usually the whole logical idea is the fact that like we can outlast all your damage, and we don't have too much damage, but in the early game, it doesn't matter because we just do more than you do, and your carries, right? Your marksmen, your mages, which we don't have, by the way, because we have more fighters, will get taken out. So Fire, they come in with a modern rendition of it with all the fighters, with 2 heroes that can provide coverage, that can save members, and they were able to get so much advantage. But as we mentioned, Mirko, it all came down to that one moment. In that late game, there's no chance this composition can come out on top. The MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series, it's gonna be Albert on that lane. And man, he was doing a lot of things, and honestly, all things considered, I think it's a deserved MVP, man.
Yeah, I mean, we were concerned about that for quite a while, right? They were funneling gold into Albert instead of Skylar. Hey, but it worked out in the end for Albert, as he was able to make this play happen.
See, we look at the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and this is that fight where Fire, they had everything going for them. They still had the massive gold lead, but they go for that play, and they give up several shutdowns. And from there we go. That steal from Albert as well. We can't say we're surprised, but with that play, it really secured the pressure for RRQ, because Aura, even if they're losing, right, with a Lord, they can still try and make the plays happen because they've been able to secure so many base turrets, and RRQ is on the back foot. But afterwards, with the items all completed, look at the damage output coming in from RRQ, man. It's just a lot more solid, and they can't sustain through all that damage, especially with a marksman, with a long-range DPS mage like Eve as well. So with that Lord, they just went in aggressively, and that was just the end of it, man. The damage output was just too much to out-sustain. That is the weakness of this composition. It's all in the early game, not in the late game, though.
Boy, oh boy, what a treat, what a climax for our first match. Back with us here, Gani, Mirko, as well as Arashi. But let's take a look. Take a listen here on the mic checks by TikTok to see the comms clear.
Pelan. Lihat gua. Kelas G. Nice. Oke, mid. Handbook. Enak aja. Nice. Reset lagi. Gas, ayo. Pani. Dapat gua. Nice. Mati dua nih. Jawet. Gua di rata nih, boy. Santai. Orangnya. Mid. Depan tadi Patrick kena. Orang, boy. Dapat gua. Nice. Orangnya. Ini enggak ada apa-apa ya, Boy. Boy. Dapat XP. Oke. Fokus. Mid dulu. Kosong. Boy. Gua cekin. Ajar. Gas. Target di mana Pak Itonya? Di mid. Gol. Lu ulti lu orang. Udah kini. Ya, selalu ada ulti gua. Ada ulti mana sini lagi. Ulti lu orang ulti. Depan lu. Slow lu orang gua ulti. Engage. Kabuknya gua sunduh. Bunuh. PON. Nice banget. Reset. Gua dulu kabuki. Nice. Backup. Man. PON. Dengar di sini. Nice lah. Sorry. Lihat tuh. Grok low, hati. Flicker gua riba. Lortnya di gua, guys. Lortnya di gua, aman. Lortnya di gua, bro.
Pelan. Tor. Turun guys. Tor guys. Cover. Gua Daimo. Nice ya. Nice. Sama aja ya.
Gol.
Pesa garis. Target. Mati guys. Bisa ratain.
Brody pecah mau.
Nice guys.
Nice. Rata gak? Ratain ler.
Ngar temennya.
Mino CC. Nice.
Nice. Nice. Fokus. Sebelah YP. Immortal. Sebelah YP. Bisa.
Dia main mati.
Ulti dem. Bisa.
Get second.
Is just on point from both of the teams. I mean, RFI, you can listen in 2 games. The first 2 games, they were really shouting. They were really giving them their all. But in the last 2 games, especially the last game, RRQ screams their lungs out as well, like it was the grand finals.
Yeah, game number 3 though. It was like they were so chill.
They were chill.
It's surprising.
3 and 4
and
actually
then
chill.
afterwards, it was like, nice. I think Albert stood up as well.
Yeah, game 5 was where they just went all in, right? They were chilling about, right? They were holding those emotions down again to reset for the next game. But after game 5, let loose, bro. You've won. You've gone that upper bracket position. Ooh. And what a moment for RRQ. What a moment for the fans as well. 3-2 after a 2-0.
Exactly, down 2-0.
Wow.
And I want to ask Arashi here, what are the keys to success?
But you can't argue that for the bulk of their games, the golden in general is just so important. For RRQ, the fact that Skylar is in that position is also so good. And if you look at the composition, all right, they have been going with more rounded compositions, and sometimes that allows Aura to get so much more advantage. I mean, in the last game, they almost won it as well due to how much they commit. But overall, in the end, the solid composition allows them to just scale better into the late game, gives them more options to play with, and of course, the roll control was just solid from RRQ, man.
Well, I guess the first match is done and dusted for Day 2 playoffs, but we still have one more match in store, and that is going to be the Yellow Porcupines taking on the Red Robots. Red Robots taking the dub against the Blue Bulls yesterday. Will they be able to take the momentum? Gani, Miracle, as well as Arashi will have a very short break. See ya.
俺は不死身のフェニックス一輝。世界は俺たちに任された。不死鳥の怒りだ。
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lu jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because this is
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome details.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi. Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Garnier Man Acno 5
dari Garnier Man.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max nggak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
this is awesome. So creative.
This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salisilik asid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
dari Guardian Man.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Sekolah-sekolah itu biasa nggak danuin, dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu, liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana, terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku mainnya kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mani gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli beli hihi.
Beli 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 beli.
Beli beli pasti ori. Beli beli
Pasti ori.
beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli beli. Beli beli. Beli beli beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Cowok pasti tahu alat yang pas. Habis aktivitas, muka jadi kotor dan berminyak. Terjerawatan loh.
Mana sabun?
Bro, buat muka, pilih yang pas juga.
Guardian Man Acno 5 dengan salicylic acid dan herba repair. Lawan 99% kuman penyebab jerawat dalam 10 detik.
Ini cara gue lawan jerawat. Buktiin sendiri.
Guardian Man Acno 5
Dari Garnier Man.
live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua serangan jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. We all this.
Live from G Expo Theater, Kemayoran, Jakarta. MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 6 teams, 5 days of matches, 1 champion. Who will be the next king of the galaxy? Let's see together. We own this.
After a thrilling first match in our earlier, let's hope for a better second match here. ONIC as well as the Bigetron Alpha, who will advance through the upper bracket and who will go down to the lower bracket and meet Aura Fire.
It's anyone's game at this point, ladies and gentlemen. Throw your predictions out the window. ONIC Esports and Bigetron Alpha. Bigetron Alpha having that warm-up game yesterday. They experienced the MPL Arena here in the G Expo Theater for the playoffs. But for ONIC Esports, they had a little bit more time to prepare for Bigetron Alpha.
Back again with us, of course, Gani, Mirkon, as well as Arashi. And in case you guys want to perhaps check tickets, check perhaps also e-commerce store, check out Bleebly, right? Complete your Mobile Legends account, get up to almost 40,000 IDR of cash back. Check, of course, at bleeb.le/sabatmine
or
for more.
Use the promo code right here, final-MPL10, ladies and gentlemen, because you guys, not only can you complete your Mobile Legends account, but M4 tickets are being sold right now. Early bird tickets, so go ahead and buy the tickets right now.
Check it out again. Scan the QR code below, Arashi, if it helps you, if that's your way of life. But let's talk about match 2 here. The Yellow Porcupines against the Red Robots. Arashi, give me some insight here for this match.
Well, before we say anything, maybe you guys can hear, but like the fans are going crazy. I can barely hear our co-casters. But what I do know for a fact for this match is that there's going to be a bit of civil war on the English desk because seems to be a difference in interest here.
Difference of interest? Perhaps we can share the same interest if you want to play like a pro here.
Ooh.
So, if you want to play like a pro, get the JBL Quantum Series, the ultimate gaming headset from JBL. The features are specially made for real gamers. Great sound with JBL Quantum Sphere 360. Well, whose vibe is really all around you. And of course, you can hear the slightest sound of your neighbor swaying grass from any direction. 360, ladies and gentlemen, let alone the enemy. So go get yourself one so you can keep pushing ranks or interesting offers wherever.
Go ahead and check it out at jblstore.co.id.
You
guys want those interesting offers. Speaking of interesting, ladies and gentlemen, this matchup certainly is interesting because even in the regular season. First leg, ONIC Esports were able to win 2-1, I believe. And in the second leg, Bigetron Alpha took the dub 2-1. So this season so far for both of these teams, it's 1-1 in the regular season. So this has got to be that tiebreaker.
Well, whoever wins right now will be able to actually proceed on their claim to success. And that's going to rely on the players. So take a look at the Axe official lineup here for both teams. For ONIC, it's going to be CW, Keyboy, Sans, Kyrie, and Boots. And you see that Sans and in the mid lane. But for Bigetron, it's the main 5 guys from Bigetron Alpha. Mirko's favorite team.
Mirko's favorite team taking on my favorite team here. So no Samo in the lineup for ONIC Esports. Said it will be Keyboy. But let's talk about Mirko's team first here. Bigetron.
Bigetron Alpha. This team has just been absolutely solid since the second leg, right? They had a very shaky start. They went all the way to the red zone, 7th place in Season 10. But since then, led by Key, El Momento, they've been able to rise back and take that 4th place position. And now they are going to face up against ONIC Esports.
It seems like Bigetron, their concept is progress, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about one player in particular, and that's got to be the player from PH, Marky. Mark, the sharpshooter, the SS. Well, Marky has created such an impact here in the Land of Dawn. It's so evident that he is just popping off, especially when he is on that Claude. And we can see here, again, the timing. He just knows when to dish out damage, when to farm as well. And again, this guy is so efficient that Claude is at a 71.4%. That speaks depth, that speaks volume as well. GPM 706, with of course damage on average above 50k. This guy is so lethal when put on a marksman. Good luck to us, ONIC, let's go. Quoted by Marky, of course, shouting out to his former teammate as well, Kyrie. But let's welcome the Red Robots as they are entering the tunnel cam by head and shoulders on towards the stage. Bigetron Alpha.
Let's welcome them on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Bigetron Alpha, here to shock the world, to silence the doubters.
They've done it before, they can do it again. Bigetron right now on a track to actually have a clean performance. They have been a lot more intelligent in how they have been playing. And so against ONIC, this becomes a very interesting chess match. If they are able to actually get an advantage in the early game, I think they have enough skill, enough strategies in the bag to try and take ONIC off guard. But on the other hand, ONIC themselves, no pushovers in their own right.
We spoke about my team. It's time for you, Gani, to talk a little bit about your team.
Let's talk about ONIC Esports. Imagine a perfect movie. They need to hire a perfect cast, and I feel like Kyrie is the perfect cast for this team. A perfect mix, adds balance, adds depth, and my, oh my, in the regular season, ONIC Esports is the most unbothered team. Number 1, solid, and again, consistent. And if we're talking about consistent, of course, the gold laner themselves, CW, the most versatile gold laner, is Calvin Winata. Let's talk about the highlights here. Again, take a look at that. Claude, what the heck? Deals damage output that can just burst tanks, of course, with that DHS. But my, oh my, his timing has been just so precise. And again, his remarkable hero, same as Marky, is going to be the Claude. 9 times he picks up 88.9% win rate. 750 almost gold per minute. And it seems like Calvin Winata, or CW, almost deals on average 55k. Hopefully the game is fun, quoted by CW, as let's just welcome the yellow porcupines, ONIC Esports, as they are now going to walk tunnel cam by head and shoulder.
Led by the import, all the way from the Philippines, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, CW, and Boots. The most winningest lineup in Season 10.
most winningest lineup indeed. And right now, for both teams, the Imps have been saying, we're not here to take part, we're here to take over. And they are showing it, and now they will clash in the land of dawn. But before that, a show of respect for both teams.
Good luck, have fun, of course, here. May the best team win. Bigetron Alpha, let's shake hands to Miracle.
Boom, there you go.
We are going to start the drafts in 3 minutes. Okay, Rashi, tell me, analyze, give me some analysis.
On what?
Any
matchup. I think that Bigetron, I would say that they are more adept in playing in the early game. They have been on a very successful trip, especially when Max has been a lot more solid. Right here, though, we take a look at both coaches, Coach Aldo as well as Coach Jeb, and of course, Coach Rendini and Coach Mozia. Both teams have been very solid. Of course, ONIC has the longer reign per se, but Bigetron, we have seen that they've been sharpening up, and as I was saying, with Max at the helm, they have a lot more ways to be aggressive in the early game. Unless ONIC want to try and fight the early game using an assassin on Kyrie, we'll just have to see how this plays out as we take a look at the team head-to-head by head and shoulders. ONIC Esports has the higher kill and assist, and Bigetron has more death. But as Miko was saying, in the last match they met, Bigetron were able to turn it around and take a victory over ONIC Esports. So, will they continue that pattern, or will ONIC finally re-establish their dominance at a lesser team that's trying to turn things around, mess with the status quo?
Maybe, right? I mean, if you take a look at these statistics here, it's not entirely in ONIC Esports' favor. First objective does go over to ONIC Esports with how active CW is on the map and how much of just a turret hater he is. But for the First Lord and the First Turtle, King Max himself has been very, very good at securing those.
And on that note, it's going to be very interesting to see the matchup, the retry battle between Kyrie and as well as Max. Because as we all know, ladies and gentlemen, Kyrie, his retribution is also 90% on point.
You're right, you know? 90%, and that 10% went over to Max last time they met out 2-1 in the second leg of the regular season. Here though, Rashi is time to dive deep at the keys to victory by Axe for ONIC Esports.
Pressure Bigetron's gold leaner, respect keys Atlas, and actually any kind of engaged hero, I think that will be the point that Key will try and get. Explore another cheese combo in the drafts, and of course, be objective orientated, because that's how they usually play out. I think if they can curb Marky and Key, that is the bulk of the aggression coming in. But of course, King Max is still a factor. For the side of Bigetron Alpha though, secure the hero with the burst damage to objectives, anticipate ONIC's 4-2-1 setup, win the matchup in the gold lane, and minimize ONIC's chance to play objectives. Very two sides of the same coin right here. The gold lane is so important, and the jungle, right? It's essentially a showdown between Marky as well as CW, and it's a showdown between Max as well as Kyrie.
Every lane is a highlight lane here. The gold lane, Marky will take on CW, Calvin Winata. Meanwhile, of course, we talked about Kyrie and as well as Max. But in the mid lane, it's gonna be very interesting because Sans and as well as the Moreno will go at it. Sans has experienced Moreno, the rookie, who will have more depth.
Most likely it's gonna be Moreno, but I'll take a second here to appreciate the fact that we thought the Kingdom was gonna take over when it comes to the decibels, right? The loudness of the support. But ONIC and Bigetron, this is crazy. The stadium is absolutely blowing up.
Absolutely, man. Look at this team once again. For both, right? Bigetron Alpha and ONIC Esports. The supporters are here. Wait, there's a big supporter as well there. Bix, no helmet just yet. No, the head is still missing. Bix got beheaded. Turns out there's a human inside of Bix.
Oh, spoilers alert.
Spoiler, indeed, maybe. But now the coaches, we talked a lot of player matchups, but the coaches themselves, what do they want to go for? Because they have all the flexibility in the world, and I think this is the first match in the playoffs where we really see anything possible for both the teams.
And fun fact, right? For both of these teams, they have one Filipino import as a player, one Filipino import as a coach. So it's a very similar team in terms of that, how they've been importing players here. Bigetron Alpha on the blue side, though, for the first draft, and ONIC Esports on the red side.
Let's see here. Bigetron Alpha opening up the bands with Fanny and as well as Balam. And meanwhile, ONIC Esports quite straightforward here. I could say 1-1 as well as Valentina. Tier S's Heroes has been banned. Let's see the approach from Bigetron Alpha.
For Bigetron, one more ban right here. It seems to be very jungle focused, and you have to wonder what exactly do they want to deny from Kyrie. It will be the Akai, even though Kyrie is a very adept assassin player as well. We'll see how this plays out as ONIC hovers over their final ban, and we take a look at a comment here from Marky. In the gold laner, I want to fight on the playoffs, it's CW, because he plays really well and he is very powerful in his lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very powerful laner, a very good laner, but what makes him special has got to be that macro, right? He's so active on the map and he always makes the right decisions, whether to rotate, to go for the turrets, and that's what makes him special. Funnily enough, that's kind of what makes Marky special as well. He's a very aware gold laner, very good macro, just like Valoy mentioned, but in terms of micro, Marky is not going to lose in that department as well. Both of these gold laners are evenly matched.
Very capable, very two-headed as well. But take a look at this. Bigetron Alpha opted for a Paquito first pick. ONIC Esports immediate response. They read that Paquito pick. They immediately respond with a Faramis and as well as Grok pick.
We said earlier that the Faramis had a 100% win rate. In the final game, in the first match, it was the pattern has broken. So the Faramis is very effective, but of course it depends on the composition. Now with a Grok as well, ONIC can flex a bunch of these heroes around. For Bigetron, that's still the same case for the Paquito. If they want to be a bit cheeky about it, maybe it can go to the gold lane as well, depending on how aggressive they want to be in those side lanes.
I think they might just go for the Claude though, for BTR. They secure a very good comfort pick on Moreno here with the Lilia, and they should be going for that Claude. It's an approach that we've seen BTR go for a whole lot of times, but they opt to go for the Melissa. So they're basically trying to say, hey ONIC, go pick up that Claude, right? I have this Melissa to counter you in lane, and we'll see how that goes here. Will ONIC Esports pick up that Claude early on, or will they just secure maybe a jungler for a Kyrie?
The jungler in the first phase might work. Man, this is so confusing. Maybe they don't go for the Claude, Bigetron, I mean. They don't go for Claude because it's a Faramis. They can negate, essentially.
No?
The Claude Alter, because I was thinking that during the course of Blazing Duet, if you get taken out, you're still in stasis for a while, so the damage isn't really efficient. But ONIC, they strike back with that Claude pick themselves. So now back to the second phase of the banning phase. Both teams still require a bit of crowd control, a bit of a front line maybe.
I was about to say, Bigetron Alpha, apart from that Paquito, actually they really need crowd control. ONIC Esports, they have somewhat say enough with that wall charge, of course, but if they really want to add more, I feel like a Cho might be a good fit here for side of ONIC Esports.
Yeah. We'll see how they go for the draft here. Again, ONIC Esports going to take away the Esmeralda from Cerezo. And if they do want to just go for the target ban towards Cerezo, I'm expecting a Uranus ban next, right? But honestly, you can't just go for Cerezo. You need to respect Key as well. Key has been literally El Momento. He creates these moments for Bigetron Alpha, enables the team with his flashy engages, and currently, it's only one ban towards him, that Atlas. You might see another ban coming in, especially now that they have the Claude. The Lolita has been a hero that we've seen a lot from Key.
I think crowd control is important as well, knowing that you're going up against a Claude. So we'll have to see. I think a big ultimate would be nice for Key, but he needs a bit of that early game presence with a more spammable source of crowd control. So maybe the Cho or the Lolita might make sense. We take a look at a head-to-head here for Key and Keyboy, and both have been very significantly showing each other up when it comes to plays, but I think Key has just been slightly more prominent, but that's also the fact that ONIC has another member that can be switched out with Keyboy, so maybe that is the main point.
The Yuzong ban comes through for Bigetron Alpha here. Respect towards Boots, who was able to do so much on the Yuzong back in the regular season now. So both of these teams are just trying to narrow down that XP lane as much as possible. There you go, another ban over towards that Spovius. And so this leaves that Lolita open for BTR. Does BTR want to go for the Uranus ban now? That ONIC Esports might take it, or do they read this out? Maybe, perhaps, the Grok is going to go into the XP lane.
Exactly.
They might pick up a Cho, like you mentioned, to go as the roamer.
We'll see, right? I mean,
or a jungler, Cho.
Again. Ooh. Again.
Jungle Cho, I think that has a lot of potential. We did see it being used by Albert in match number 1, so that is definitely still an option. But the fact that ONIC bans out the Phobius hints that they're trying to go for something with a lot of
Lancelot,
movement.
perhaps.
Lancelot maybe.
Ling has not been banned.
But Ling doesn't really get countered by Phobius either, per se. So, again, we have to wait and see. Cho will be banned out from Bigetron, so maybe they figure ONIC is aiming to go for that, and so they deny that from the side of ONIC. And now, first pick in the second phase, I think ONIC needs utility for sure.
Let's see. Utility would definitely help them out here if they want to go for something like a Mathilda. They can, honestly, just to help them out with the mobility here. They already have a Grok as well. They can just use this as the curveball for that last pick. Pick up an XP lane here. Never mind. All right, Grok's gonna be the roamer. Fredrin picked up in the XP lane. Now BTR have the chance to counter Fredrin. They can just put the Paquito into the XP lane, or, in my opinion, put this Paquito in the jungle. Max on the Paquito. Last time, we got a Max Niak on this hero.
Exactly, that was an insane moment. And with how Max has been performing, it makes sense to put him on a strong hero. With a strong jungler here, the weaker side lanes from ONIC Esports can be taken out with that roaming presence that the jungler brings. So we'll have to see, is that the actual option that Bigetron go for? And of course, they still need to get a, I don't know, if they want to go for the Paquito in the jungle, then they can secure something more tanky, something that can cut waves more ideally for Sorizo.
Mathilda and Karina.
Wow.
So it's the Paquito in the XP lane. They value that mobility from the Paquito, and they're going to add on to that with another mobile hero, a utility roamer, you can say, on that Mathilda, and also this jungler. Big question is now, is Max going to go damage or tank build?
We've seen both come into the into play. The tank will have a better option, a better time against. If he's only going to go and try and shut down Claude, I think going for tank makes sense.
There you go.
For ONIC Esports, that's gonna be the Lancelot, man. And Kyrie's Lancelot, it's pretty legit.
I mean, we saw this, right? Phobius ban, I think that somehow indicates they might want to pick up the assassin, so they committed.
Let's see, though, as the audience prediction comes through. Audience prediction by TikTok, 64% towards ONIC Esports and 36% towards Bigetron Alpha. This is the closest so far we've seen in the playoffs for day number 2. Let's see if they're going to be right or wrong.
Let's see indeed here. Audience prediction by TikTok favors my team over yours, Americo. But man, oh man.
Be careful what you say, Goni. The teams that are supposed to win generally don't do so hot.
Remember, ONIC Esports is the team that is just so unbothered.
Maybe, right? Just like in Season 7, regular season unbothered, playoffs set home in the second day. We'll see though as both teams get ready. Gani and the world, are you ready?
Let's just jump and witness the Land of Dawn here for our first game between Bigetron Alpha and as well as ONIC Esports. But fortunately, we're gonna have to wait a little here. Let's talk about the drafts here, right? ONIC Esports with that Lancelot pick, I feel they're gonna go head in early. Combined with Grog level 2, they're quite scary here if and only if Bigetron Alpha wants to challenge them in the jungles.
We have seen the teams, they've always tried to fight the first one or two, one or two confrontations, but then afterwards, then they'll decide that, okay, we can't do this. So we'll see if Bigetron Alpha opt to do something different because they do have a strong mid laner. They have that Lilia with the strong clearing and of course a lot of damage in the early game. So I think for both teams, it's pretty even, but I might say it leans just a slight bit towards the side of ONIC.
Yeah, mid control is definitely going to be important here in this current meta. We've seen that the teams who usually are able to get that mid control are able to dictate that early game really well. And here, honestly, the Grok and Feramis should have a little bit of an edge when it comes to the wave clear in the mid lane, but the Lilia and the Mathilda doesn't lose out too much in that wave clear department. And in terms of the mobility as well, remember this Guiding Wind helps them out so much in that mid lane. This can be anyone's game. Based on the draft itself, I honestly think it's going to come down again to the execution. Both drafts have set a very good win condition for each team. Both of them have backups as well, and none of them are multi-dimensional. None of them are one-dimensional.
Well, if you take a look at, I think, game number 4 in match number 1, we see that with a Feramis, right, sometimes you can survive the bulk of the damage, but then afterwards, do you have enough damage to dish back and take out your opponents? Because I think we saw that RRQ was trying to do that and they failed in the early game. So we have to see, can Drian, was it? Yeah, can Sans actually keep his team alive, but also output enough damage compared to the Lilia?
There you go. This is the stats. This is the facts. The king of retribution. Number 1, turtle secured in MPL ID Season 10. 66 turtles in accumulation.
66 turtles for one member on ONIC Esports. That's Kyrie. But as a whole, if we take a look at the team stats, still, Bigetron Alpha were able to secure a higher percentage when it comes down to the Lord and the Turtle. So maybe as a team, Bigetron Alpha, they coordinate a bit better with those with the Turtle secures here. But obviously, ladies and gentlemen, please be patient with us. We are still waiting to get into game number 1 of the second match of the playoffs here for day 2. 3 minutes is the timer. Obviously, fair play is our number 1 priority. We're going to give the players as much time as they need to fix this issue so that they can play without any restrictions.
I agree, and I do have to be honest with you, Mirko. I feel like Arashi is not ready for our second match.
What? What makes you
I
think
want to
that?
hear you shout hashtag ONIC and as well as BTR win.
What?
Yes.
Wait, which one am I supporting then?
Both. You're the neutral
I'm the
ground
neutral
between-
party.
Yeah.
All right. Can we wait till we're in game first? This is a bit embarrassing with the audience behind.
No embarrassment, Arashi. It's time.
All right.
Now or never.
Who goes first?
Bigetron.
Yeah.
Bigetron? What's the chant again?
BTR win.
BTR win!
There you go.
Okay.
All right, that was a pretty solid one. That was a pretty pumped up one from Arashi.
You can see the heads turning.
Give me one more team, and that is ONIC Esports.
Or maybe you want to just do Viva RRQ.
Wow, the backstab. Now go ONIC!
Hey, he even did the tone of the emote coming in from in-game. But all right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
He's ready.
He's ready. But are you ready?
I'm born ready.
Connie, since you're an ONIC fan yourself, go, do it.
I'm ready.
No, you gotta do the go ONIC, man. We have 1 minute left. We gotta entertain the people back at home.
Well, go ONIC.
What? What the heck was that?
There, I'll show you.
Yeah.
All right.
Last.
I'm looking at the audience. I'll tell you how many heads turn.
Bigetron win! There you go. That's how you do it, Connie.
I saw at least 3 heads.
3 heads.
What is that?
That's what.
There you go.
Connie, man. You gotta assert some dominance, bro. But whoa, take a look at this. The turtle Maxnia. Second turtle, number 2 turtle secured in MPL ID.
Number 2. All right.
We all know who number 1 is with, okay, Max here, 57 turtles. Not too shabby.
Yeah. Definitely not too shabby. Onyx Kyrie is still number 1 with 66 turtles. Or maybe we can see the Lord next, yeah? I think, actually, when it comes down to Lord, I don't think it's Kyrie or Max. I think it's someone else. I do believe our 7. Yeah, our 7.
Out of nowhere.
Doesn't need the red tree. Just out of nowhere comes in. He did steal a few Lords. I think Fluffy does.
Yeah, I was about to say Fluffy.
If we're talking about the playoffs, yeah, I think Fluffy has secured the most Lords, and he's not even a jungler.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
On the Grok and on the Dairat as well, wasn't it? What the heck, man? This playoff has been insane. Look at Bix, though.
Yeah, Bix right here on stage, right next to the Bigetron players. You can see
he's moving.
He's moving. He's showing the moves. He got the moves like the robots here. Well, you know, robots are pretty stiff, so technically not the moves like the robots.
It's a 60 FPS high-tech robot that Bigetron Alpha has access to. But man, I'll have you know this this chant from ONIC, I think it's been going on non-stop since the beginning of the second match, you know, the opening. That's crazy.
The passion.
They don't stop.
Exactly.
Never stop.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are still troubleshooting here. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we are trying to make the playoffs as fair as possible. Again, let's talk about the drafts here, shall we? I mean, Lancelot, will it work here? Will it work?
Well, you know, obviously the Lancelot can work. Lancelot actually is a pretty good pick up against the Karina here in the game. But it's all going to come down to, again, how they utilize these picks, right? Because with both of these assassins picked up, there's one thing in common. Both of them want to go for neutral objective control with the Karina True Damage and obviously with the passive of Karina's True Damage and with Lancelot's passive as well that actually enhances the retribution the more stacks he has.
That's a very fair point. So maybe it would just come down to who can actually win the fights before the objectives instead. And in that endeavor, I feel like the crowd control department, I don't really know who this favors actually. There is the wild charge to be a big factor on the side of ONIC Esports. Will that be enough though? Because we've seen, I think, Vin do crazy things with it. We've seen Fluffy pull off crazy engages as well. We did say that there's a potential for it to be used in the jungle, right? Because of how many people he can knock up on the way to the objective. So I think ONIC Esports might have an edge when it comes down to that. But look at who is on the screen.
It's Repo and Kathy's, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Repo. Girlfriend buff, question mark?
Well,
big question mark.
Bench buff, I guess.
Bench buff. Oh, all right, man.
What does that mean?
Just like Samo.
Just like Samo.
You come on. What are you gonna do Samo like that?
But man, oh man.
But we got the Bix buff here for BTR, right? Where's your mascot, Gunny?
I'm their mascot.
You're their mascot. All right, all right. We'll just wait for Gunny to get up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're waiting. He's walking down the caster desk over to the stage right now to dance in front of the ONIC members.
Psych!
Psych!
I'm still here.
He's the caster, huh?
What buff do you think Bix gives to the team, man? Is it charisma? Is it strength? Is it dexterity? What is it?
It's honestly just swag.
Romance.
What?
It's swag.
Romance.
Swag buff.
Romance.
Huh?
How'd you get romance?
Because
Gonny's down bad.
They're robots.
So robots are romantic in Gonny's world.
Man, Gonny is down bad.
Here though, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're still waiting for the troubleshooting to complete. There is an emblem bug. We are getting information right now currently as to what the problem is. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think we might
see a remake
here for the first game. Because of the emblem bug, it's unfortunate, but again, we want fair play to be our #1 priority. It will always be our #1 priority. So BTR and ONIC Esports will have to remake the game with the exact same drafts, and we're gonna jump into the game.
Let's just jump to the Land of Dawn here once again to witness Game 1 between Bigetron Alpha and as well as ONIC Esports.
I think when it comes down to all ins, ONIC Esports has an advantage, but if you're talking about distance management, kiting back and forth, I think Bigetron Alpha has a bit of an edge due to the range that they have, and of course the AoE as well. You can tell that for, just off the bat, Sans and Moreno, right? The damage output is very, very different. Sans is more of a utility hero, and you can see Moreno, you can just do a lot of DPS, and that is true all the way till the late game.
And speaking of utility and damage, for BTR, Max, he's opted to go for the Demon Slayer emblem. Meanwhile, Kyrie on the killing spree, right? So he's very confident in getting those kills, getting those team fights and pickoffs on the board. Meanwhile, for Max, he's still just going for those neutral objective control in the early stage. With his faster clears, this also enables this composition to do even better in that rotation department with the help of the guiding wind and obviously with Karina's first skill.
Whoa. See here, Kyrie giving some action towards Sorizo. But man, no first blood in the first 2 minutes.
No first blood just yet. Bigetron Alpha picking up a slight gold lead due to the faster rotations. But look at that, just like that, they go in.
Thorn Rose.
Oh my God!
And Keyboy with the flicker action. 2 members deleted in the first 2 minutes. You can see ONIC setting up yet another attack on towards Max, taking the jungles, and Max, he's behind on farm.
Yeah, he's gonna back up there, right? Not really worth to risk his life for a little creep like that. But here you go, town prediction by Axe. It seems Omwawa stuck in match 1. But we'll have that fixed just very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, as BTR are looking to go for the turtle contest. 2 minutes in, ONIC Esports have the lead.
You can see here Kyrie already setting this turtle up. Key and as well as Moreno though, opening up the map, giving up vision. It seems like Max will not be able to come there in time. I might be wrong. Retry number 1 falls to the hands of Kyrie. ONIC Esports, they will not have business. Only taking the neutral objective. Discipline play once again.
Here it is though, the actual town prediction by Axe. Once again, I find myself in an ONIC Esports sandwich with Papulong.
Oh my god, Sorizo, 1 HP. Boost wasted the flicker already, so no more action top side as Sorizo is able to escape.
Wow, Boots being aggressive. A bit uncharacteristic, but considering it's a Fredgen against a Paquito, that is a very impressive situation for Boots to find himself in. But right there, ONIC will be pushing the tempo again and again, and ooh, this is scary stuff, man. They have a lot more burst damage, and that is the main problem here. Bigetron will need to wait for a drawn-out, long 5v5 team fight to get an advantage, but look at that.
Yeah, all charge connects, and you can see here Key is in a bit of a pickle. He has no spells to burn. Call Ultra also placed. Okay, ONIC Esports anticipating the movements from the side of Bigetron. But I do want to note that CW is actually farming 2 lanes, the mid and as well as the bot lane.
Yeah, they don't want to be too aggressive here. Kyrie though!
Oh my god, the calculations from Max, impeccable. Timing also so precise. Kyrie gets taken down.
Yeah, good timing on the invade there, knowing that Kyrie was low. Kyrie had to lose either his life or his orange buff.
I guess with the backer coming in from the mid and top lane, maybe ONIC Esports could have done better with that situation. But of course, Bigetron Alpha, they move so fast, they don't leave a lot of time for you to try and consider your options. That's part of the reason why they've been so successful, right? They are aggressive, but they're also very decisive at the same time. But Boots here makes a play. Whoa, that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage, which perhaps Max is building leaning towards damage items, or is he going hybrid? Genius and then full defense. We'll have to see here. 5-minute check mark. But CW bot side seems... Yeah, he's content with farming, but top side, take a look at this. The second neutral objective, we'll see here. Will Max be able to somehow steal this one? ONIC Esports, they are dominating the turtle pit, and Kyrie will pick it up. Alter placed. Key is in a bit of a pickle, but in the backside, Sorizo deals a lot of damage onto his boots, force him to use the flicker. As Sans, low on mana, he needs to also back off.
Oh man, yeah, Max was zoned away earlier, so there's no real contest for the side of Bigetron Alpha, but they were able to push some damage onto ONIC Esports right there. Still though, ONIC Esports with full control on the turtle here in game number 1. The gold lead has been shifting back and forth, but at this point, we can't really calculate it as a gold lead. Marky preemptively on that go away, trying to predict Kyrie's movement, but Kyrie would not go for that there.
I mean, he has the War X ready, so that's a lot of damage available on the hands of that Lancelot. Look at the top side though, already wave cuts coming in from Sorizo. This is what he enjoys doing. And in the bottom side, ooh, that's an aggressive play coming in from ONIC Esports, but Bigetron Alpha secures the lethal instead.
You know, Max, without that retribution as well, and manages to take that. Take a look at this. Sans forced to use the flicker. Moreno uses his ult as well. Both mid laners out of resource in that ult now. Sorizo 2v1. Max is there to back up though. Oh, Boots needs to be careful.
Oh my god!
Take a look at
Max.
that. Kyrie
will
not be able to take Max life there. What an escape!
Man, this is an insane game already. 6 minutes in, it's still 1-2. But that doesn't mean there's no action. There's been action going on. It's just both of the teams aren't able to finish them off. Key! Ooh. Oof.
Playing with fire there. CW trying to bait Key into perhaps an overextending position. But it seems like the new Axe effect is in full effect.
48 hours of freshness allows you to play like both these teams right now. Kyrie clearing the mid lane alone, already setting up for something as Moreno gets taken super low, gets to use the black shoes though, and ONIC Esports, with that knowledge, they can pressure him away from the next turtle setup.
BTR want to go for this though. This time strictly Eagle. Whoa, Key's alone.
Alone?
What?
Isolated here, but Marky is there to give back up the Melissa. Take a look at the wall charge though. Stunning, Key down. CW with the blazing duets. Will claim Key life question mark? No, Kyrie will pick up the kill.
Marky.
Now Marky entering the battlefield. Ultimate disengaged was out of ONIC Esports as they are eyeing that neutral objective. Take a look at the mid side here. Both X-Relator rotates and clear the waves as well. And we'll see here the final turtle who will grab it.
It seems like ONIC Esports are in no rush to grab that. Bottom side turret taken down by CW, doing what he's known for here. Bigetron Alpha are able to trade that back top side, but in terms of the kills, it's still heavily leaning towards ONIC Esports. In terms of gold, just a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like now ONIC Esports still within full control. 5 members though from the side of Bigetron. Can ONIC Esports spot this? Oh, concealed play by Keyboy. Blazing went immediately to the backside. Moreno with that black shoes gone. He gets taken down. And to add to that, Kyrie adds the neutral objective. Max with that building. Oh my god, Kyrie though will not be able to pick up the kill in the backside once again. Bigetron, they want work. He gets taken down. Mid turret falls, and my Bigetron Alpha. What the heck happened?
Clean by ONIC Esports, 3-0, and they even pick up the turtle. Ora from Keyboy right here in front of the base, recalling. Man, this is ONIC Esports. 8 minutes in with that power spike in the mid game, instantly using it to capitalize and to get a gold lead building here.
Wow, we talked a lot about Faramis and being able to actually set up for those dives with the Cult Altar. And that's exactly what ONIC Esports does. They saw an opportunity, they took it, like you can do with the Grab app and the promo for sure. But now ONIC Esports wastes no time at all, making moves towards the top side. And Keyboy is able to zone everyone away because there's just so much follow-up behind it while charge. You take a look at the items right now. Keyboy goes for the Radiant Armor, knowing that one of the main threats right now is going to be Moreno and Max. But for the side of CW, you do see that he has his power spike, the Demon Hunter Sword, and the Golden Staff. So a lot of damage, especially to the tankier members. But Blazing Duet's going to be very difficult for Bigetron Alpha to deal with because they don't have a lot of physical defense on the main carries.
It seems like Sorizo will be the target here. Sorizo trying to buy a lot of time. In the backside though, Sans might be caught here. Sorizo doing his job, trying to clear as well, but Sorizo will not survive for long. Sans here baiting out the enemies. Keyboy again opening up vision.
Nice barrier.
Oh no.
Max is trapped.
Oh!
In the backside, Moreno gets taken down. Wind of Nature pops. Marky popping everything he can, but it seems like they both survive.
Absolutely brutal from ONIC Esports, tearing Bigetron Alpha apart one by one. And this is all because of the forced errors that they are able to set up early on. 4,000 gold lead now built up for ONIC Esports. This is usually how they take games with that snowball. They never let go of that grasp. And currently, Bigetron are going to have to hope for a very, very good team fight to at least turn it around.
The zoning from Keyboy is so good as well. You can see that Bigetron Alpha, they can't get a foothold when it comes to contesting any kind of objective.
Ow.
And Keyboy, it takes away the purple buff.
Max uses his red 3.
Yeah, he missed the red 3 there. Miscalculations here on the stage. But ONIC Esports now is going from bad to worse for Bigetron Alpha. And ONIC Esports are absolutely outclassing BTR in game 1.
They have all the tools necessary and they are playing still very aggressively. Keyboy mainly is just the big problem, but Kyrie here barely gets caught out, but now Boots is alone, 1v3.
1v3 as Kyrie looks for the blood. And take a look at Boots, buying enough time for Kyrie to perhaps find a kill. Take a look at the Thorn Rose.
Ooh, Kyrie!
Now take a look at this. It's just an all-out war. 2v4 there, bot side for the longest time. 7,000 gold lead. Marky though has the DHS. Perhaps Keyboy now, when opening maps, he needs to still be careful.
Way too clean with it, man. Kyrie there, absolutely just styling on BTR. With the First Lord, they might actually be able to crack this base right now, but they're just using it to actually pop those passes. But ONIC Esports are looking for it.
Oh my god, placing towards the backside. He just
oh my god,
Marky as well, 1 by 1, 4 members gone. So Rizzo, the last man standing, trying to do what he can here, not for long, as ONIC Esports finish the game in the 11th minute, 1-0 to the Yellow Porcupine.
The fastest game we've seen in the playoffs so far. Absolutely dominant by ONIC Esports up against Bigetron Alpha. If this keeps on going, it might be a 3-0.
That is crazy. We've talked about it so much. The fact that you can go and use the Faramis aggressively now just to facilitate dives. And we haven't seen a lot of teams being able to implement that strategy on the esports against a team that's doing as solid as Bigetron right now. They have been able to do so flawlessly.
What a performance once again. It started off with one play, and this just shows how good ONIC Esports are. With one play, they're able to just use that to, again, snowball all the way. There was no chance for Bigetron Alpha to look for anything, and it came from the absolutely amazing setup from ONIC Esports everywhere on the map.
And to stop, I mean, ONIC Esports again displaying their class, their composure, their high level of mechanics from micro-wise and as well as macro standpoint. And that's very important here in the playoffs, consistency. ONIC Esports, based on the first game, I mean, you're right, Arashi, flawless, yet so effortless.
I mean, you see how Kyrie's able to just dash around right there? It seems like there's no cooldown. It's crazy. And it's not like Bigetron wasn't trying to pick him off, try and catch him in the middle of his spells. No, he was just too fast, too quick with it. And I think the knowledge, right, knowing when to use the spells is what makes Kyrie so good, because again and again, it seems like he uses the spells for damage, yes, but also at the right moment for full benefit, to dodge away from a lot of damage, a lot of utility of Bigetron Alpha as well. And as we were talking about it earlier, the fact that Key is unable to find any meaningful fight due to Keyboy being on that Grok, that is just so difficult of a situation for Bigetron Alpha.
Man, oh man, what a match, or what a game. First game done and dusted here, but Bigetron, it seems like ONIC Esports read them like a book, Mirko.
They did. I mean, they didn't just read them like a book, they outclassed them literally in every single department, right? In the team fights and in every single lane as well. CW was able to scale so fast without even getting a lot of kills in that game. He got the golden staff very early on, and you can see that forced the Marquee to go for that win of nature early, and it just did not work out. No damage from the side of Bigetron Alpha, especially towards Boots. You can see it. It was very visible when they tried to commit onto Boots. No damage to melt him down.
On that topic, Boots was doing so well as a freshman against the Paquito. I mean, I guess it's in a way a skill matchup, but going against a Paquito, right? One of the more contested heroes in the MPL right now. That is crazy. He was able to do well, almost get a solo kill, and then from there, he was just uncontrollable. As you mentioned, due to the fact that Bigetron Alpha is forced to itemize defensively, Boots, he has free reign to just stick in the front and absorb all the damage.
Let's take a look at the item builds though, first after we see the winning moments once again from ONIC Esports. Ooh, 11 minutes.
That's a stomp, Arashi. So 11 minutes game time here. Tell me, what can you analyze as 114 is the total scoreline?
As we've been talking about earlier, Marky has the win of nature, but he wasn't even mainly assassinated by Kyrie. Overall, it's just ONIC Esports doing damage. And of course, look at CW. Only one more item to get a full inventory, which is kind of crazy. It's again a very quick game. It's almost 12 minutes, and he's able to farm up that well. Kyrie as well, once he has the War Axe, you can see that his aggression just ramped up. And sometimes, I think that can get punished, but in this game, he was just doing really, really well. And I think Sans very wisely itemizes for the Glowing One as well, knowing that Faramis can't really spam out a lot of spells. Having the Glowing One just allows him to be that much more relevant with one spell, he can actually apply that buff onto everyone during a
900,
and that adds up. And 900 gold per minute for CW, the rich guy by Living by Mandiri. And the carry, of course, is Kyrie as Lancelot.
It was a one-sided game, a stomp here in game 1, 14-1, and this Lancelot with the killing spree. Now you really know why he went for the killing spree.
Exactly.
He was ready. He knows that he's gonna get those kills. And with the killing spree, that's just absolute value. You can sustain so much. I don't think we've ever seen Kyrie recall. I think the only time he recalled was when he got taken down, right? By Max. And that wasn't a recall.
True. That wasn't a recall indeed. So let's take a look at the MVP here, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. It will be the gold laner CW Calvin Winata 407, 900 GPM.
The turret damage, the farming, and in the end, the team fight, the damage from this Claude was absolutely insane, right? The fact that he's able to get 10,000 gold in 11 minutes, Arashi.
Wow.
He got the golden staff so early on, no one could withstand this Blazing Duet.
And the fact is that when they are trying to counter Blazing Duet as well, it comes in at such the right moment. And now we take a look at some of the highlights. And this is that first play coming in from ONIC Esports. It came out of nowhere. Kyrie got to level 4 and he just goes in. And then afterwards, it's always fights near the turtle. And that cult altar is used, or you can say abused, to absolute perfection. Every single time there's any retaliation coming in from the side of Bigetron, the cult altar just screws it over. And right here, you can see again the potential for using the Faramis as an aggressive tool, right? Instead of saving your members, use it to ensure that they can go in as recklessly as possible. That seems to be the plan again and again, and look at how efficient Kyrie is on that Lancelot. The highlights are supposed to be about TW, but everyone was doing so well here, and the damage. That is Sorizo, one of the more tanky members on the team for Bigetron, and 4 or 3 hits is enough for him to actually get chunked down. That is crazy.
Gotta be honest with you, that was a nasty, disgusting gameplay from the side of ONIC Esports. Unstoppable. Once they got it going, man, only taken down once, and it was Kyrie. So unfortunate, but almost a perfect score. 0 kills.
You're right, it was almost a perfect score. And ONIC Esports, they're so good at saving the gold lead, build it up even more, and you can do that with Livin by Mandiri. Save your money in real life, build it up with the Livin points you get, and with the special promos as well.
Ooh, okay, tell me about the promos perhaps, but for the promos, you gotta install the app first. Radarashi.
Of course, with that app installed, you can complete your account, get all the value deals on that app.
Again, download Livin by Mandiri to just get more special promos. Doesn't hurt you, it's free. Go check it out now. 1-0 ONIC Esports, Yellow Porcupine here, starting the game with a dub. Can they take the momentum? Remember, that was a low-key, well, high-key, easy game.
Ooh,
high-key, easy game.
But if they underestimated Bigetron, perhaps Bigetron might respond.
Yeah, they got to be very careful, right? You can never write off any teams in the playoffs. Here, Aurafire almost wrote RRQ off 2-0, and they started to get overconfident in the draft, and it showed. RRQ was able to come back, and here as well, we might see that happen. ONIC Esports, though, they're not a team that are known to be, very... What's the word to call it?
Overconfident?
They're not a team to be overconfident. They're not a team to be overhyped. They're always such a chill team, stone cold, right? And now it all just comes down to Bigetron Alpha more. Because ONIC Esports, they're gonna stay disciplined. They're gonna stay calm and composed. BTR, they need to stay calm and composed. They can't let game 1 get to their heads.
I agree. Again, mentality here plays a huge factor, huge part here. Perhaps one of the main reasons Rebellion Zion could not somehow withstand, I guess, their mentality here, debuting in the playoff spot. But Bigetron Alpha in the first game, we can see here Max as the impact player. Meanwhile, impact player 4 inside of ONIC Esports will fall to the hands of the gold laner CW.
In case you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very intense game. Not because it's close, because ONIC Esports pushed the tempo so high. And as we mentioned, abusing the Faramis. So we've been talking about how the Faramis has fallen out of the meta. It's no longer the most important, the save-all hero. But in the right hands, with the right strategy and composition, you can definitely abuse a Cult Altar the same way Aura and ONIC has shown, right? They're doing it differently. Aura likes using it to take objectives, but ONIC does it to take out members, going for the big dives under the turrets and then getting out. So maybe the Fire Mist will be contested a lot more in the next drafting phase.
I somehow agree. I mean, Fire Mist still almost sitting at a 100% here. But man, oh man, game 2, I feel like Bigetron should just ban that Fire Mist out. It's just too expensive, especially you're going up against ONIC Esports.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Bigetron Alpha are gonna walk up on the stage here. They gotta be very careful though, because again, one more game, and it's gonna be 2-0 match point for ONIC Esports. Meanwhile, for BTR, it was just such a stomp in game 1. The question right now is whether or not BTR are mentally here, are mentally ready for game 2.
Are they?
That was tilting, yeah? You tried everything, it was frustrating, and they weren't able to get anything except for that one kill on Kyrie.
Well, I think there's a lot of work to be done in the drafting phase as well, because as we mentioned, everything just works together so well for ONIC. So Bigetron needs to find a way to disrupt that success, try and get their own gameplay going, right? Because as we mentioned, when two teams with such depth roamers, Keyboy and Key, are facing off, usually, right, if you want to go aggressive, you need to start with an aggressive roamer as well to set up the rest of your team. Or maybe a strong sources of damage that can supplement a supportive pick like the Matilda. So maybe Bigetron will try and go a different direction. We'll just have to see and wait to see what Coach Vendini can cook up for us.
He has had some very, very interesting drafts in the past, in the regular season, right? I think he was one of the first teams to utilize the Diggy early on in the season. So we might see that happen again. He was also the creator, I guess, of the Diggy Odette combo back in Season 9 for MPL PH, back when he was still in TNC. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to get ready for the draft, 10 seconds left. This is, CW's mom here in the building supporting her son. And her son just got the MVP. It's gotta feel good, man, for CW.
What a flex. A flex on his own parents.
right as you watch, I'm MVP.
Exactly, you know.
And he's also top 2 regular season MVP in points.
I mean, a lot of parents, they disapprove of their
gaming.
Yeah, about gaming, but when you can show your parents like, look mom, I'm MVP in front of 2,000 people, let's go.
2,000? You're forgetting the people watching at home, man. It's
exactly.
Millions.
Yeah, it's way more than 2,000, my bad.
Let's remind the people at home to also use the JBL Quantum, which is Aldo and as well as Vendini. They're both using JBL Quantum here. Very clean, very sharp.
As a coach, you need to communicate with your players. You need to give them the morale boost that they need, and the JBL Quantum just helps that because it really captures that really solid audio from the microphone over to the other players because it captures the energy. Sound is survival, Arashi.
And sound can win you games depending on how
it's a sound gap
plays out. So you don't lose to a sound gap. Get the JBL Quantum. Don't miss out as we now are waiting for the next draft.
Let's see, game 1, it seems like quite, well, in hindsight, ONIC Esports picked up two heroes that were very, very meta. Rock and as well as Fire Mist.
Right, you're right. The Fire Mist has only lost once this entire playoff so far. It was Orfire in Game 5 against RRQ, who lost on that Fire Mist, the facehugger. So we'll see once again, right? Maybe now Bigetron Alpha might prioritize that Fire Mist. They went for the Paquito first pick when both Grok and Fire Mist was open. And again, they didn't go for that Claude, right? They actually went for the Melissa. They've opted to let the Claude go. And I think that's not a wise move now. We know it now because CW absolutely smurfed on the Claude. I think these adjustments need to be made by BTR.
And if you think about it, right, it's cool because we've been talking about the main weapons that ONIC has been able to abuse to win against Bigetron Alpha. It is the Grok and the Fire Mist, so shows again how sharp the drafting is from Coach Aldo. As we talk about him, Aldo the architect, #1 highest hero pool in the among all the teams, 48 unique heroes. And of course, credit to the players for being able to adapt and apply the genius plans that Aldo can cook up for them.
You know, he's always been just such a consistent member in this team, right? Because back in Season 8, Season 9, he was always the analyst. Coach Mars was up on stage. But it does feel like Aldo has had such a good impact for ONIC Esports in the drafts, right? Since he's joined, I don't think I remember seeing, I'm having a difficult time here remembering when ONIC last lost in the draft.
I mean, I would say there are 1 or 2 rare occasions, but definitely not the rule.
So enough talk here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just begin the drafting phase for Game 2. ONIC Esports will still have the second pick. And it seems like Bigetron, they have yet to shake up their bans here. Fanny and Yozuma Bauman, last time round, they opt for an Akai ban in the last phase. No, they opt for a rock ban now.
Yeah, they've also opted here to stay on the blue side. Fanny, Bauman, Grok. No Akai ban coming in, which means they might want to go for that first pick Akai for themselves. Valentina still going to be the option here for ONIC Esports with 1-1 and Atlas. Nothing changing, but BTR going for the Paquito here as first pick. ONIC Esports can just go for the same route, but instead of the Grok, they can go for the Akai Faramis.
But if they go for the Akai, well, the Grok was banned out, so it actually makes sense. They let go of the Akai for the Grok, and ONIC can go for that unless they want to go with something different. Maybe Bigetron is trying to bait them into those 2 picks in the first place. So we'll have to see. When it comes down to priority heroes, I don't think there's a lot more than that. The Faramis, the Akai, maybe one of the gold laners early on.
Let's see, ONIC Esports, whoa, as I say, they don't go for the Akai, they go for the Claude and the Faramis, 2 heroes in their previous composition. But again, this just leaves that Akai over for Bigetron Alpha to take. A hero that's always been banned out, and now that it's left open, it's not picked up just yet. They still are going to be prioritizing the Lilia first. And I don't know about this. They might actually not be going for that Akai. Right now, as it looks, as it stands, they might actually just be... Are they going to go for the exact same draft, Rashi? Melissa?
Melissa this early on, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. They can go... I think the Akai being picked here still makes a bit more sense. The Lilia has just been a default, right? Moreno is just so good at using the Lilia, and it works out here, but Bigetron strikes back with their own gold laner. It's going to be an Irithel. So I guess trying to abuse the Claude in the early game. But of course, we have to see what the final pick from ONIC is, because if they have pressure in the jungle, in the mid lane as well, then that gold lane can receive some impact, some interference from the other lanes as well.
ONIC Esports now with the last pick to round up their draft. Let's see what it is. Faramis, Claude. Honestly, I'm thinking the Akai right now, right? If you already have such a solid retribution in the hands of Kyrie, putting him in on the Akai is basically a confirmed neutral objective. They don't go for the Akai, they go for the Fredrin. Akai completely ignored in the first phase of the draft here, as we are going to take a look at the second phase. ONIC Esports on the red side once again will go first in the bans.
Man, they went for the Fredrin? I guess the idea is to get Boots a solid laner. We have seen that he's able to win the matchup against a Paquito, but leaving the Akai open, are any of these teams going to try and ban it? Because for the side of ONIC, going up against an Akai would be a bit of an issue as well, because the Akai's heavy spin can just spread everyone around. Esmeralda will be banned, and for Bigetron, what could it be?
We'll see once again. Esmeralda is the choice there. Bigetron Alpha last time, they went for the Yu Zhong ban. Right now, they can just go for the same Yu Zhong ban. Technically, they have pretty similar heroes so far. Yu Zhong and Cho, and for ONIC, it was Esmeralda and Phoveus. Honestly, they might just go for the same route again.
All very possible indeed. But from the looks of it, if they want to ban out the Yutong, I guess it's protection for the Iritel, but Cho is what they go for. It is a hero that can be used in the jungle as well, although I'm pretty sure we haven't seen Kirby use it in the jungle, have we?
We have.
Oh, we have?
No. I think 2 times in a regular season. He's
Didn't bode well. Didn't bode well. I think 50%.
Yeah.
1 win, 1 loss.
Hit or
But
miss.
ONIC Esports here with their last ban, it seems like they might again force this Bigetron to that EXP lane. As again, they are going to ban that Phoveus here. Again, same bans as they did in game 1.
Are they going to go with Mathilda here? Because banning out the Esmeralda and Phoveus, right? It makes sense that they want to try and get a lot of dashes in their composition. And of course, the Mathilda and the Claude, right? We've seen that combo play out quite well. And considering how aggressive Bigetron wants to be, they lack lockdown right now. So if ONIC can just kite away from all that damage, it looks pretty solid to me.
They might pick up a Kufra last picks, I gotta be honest with you. But we'll see here. ONIC Esports, the first pick for the second phase. What will it be, ladies and gentlemen, as Bigetron, they close out their bans with another hero for Keyboy. Cheon as well as Kadita was banned in the second phase. ONIC Esports here, first pick in the second phase.
Let's see, once again, last time they went for a very, very interesting pick here. They actually went for the Fredgen, if I'm not mistaken, last game, right here, around here. But now, are they gonna go for the role? Again, Akai is still open, guys, right? This hero that we don't see a whole lot of.
Ruby.
Still open in the playoffs, but it's gonna be the Ruby pickup first for ONIC Esports. A hero that can stop the momentum coming in from the side of Bigetron Alpha, but there's no real source of crazy dive yet from BTR. So maybe they're just anticipating it.
They anticipated too early. There's still 2 heroes that Bigetron can pick up. It doesn't necessarily have to be that dive hero, but considering the range coming in from the Iritel and the Lilia, they are always limited to like a mid-range at most. So maybe it makes sense, right? If they want to try and increase the range now, it's a bit too late. We have a comment here from Key of Bigetron Alpha though. Maybe we can't go home from here satisfied. We'll review our mistakes against Rebellion and watch some ONIC games. So that was the last time we saw them on the screen.
Yep. Bigetron Alpha though, there you go, the Lolita to face off against CW on that Claude, and technically also to face off against the Faramis. They pick up the Uranus. Once again, additional sustain and also just a solid front line from BTR.
Wow.
ONIC Esports, last pick in the draft. It's a jungler for Kyrie. Game 1, that Lance worked out. I think this game, the Ling would be a bit better up against the Irithel, or we might get treated into something special. A hero we've never seen. Last time we saw, it was in PH. Hayabusa, Kyrie.
Oh!
Oh my god, well, it's a hero we've never seen!
Yep.
It's not the Hayabusa though, it's the Gusion! For Kyrie, Gusion? Okay. This hero was banned out twice in the first match yesterday. Alter Ego versus Aura. We haven't seen the Gusion at all in ID. It's gonna debut here on the hands of Kyrie.
I was gonna say that ONIC looking like they lack a bit of damage, but with that Gusion, man, we've seen, well, I don't know, I've seen the burst potential of that Gusion, so that might just be the right pick for the side of ONIC Esports. I don't think anyone else has that kind of damage potential.
If you play an ID server, you just know how annoying this Gusion is in the
Everyone's playing it, yeah.
Everyone's playing it, so we'll see how it pan out in the playoffs of MPL ID Season 10 in the hands of Kyrie. How will Bigetron handle the Gusion? How will Kyrie play it mechanically? Land of Dawn, we go here to witness game 2. Will it be 2-0 or will it be 1-1? Ladies and gentlemen, cast your votes in the comments, please.
Man, from the streams I've watched when Kyrie has picked up this Gusion, he's a pretty fast hand man, if you know what I mean, man. He's very, very fast. I think we saw that just now in the Lancelot game. Let's see how Max performs on this Bigetron, though. Another one of his signature picks as well. This is going to be interesting because Kyrie opted to go for the mystery shop. Max with the high and dry.
You can see here, both junglers just, they don't battle for lethal just yet even. They have time, and seems like ONIC Esports, and as well as Bigetron Alpha, they are really, really slowing down their tempo.
It's a slow tempo, but if you take a look at it, Bigetron Alpha, they all have their comfort picks, right? Max, Sorizo, Moreno, and Key essentially are on heroes that they enjoy playing. ONIC Esports with the more unique, the more unseen kind of draft, but ONIC seems to be having a bit more of advantage here.
ONIC Esports, composition-wise, apart from that Ruby, they have no CC though. Meanwhile, multiple CCs from that Paquito and as well as Lolita from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Let's see how Bigetron Alpha will implement that in the Line of Dawn.
That's a fair point for sure, but for ONIC Esports, they have the Fredrin as well. I mean, Boots have been very aggressive in looking for opportunities for his team, so that is maybe what they're gonna try and do, but against a Uranus, against Sorizo's Uranus of all people, maybe the macro game of Bigetron will shine through here. They have more chances to be a nuisance in the side lanes.
And this time, right, they have a gold laner that doesn't need to bully to actually win. You can just go for the scale together. Marky can just go for the farm with CW on that Claude as well. So right now, as it stands, Bigetron Alpha, very small gold lead. You can't really count that early on. 100 gold lead can be swapped over just with a minion. But ONIC Esports will have more control first onto the turtle here, with Kyrie already dishing out a little bit of damage onto that turtle.
See here the setup from both teams, 4 members. Let's see who has the right opening key on the flank.
Oh my god!
Rizzo, the burst damage, but Nuno Blast was popped. And take a look at Build. He gets the turtle. Call Alter was popped as well. Now Moreno, Max, Key running for the hills here. And now Key is going to be targeted, but no commitments. Seems like ONIC Esports doesn't have enough gap closer here in the turtle area, as now you can see here 4 talents opting for ONIC, 2. Papulong and as well as Miracle.
Gotta stay loyal, man. I'm a loyal man. But ONIC Esports right now, yeah, with Kyrie, first blood onto the hands of him. That's gonna be the snowball that we expect from this hero pick. And the longer the game goes, right as we get into that mid game, it's gonna be very scary. Oh my goodness, if Keyboy stole that, that would have been a tilter.
An absolute tilter. And the interesting part from both these teams is the fact that essentially both teams have an assassin, but the Keyboy turns it around.
Once again, they're gonna go in there. Knockout strike popped in, Gani.
Oh my god, we can see here CW is in a bit of a pickle, and now 4v3 top side, no commitments from ONIC, nor even Bigetron, who has somehow the man advantage. Seems like they just want to funnel the goal top side. Emblem-wise here, Rashi, what do you see?
Average for, funny enough, Sorizo and CW, 2 opposite sides of the map, but CW gets out. Yep, Keyboy comes in for the security. And anyone walking in the jungle needs to be careful because Max is on at high and dry. He is out for blood.
Exactly. If you're isolated, Max is not the guy you want to meet in the jungles. He will definitely sweep you off your feet and perhaps take you down. And again, we can see here ONIC Esports slowing down their tempo. It's in a stalemate, game 1-1 in the first 4 minutes, Arashi.
Both mid laners have the enchanted talisman right now, so they can stay there. Stay in the lane a bit more indefinitely. Kyrie, though, with that genius one, a lot of cooldown, and also more magic defense reduction, the more instances of damage you make. So it's a perfect item for the Gusion, and with the turtle up here, that's a great power spike to have.
Let's see what they do, though, with this control that they have, right? For both teams, still equal. Deja vu to game 1, where it was equal for a very long time, but with one team fight in the turtle pit, it went over to ONIC Esports. Keyboy opening up the map, though.
Exactly. Looking for the crowd control. Oh my god, look at the damage from Max. He takes Keyboy down in an instant. Seems like now CW is next. No,
double
actually,
kill.
What the heck? Key gets taken down. Keyboy as well in the first casualty. 2 for 1. And Max gets taken down out of nowhere.
Well, that was just a great turn. Initially, it seems like Bigetron Alpha were getting the pick on ONIC Esports, and the cult altar was a bit late, but afterwards, Kyrie just comes in and chunks multiple people at once. He goes for it again. That is a Uranus deleted.
I mean, that's the power of Kyrie. That's the power of Gusion. That's why you gotta build Radiant Armor early, baby. I think that's gonna be the main agenda here for side of Bigetron Alpha. Kyrie is always there. Those daggers are just so deadly. Upside here, a little bit of action here set up by both teams. 4 versus 2.
It's so easy for Kyrie, definitely using that 90% discount code, grb.to/MPL. You guys can use it too, ladies and gentlemen, to help yourselves out. But here you go. Once again, in the game, it's a pretty significant gold lead, like 1.5k here early on. And BTR seem to have no response whatsoever to actually look for any of the trades on the map. They've always just been following this ONIC Esports tempo.
They seem to be having a lot of control as far as wave management is concerned. They're pushing the waves faster, but afterwards, they can't get enough of a man advantage to actually get something to happen. But Kyrie and Max,
Oh!
that's a shutdown picked up by Max!
That's the dagger there. 4-1-0. Slight miscalculation there. Max picking up another kill. 3-1-0 and 4-1-0 for each jungler here. CW, blazing duet, manages to chunk Marky down to low HP. Let's see here. Oh, the stun battle mirror image. Oh my god, backup's coming. Marino, Keyboy needs to be careful here. And there you go. Keyboy gets the stun and he gets taken down. A very smart setup by Bigetron Alpha in the 6 minutes of the game.
Gold lead instantly just back again. Equalized basically right now. Bigetron Alpha wiped that gold lead out, just like you guys can wipe out the dandruff from your hair with the Head & Shoulders X MLBB. This time, look at that Tigreal one and the Eudora one. It's pretty clean.
Really
just like your
clean.
hair after Head & Shoulders.
Just like the play that Max made against Kyrie, he picked up the shutdown as well, so that is a dangerous situation for ONIC Esports, but they are still going for the turtle. They still have the Cult Altar and all the crowd control available, so nothing too different from the previous fights. We'll see who pulls the trigger first.
Yeah, let's see here. Turtle has been resetted here by ONIC Esports. They do not want to overcommit things, as Irithel has shown in the minimap in the mid side. ONIC Esports again controlling the tempo very, very smartly, I could say. Boots and Key. Showdown, but no commitments. Seems like top. No.
Oh my god, what?
The damage. Sorizo insta deleted. Nobody on last catches two. No follow-up damage. Key gets taken down. Marino and as well as Paquito is nowhere near. But it seems like Paquito trying to find a cheeky push in the mid side. But Faramis catches him and clears the wave.
Bigetron Alpha, though, this time, the response is proper towards this contest onto the turtle, right? They know that they're not in a position where they can't go for it, so they go for trades instead. And Keyboy is going to be bringing Max back.
2 damage turrets on towards Paquito here. Again, ONIC Esports, 1.1 thousand gold lead. Take a look at Gushin here. Genius one and as well as Glowing one. So damage over time from that Glowing one is definitely there.
Well, in the fights, his daggers are going to hit multiple people, so applying the burn, the max HP DPS coming in from the Glowing one is going to be very beneficial. It also has an additional effect of making your instances of damage do more damage. And now Key will feel that firsthand. He is burning away, but he will survive.
Okay. He was trying to face check. He survives. Well played. But he burned, no, not even burning his flicker there. Key, what a play there. Giving out information now, Kyrie, though. Trying to find Eric. Cover this time as he was recalling an ONIC Esports again. Very, very smart play.
What is that damage, my guy? I think that's definitely what Marky said as he was taken down by his ex-teammate here. That definitely hurts. 1,000 gold lead for ONIC Esports. BTR are in shambles currently. Aren't able to find any responses on the map. ONIC Esports doing everything in this game so far. 1.2k gold lead as well. In the bottom side, taken down. Top side just fell to the hands of CW. And the longer this game goes, it feels like it's going to get even tougher for BTR.
I want to agree with you. What do you think? What do you think about this, Arashi?
The longer the game goes, the more the Lords are going to be more critical to the victory of the teams, and the more the Cult Altar is going to be abused by ONIC Esports. We've seen it in game number 1. We might see it yet again. All the members on ONIC Esports can absolutely commit and dive under the turret, but they're just waiting for the power spikes here. With Kyrie picking up the Holy Crystal, increasing his damage even more, CW already has the his core items for the Cloud as well, so it's a dangerous spot for Bigetron Alpha to be in.
Oh my god.
Kyrie insta 5 dagger on towards the marksman, Marky, gone. And now Keyboy catches through, Moreno falls, Sorizo falls as well. Every member from the side of Bigetron logo is falling. And take a look at this Bigetron Max with the juke surviving, but CW does not care. He knows that he can chunk the Lord, and the first Lord, uninvolved one, an enhanced one, will fall to the hands of ONIC Esports.
Absolute domination. Another Lord over to ONIC Esports, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Max has just been trying his best to farm up in the side lanes, never in these team fights. And Marky got caught there by Boots. Again, ONIC Esports are looking absolutely unstoppable right now. They're running through Bigetron Alpha like it's nothing.
Kyrie on that Gusion, man. This is insane. No one is safe right now. I think Soriza opted to go for the Dominance Ice as well early on, trying to deal with the sustain of Boots. And as a result, man, he can get destroyed. Boots now 1v3. Max also still in the bushes, but he's alive. Not for long.
A lot of resources were put there. Numian Blast, Black Shoes as well, and Boots gets taken down. ONIC Esports seems like they are angry. They want revenge, but Bigetron Alpha, they realize Lord is marching south side. They will not have business there. Now ONIC Esports, let's see.
There's not really much that Bigetron Alpha can do currently. ONIC Esports can just micromanage the waves again with that top side pushing in. He's gonna go into the mid lane, bottom side as well. Go for the siege. They have this Cult Altar as well. Whoa. So it's very hard for Bigetron Alpha to look for the commitment. Meanwhile, Max might be spotted out here. Kyrie.
Ooh.
Okay.
First point. Oh, Boots. He will.
Oh, Boots will see him.
Oh no. Oh,
okay, he speaks out the purple buff, but now ONIC knows he's there, it seems like. They're moving backwards, and if Max can get the jump on any of the members, this will be massive, but it won't happen as Kyrie makes a big play!
My God.
Oh!
Look at the catch, called Altar as well, and now ONIC Esports, they are definitely angry. No members surviving that one. They do not want any living members from side of Bigetron Alpha. Insta pause here, I bet, from the side of Bigetron Alpha. But boy, oh boy, what a match it has
been. Wow, that combo right there. What a play by ONIC Esports. This is a complete stomp. At this point, it is one-sided. We might have to change the meaning. We need to make a new word for what's going on here. I don't think a stomp is the right word. It's more than it. It really feels like Bigetron aren't able to do anything. Literally nothing. Every time they look for an opening, that happens.
It just seems like ONIC is so prepared because every time Bigetron try and adjust their approach, right? Okay, a front to back doesn't work out. Maybe we can go for the pick-off strategy. They go for the pick-off, they lose out to Kyrie. They send Max behind, they don't get that either. They fight on the lane in the jungle. It seems like ONIC is just so prepared. It's hard to catch this team when they're not ready for you. They're always anticipating, and so far, it seems like whatever Bigetron tries, ONIC is already imagining. So they already have a clear idea on how they want the fight to play out.
Seems like there are no loopholes. There aren't any loophole in ONIC, in this ONIC team. Again, game sense, macro mechanic as well. They are unstoppable. Marky here, signature hero. Melissa, runner-up in MPL Season 8. Runner-up M3 World Championship with ONIC PH. Marky, ex-former teammate of Kyrie. Man, this guy is just also, the impact is huge.
It's absolutely insane right now. Even Marky is getting outclassed in the gold lane, right? Because again, he just ganked over and over again, and it's just really tough for. It's over.
Oh.
It's over. Game 2 secured by ONIC. Match point.
Wow. After a long pause, it is going to be the end of it. What can you say? A dominant performance yet again. Everything just comes into play perfectly for ONIC Esports and Bigetron. Despite being on their comfort heroes, you have to start to wonder what is going on here. They don't win in the laning phase, they don't win in the rotations like they usually do, and they don't win in those team fights, even though, technically, they do have very strong team fight ultimates ready for themselves.
Oh, man. Just what an absolute stomp, once again, from ONIC Esports. It doesn't even feel like a match here, man. It's 2-0. What? How? That was a 13-minute game so far. The 2 games that they played, Arashi, there's a total, 24 minutes of game time in the last 2 games.
That is ridiculous, man. Like, Even in the regular season, have we seen a match this one-sided?
I think we 11 minutes.
Have we?
11 minutes? No. Game 1, no. Game 2, yeah, maybe. 12 minutes, 54 seconds, but
combined.
Game 1.
Game 1 and 2, 11 and 12? Yo, what is going on here?
Maybe the fastest series we've ever seen so far.
Yeah. I feel like Bigetron progressed Game 1, 11, and Game 2, 12, right?
So it's going to be 13 for Game 3.
Progression.
At least they can withstand a minute more than the last game.
I mean, at this point, right, we can't even say that Bigetron Alpha are underperforming. It just feels like ONIC are just that strong. I'm not even shocked, right?
Scared.
ONIC Esports, I'm not even scared. ONIC Esports, I expected them to be strong.
Exactly.
That was definitely an understatement.
Well,
what the heck?
Especially against Bigetron. We've been talking about, can Bigetron surpass the odds? Has Bigetron improved so much they are now too difficult to deal with for ONIC Esports? Apparently not. Apparently not at all. What is going on?
What's scary is, Arashi, the ONIC Esports that we all have been, saying is strong in the regular season, it doesn't feel like that was their true form, right? It felt like it was still hidden. They were hiding a lot of those strats. They were hiding their best lineup. And here it is, with their best lineup, with the drafts, the way they're playing as well, the strategy. I don't know if Bigetron Alpha can decode this playstyle in a matter of just one series.
But then again, it happened to RRQ earlier. They were down 2-0 and reverse swept our fire. Bigetron. Can they do the same here against ONIC Esports? Kyrie's Gushin makes the ONIC leads from early to not even the late game, even though they said the late game, but 12 minutes ain't late.
Give Kyrie the MVP, man. He absolutely
What was his
deserved
score
it,
final
man.
at the end? 10-1 or something?
Let me just check real
quick. It doesn't even matter if you're a tank. It doesn't even matter, okay? If there's multiple members available together. Usually against an assassin.
16-5.
Oh my god, 16-5? Usually, right, when you're come together, there's safety in numbers. Not against the Gushin.
No?
When 5 of you get hooked with the I'm offended, it's over. You get destroyed.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was just so good from every single player from the side of ONIC Esports. This team is looking scary. This team is looking
ready.
Perhaps for M4.
Ooh. Coming from you. I'm flattered. But let's talk about
You're
item
flattered.
builds.
Who are you?
Item builds here. 5-16. ONIC Esports. Almost 13. I see progress from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Arashi, please dissect the item builds.
Well, first and foremost, you can take a look at CW, man. That's a lot of damage available. Even the Malefic War. There's not even a lot of physical defense available for Bigetron Alpha, but he just wants to make sure that when you get bursted down, you get bursted down hard. Kyrie on the Gushin with the Wind Talker as well, so a bit of a mix. But as we mentioned earlier, having the two wands, the Genius one and the Glowing one, allows him to have a lot more presence in the team fights and even in 1v1 situations as well. So it's a very wise itemization. Oh wait, his score is 10-1 and 5. I think that's even more impressive, actually, Mirko. But Sans on the Faramis, he goes with the Lightning Truncheon. No Clock of Destiny because scaling isn't his objective. The fleeting time here, I think, is just so beneficial. With how aggressive ONIC Esports has been playing, having the fleeting time lowers the cooldown so much more. The cooldown of your ultimate also gets cut down if you get a takedown, if you participate in a kill, like an assist or a kill. So Sans was able to spam the Cult Altar, and it's always ready in case Bigetron Alpha goes for the big play. So that just shuts down any kind of offensive from Bigetron Alpha. The rich guy is going to be CW, battling by Mandiri, and the carry, there's no question here, is there?
No, definitely not. It has to be Kyrie, right? With that performance, man. I mean, even on the Lancelot, it's debatable, like if it's CW or Kyrie, but this time I think it has to be Kyrie with the MVP currently, right?
And the kill participation, 94% by Boost as well. His Fredrin is absolutely underrated, shutting down the Paquito, the Paquito and now the Uranus as well. But this is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It is going to be Kyrie, man. No question about it. What a clean performance. And we will take a look at some of that performance in the highlights right here. although in the early game, you saw that a bit shaky, but of course, after the initial fight, and then Kyrie getting a bit more of an advantage, he just knows exactly where to go. He knows when to use his spells for the kills and when he needs to use it to secure actually a bit of objective. And with how much he's snowballing, he gets taken out here. But no one is safe, man, because even Uranus, Sorizo on the Uranus gets deleted almost instantly. And when no one can actually stay in the front and take that damage for your team, that's already a very difficult situation to be in. And as well with the Cult Altar, Bigetron can't even go for the 1-for-1 trades any longer, because then the Cult Altar just ensures that it's a one-sided trade for the side of ONIC Esports. Oh, after that, just play it clean and calculated, go for the fights, go for the mutual objectives, and that mutual objective control is what allows ONIC to just pull Bigetron away from the security of their base. I think it's just such a clean performance. There's not much to say about it, man. That's just...
Wow.
It's just so neat.
Wow.
It was clean. It was.
How many wows was that, Goni?
I don't know. At this point,
17, I think.
17, 16 maybe, just like the kills, Ron.
But I guess the players and us were sitting on a very, very comfortable chair. So, a special shout out to Secret Lab, the official gaming chair partner of MPL Indonesia. Take a look at this, right? Take a look at this.
At this.
Fully adjustable armrest to play Mobile Legends comfortably. The best comfort from this cool foam as well. Ooh. That's it. And of course, the new material is so cool.
And guess what, Goni? It's also magnetic.
What the heck? And also, Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 chair is designed to let everyone sit in incredible comfort for a very long time. That you can actually sleep on it and your back feels okay.
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, with the adjustments, it's so good, especially as casters here, where we're gonna sit almost the whole day. The back adjustment here on the chair definitely helps
a lot.
A lot, and you guys should go and check it out as well, because the players, they're finding comfort on stage, playing in front of thousands of people, and watched by millions online. But it's all good.
Exactly. You only have one lower back, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure that you take care of your lower back, because
if you have two hands, so it's fine.
You can't buy another.
If you lose one, you still have another. But your back, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's your point, right? No?
I guess.
We have only one Arashi.
You only
so we have to take care of Arashi as well.
There's only one more game though.
Oh!
Match point for ONIC Esports, so we have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. But I think for now, we might take a small break.
Perhaps a small break would do, ladies and gentlemen. Well, 2-0 is the current standings for ONIC Esports. Will it change? Will it add up? Of course it will add up, but to which side? Let's see. Goni, Mirkon, as well as Arashi. See ya.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. We all this.
2-0 for the side of ONIC Esports. Match point. Will they grab the 3-0 clean sweeping Bigetron, or Bigetron, can they force this series to a game 4? Back with us, English casters Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi, who will accompany you for the rest, till the rest of the matches here. But man, oh man, what a treat. Match 1, full series. Match 2, a possible clean sweep.
We saw this pattern yesterday, 3-2, 3-0, and right now, the pattern is very, very strong with us. It's another insane performance by Kyrie, though. Game 1, it was the Lancelot. Game 2, it was the Gusion, a hero that... This is the debut, by the way. It's going to be very hard to beat this performance on the Gusion.
What can you say? In case you guys missed it, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very strong performance because ONIC Esports, they just outplanned Bigetron, and of course, on the back of Kyrie on the Gusion, he was able to assassinate not one person, but even multiple members at the same time. And it doesn't even matter how tanky you are, because even the Uranus, the only tank on the side of Bigetron Alpha, gets one shot as well. So, man, Bigetron needs to try and find a way to curb his aggression on those assassins, man. It's a bit too much.
It's going to be very tough once again, though, because Max, he picked up his signature Paquito. Game 1, he picked up the Karina. And still in both games, Kyrie absolutely just snowballed. What's weird is, again, right? Game 2, the Akai was left open. It was up for grabs here. Oh. Wow. These are some spicy comments. Ooh. We're not going to translate it on broadcast, but you can put that on Google on Translate, I think.
Big yikes indeed here, ladies and gentlemen. And take a look at Coach Brendini. It seems like he is formulating a plan in Game 3. How is he going to tackle ONIC Esports here entering Game 3? Game 1 and 2 doesn't succeed. ONIC Esports a little too strong. But now, Brendini seems like he's ready for Game 3 here, Rashi.
Ooh, Bigetron supporters here still not losing heart for sure. This is a very passionate supporter. Same thing for ONIC though. All the way, man. I think today has been the match with the most passionate supporters, I dare say. This is crazy. Not just today, I think in the whole playoff so far. So, we'll have to see. Bigetron right here. A lot of questions they need answered. It's a very tough assignment. And right now, ONIC are the ones first pick, and they ban away the Faramis and the Atlas. Whoa.
All right, Bigetron Alpha this time with the red side. So they've swapped this time around. Let's see if it changes their route here. ONIC Esports once again on the blue this time. Seems like just the bans are going to be still the same for ONIC, right? Aside from the Faramis, obviously, because they have to adjust here after swapping sides, but the Atlas stays the same. For BTR, it's still the Fanny and now the Valentina.
Fanny and the Valentina, both very strong right here, but I think if both teams want to try and play for, I don't know, to respect their opponents, some particular heroes need to be taken away. But for Bigetron now, what's it gonna be? Are they gonna just let go of the Gusion? That is now a very difficult situation because Kyrie can play so many different things, including the Akai still, because it was still open in the last game, but the Irisel will be banned away.
Exactly, a peculiar ban here from side ONIC Esports. Perhaps their approach is they want to open a lot of heroes. Seems like Irithal, they do not want to deal with a Bigetron Alpha. Really taking their time, their last ban here in the first phase, because again, a lot of hero prios that are open.
Oh, look at that Irithal ban. It's basically forcing BTR to go for the 1-1 ban, right? And if they don't ban the 1-1, CW is #1 in that top global ranking for the 1-1. So, I don't know. I don't think BTR can do this, right? Oh, there you go. They banned the 1-1. They do not want to let that go over to ONIC Esports. 1-1 banned out will mean that the Akai is still up for grabs here. Paquito
as well.
Brock.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of prio heroes. And remember, in this situation, Bigetron can pick up 2 prio heroes.
You know what would make this game even crazier than it already is?
What?
Oh, Leslie.
Oh, man. On CW. I mean, in terms of unique heroes in the gold lane, I think CW is definitely one of the top, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, it's just going to be the Rock here. If they do go for the Leslie, I don't think it's going to be the Leslie first pick, right, Arashi? So,
right.
Pick up for ONIC. BTR now have a chance to go for the Claude. They do, and the Paquito. And this is shaping up to be, oh, Arashi, the Leslie does pretty well against the Claude.
No way, right? Come on. That is a possibility right here. If they do it, they might just hold off and like wait on it, right? Show it last, maybe in the final 2 picks. We'll have to see though. With the Grok available, it's still flexed around? Will they go for the Fredrin again against the Paquito? Boots had a great time against the Paquito and against the whole team of Bigetron after getting an advantage in that lane as well. So that could be an option, or maybe a mid laner to contest the clearing could be a potential solution.
Perhaps that might be the case here, ladies and gentlemen. ONIC Esports, 2 heroes immediately responding with a Fredrin and as well as Lilia. We saw Boots on that Fredrin in game 1. Wondrous plays made by him. 1 hero to close out the first phase of Bigetron Alpha. And to respond as well.
Ooh. Pick here. I don't know, against this kind of dive comp, right? I mean, with the Grok, with the Fredrin, I don't think the Eve's gonna get that much space. The Gushin ban, though, out of respect already from BTR. Oh, man. I mean, if I was BTR, I'd probably go for the ban as well towards that Gushin.
Gushin ban, I mean, it's a lot of damage. We've seen the potential, especially in the hands of Kyrie as well. So we'll have to see right now. It does seem like they want to go for a bit more of a team fight, Bigetron, I mean. With the real-world manipulation, with the Blazing Duet, what else do they need? A bit more crowd control for sure to set up everything. Because as it is right now, ONIC can just walk away, right? There's nothing keeping them from staying in the range for that damage. For ONIC, though, they ban out the Esmeralda. Of course, Sorizo can still use one of those tankier heroes and let the Paquito go into the hands of Max. He was able to match with Kyrie in the early game before Kyrie just spiraled out of control, and Bigetron banned out that Beatrix.
Which is interesting, right? Because now it leaves
Leslie
only
open.
Well, you're right. The Leslie is open. I mean, if ONIC Esports want to go for it, they picked up Gushin early on just now. They can go for a Leslie. I don't know, though.
I think they're thinking about it. But then again,
I'm thinking about it, too.
Yves is going to be
But they have a Grok, and they have a Fredrin, so it's like, they can actually just go for the cancel, and with this Leslie, what you're looking at is the laning phase, right? Up against the Claw, you do really well. You farm really well. Let's say the Claw doesn't even go for anything, doesn't go for those trades. Leslie just farms, scales to the late game. Remember, doing true damage with the crit, with her first ability. Oh. Okay, so no Gushin, but we'll see his brother, Amon, here for Bigetron Alpha. A hero that we saw Max on last time in the regular season. Haven't seen it Amon at all in the playoffs. And here it is. Are we gonna see the Leslie?
And what can we see in the hands of Kyrie as well? What if they put the Grok in the jungle, man? Who would expect that?
Oh, like high.
I don't know. I think right now Lancelot fits this composition up against the Amon to dodge away from the Endless Shards.
I want to see Hellkurt, bro.
Hellkurt?
Hellkurt.
I don't think you're going to see Hellkurt from Kyrie, though.
I think he prefers a lot more mechanical options. And I agree, the Lancelot has a lot of outplay potential. There we go. The final pick, though, is going to be a Melissa. No!
I thought the Leslie, man. You know, I had my expectations there, but Melissa will be the final pick for ONIC Esports here. Bigetron Alpha with the last pick for themselves. It's the Hilda. Against the Lancelot. This is a pretty solid pick, actually, for BTR. They want to try to do what they did, what he did, I guess, to Sutsujin in the regular season.
Disrespectful there, but Hilda, Paquito, and as well as Claude. I feel like their composition is very divey here. From the side of Bigetron, how does that bode with ONIC's composition here, Rashi?
Against a Lilia, a dive comp is very difficult. If they don't shut down that Lilia in the early game, she'll be able to actually do a lot of damage, a lot of AoE damage to everyone diving in. And it essentially causes DPS in the late game, and you can't even burst her down because of the black shoes. So I think ONIC has the tools available to deal with that.
It seems we're getting ready to get into the game. Gani, it can be a 3-0 here for match number 2.
Let's see the potential conclusion, perhaps, maybe, for game 3 here. 2-0. Will it be a 3 or will it be 2-1? Ladies and gentlemen, Bigetron and as well as ONIC Esports has entered the land of Dawn. Let's see the potential final conclusion.
Ooh, off the bat, 3 sprints and a flicker on the Yves. right? Usually you see sprints on the Eve, but not a flicker. Here we see the flicker being picked up though. We'll have to see in the early game, Key already trying to be a nuisance, trying to be a menace towards Kyrie, but ONIC is collapsing.
Oh, you can see here 3v1 Key again, of course, being the Hilda that he is, and again forced to use that sprint early here because Sans is there, but Chorizo, of course, will back him up. Kyrie and as well as Sans needs to back away as the burst damage, the physical burst damage from Paquito early game is just tremendous.
Yeah, and that's what the Hilda can do early on, right? With just that, they are able to control the mid lane as well because, hey, guess what? Kiboy and Sans will be forced to actually maneuver into their own jungle to help with the farm there for Kyrie. But on that bottom side here, CW was able to win on the Claude up against Marquis Melissa. This time, let's see what happens. Key again.
A repeat here. Kyrie will grab that with Retribution, no problem. Now for B1 Key. Without Prince, is this a problem? It's just like, no, it's not.
Early game from the Hilda is absolutely annoying, man. Having the movement speed, having the shielding as well as the regen. So we'll have to see, man. The Hilda is so annoying from Key, and so far, ONIC has not been able to punish him, but they have been able to make sure that Kyrie at least is still getting a healthy amount of income. But Max is out-farming him due to that factor.
Let's see, once again, Marquis down below already getting a pretty significant gold lead there, hitting the turret. And this, again, is going to be good for BTR if the Claude scales. Very similar to game one as to how CW was able to scale. Bigetron Alpha looking for the turtle now. With the pressure they have in the top side and the mid lane, they're going to look for that collapse, but they got to be very careful as to how Keyboy actually plays this out.
Okay, Key here trying to force Kyrie, not even force Kyrie. With the calculations here, Key will escape now. Bigetron Alpha, it seems like their coordination is not yet to start the turtle now. Key will be taken down for sure. First blood falls in the hands of Kyrie. Seems like ONIC Esports now will have the initiation for the turtle.
Yeah, and once again, well, you know, Papulung left me, but Kyrie,
whoa! Burst it down here, perhaps Phantom Execution to escape. Chorizo misses that skill. Wild Charge connects, but Chorizo will survive.
Wow.
Bigetron Alpha will claim the first blood. Take a look at that juke flicker. Not all the charge connects, and there you go, Boost survived.
Well played by ONIC Esports there, and Bigetron Alpha. Turtle secured by BTR. And I'm pretty sure also now they're going to go for that bottom side where Key, again, is still just being such a nuisance. Kyrie.
Amazing, amazing performance here by Key. Kyrie now a quarter of health. Will be able still to claim that orange buff, but emblem-wise here, Arashi, any significant?
Well, killing spree over the Demon Slayer, that is Kyrie's ninja way, to say this, to put it in words. But now for Max, he has the mystery shop as well, so he's trying to get all the item power spikes available. And same thing for Marquis, but he is not getting jumped on.
The BMI there. Misplaced perhaps, and he gets into the wild charge, which capitalized by CW, and Marquis gets taken down. Max though, with invisibility, trying to perhaps set up bot side here. Take a look at Paquito there. And Hilda. Wow, sandwiching Kyrie here. If Kyrie's not careful, oh my God.
I mean, he's so annoying, man. And this time, Chorizo is also helping him. Look at Chorizo, he's not a laner.
Sandwiching, bro.
Oh my God.
Oh, they read him.
Yeah, I guess Chorizo, I mean, Boost knows where the whereabouts of Chorizo, and now it seems like ONIC Esports still 5 minutes of the game, they are the ones getting pressured. Marquis here in the mid side, BMI to them. Slide Mr. Mechanic, Kyrie with the assist as well. Sans though will pick up that kill as Moreno will pop that real world manipulation.
They grab that kill like you can grab food using the promo code. But man, it seems like Bigetron Alpha are putting so much emphasis and time and resources onto Kyrie. They're not really shutting down anyone else. Sans as well as CW will be a very significant threat in the late game. They are the main DPS tools. Kyrie will fall off as an assassin.
Yeah, they will. I mean, technically, Bigetron Alpha are able to withstand and take it to late game. They will have a little bit of a chance here to actually go for it here, though, mid lane.
Boots with the taunt on towards Chorizo. Chorizo with the shield passive still surviving. Low HP though, which perhaps might translate to a free turtle on towards ONIC. Let's see though, the Bigetron member is already in that vicinity. Torizo trying to clear before he gets taken down, as well as with that Festival of Blood emblem, of course, he gets the blood HP.
Yeah.
12 amp.
It's just very, you know, right now good by ONIC Esports, right? They're able to actually use this early game pretty well. Even though Kyrie's been bullied out of the jungle, he's been doing pretty well now. They're gonna go on to the turtle.
Yeah, Amon is coming, but I guess a little bit too late to the party. Kyrie though is stuck. He's isolated. He gets taken down, but Key will be traded back. But it's all worth it, Marquis, with this. My God!
Whoa!
A little mismechanic, but Moreno trades it back 3-4-2. ONIC Esports grabs the turtle though, which is worth it here. Arashi.
Ooh, I think ONIC did let go of their pressure, but technically, right, all during the early game, Bigetron Alpha are the ones that were abusing the Hilda and winning in pressure. So the fact that ONIC Esports are still able to get the turtle despite all that, I think it's an even trade, but I dare say it might favor ONIC Esports just a little bit more.
I'd say it actually favors Bigetron Alpha, man. You know, they were behind, and now it's a pretty solid gold lead over to BTR. The fact that they also got the turret up top means that they have more map control to play around. And with that, remember, they have an Amon. They can't just play into enemy jungle looking for those squishies to burst down and assassinate.
They have the Paquito as well that can help in that endeavor. And of course, Hilda, they can just find information in the first place to try and make that work. But look at CW almost getting taken out. Marky already looking for an opportunity, but he will be forced to back away. And Kyrie clears away from the mid lane, but at what cost? He outplays it though.
Clean by Kyrie there. What a play. Clearing the waves and getting out, but BTR want to use this to capitalize, perhaps onto the mid lane.
Yeah, we can see here again, oh my God, Key, a nuisance on towards Kyrie here. He needs to be careful. Passive execution, gets stunned up. Key, buying a lot of time. CW will pick up the kill. It seems like now Bigetron Alpha, again, still with the map control. ONIC Esports, what is the answer here? Oh, Marky, pleasing duet on towards Keyboy. Is this the right move? My God, that barrier almost. Thankfully, his tower aggro isn't towards Marky.
1,000 gold lead still for BTR, but ONIC Esports, it feels like they're in the lead right now, right? With the gold lead being for BTR. Wait a minute, CW though. Gonna be caught.
No skill whatsoever. San still has that black shoes.
Oh!
The endless shards. Ending San's dream in the bot side. Now, take a look at the purple buff here. ONIC Esports, Torizo, and as well as Key again, trying to be a nuisance, but that purple buff will be taken, no problem. Key, bars, he is crazy on this Hilda.
Man, yeah, I mean, this is the Key we all know on the Hilda, and because of that, they're actually able to go on the Lord. ONIC Esports, no response. That's Bigetron Alpha with the Lord take here in game number 3.
ONIC needs to wait until they can actually punish Key in a more reliable fashion. Because right now, they are using way too much time to try and deal with him. And even then, it's not a guaranteed pick-off as well because they don't have the crowd control to deal with that. Take a look at the items here for Key. Dominance Ice and already building for a bit of magical defense as well. Suns with the Ice Queen's wand will allow him to slow everyone down and maybe slow them down just enough for CW to be able to output all that damage. He already has 2 core items, the Windtalker and the Berserker's Fury, but now a fight breaks in and Marky is a target.
Oh my God, Marky cancelled there, but take a look at this real room manipulation there. Oh, Wild Charge connects on towards Torizo, but no follow damage just yet. Take a look at the backside. Max claims the double. Keyboy as well as Boost is the casualty as Bigetron extends their lead to 4.1k and even grabbing the mid turret. My oh my, the red robots finally in game 3 shown their prowess.
What a flank there by Max as he's gonna go for that mid lane turret. And again, I wanted to point out the fact that Kyrie built the War Axe here in the game. So with the War Axe, if it's fully stacked up, they're gonna have a little bit more, he's gonna have a little bit more mobility to play with up against Key, who's just an absolute nuisance. But at this point, look at the damage from Max, right? He's able to burst down the squishy so easily. And Bigetron Alpha, out of nowhere, have built themselves a 7,000 gold lead.
Moreno has the glowing one as well, and you can see that it's a big problem. The Keyboy and Boots, the main frontliners, if they get grazed by a single spell, that already starts chunking down their HP bars that much more. And against this composition, you need every single bit of HP available because it's very burst reliant. Later on, for ONIC Esports, if the fight goes longer and longer, I think they have more reliable DPS. Whereas Bigetron Alpha, they have to rely on the combos, the bursts. But with the neutral objective game coming up, I think Bigetron Alpha can force ONIC Esports into weird situations.
We'll see here. ONIC Esports, they are behind 6,500. Well, Marquee needs to be taken down. Let's see another invade from side of Bigetron Alpha. No clear engages yet.
No, right. For Bigetron Alpha, they're not really going to go for any commitments here. Again, they have a massive gold lead. They can just wait for the next neutral objective. If there's a fight forced in here in the 11th minute, it should be from ONIC Esports, as they need to look for an opportunity to come back in the game here. And so far for Bigetron Alpha, they're freezing up the waves up top and in the bottom side. They were trying their best to stop ONIC Esports from getting any gold on the map.
They're walking into the jungle of ONIC Esports as well now. So even the purple buff here is being contested away. And in the jungle is fighting Bigetron Alpha right now with a Blazing Duet threat, with the real manipulation threat as well. It's going to be a bit too difficult for ONIC Esports to try and fight in the jungle. So maybe the lane is a better option. But even then, they don't have a lot of tools to facilitate that kind of approach.
Wow, 12 minutes in here, ladies and gentlemen. Still 6,500 gold lead. ONIC Esports, they are behind after a domination of Game 1 and 2. It seems like Bigetron finally in Game 3 have something to show to ONIC Esports. So let's see now, Bigetron Alpha with their lead and map control. Seems like the enhanced forward will be theirs.
Yeah, no contest from ONIC Esports. It's very smart, intelligent by ONIC Esports and BTR, right? BTR, knowing they have the lead, are going to force these neutral objective takes. And for ONIC, they know they're 7,000 gold behind. If they force a contest here, only just for the enhanced lord, they're going to lose out way more if they are taken down. And that's a high probability of happening because BTR are just so much more ahead in terms of gold right now. So ONIC Esports are opting to just stay back, use that high ground that they have, the wave clear they have from the Lilia and the Melissa to defend for now.
It sure seems that the main problem for the side of ONIC Esports right now is that range coming in from Moreno on the Eve, right? Because again and again, everyone is forced to back away, and during that moment of chaos, that is where Marky, that is where Max, as well as Key are getting opportunities, and look at that damage!
Oh my god! The glowing one, of course, will claim this life as well. The marksman will fall. Bigetron still strong with 5 here. One base turret has fallen. It seems like top will fall as well. Bot side needs to be careful on Marky.
Whoa!
Whoa! That timing. Shards enter the body of that Lancelot. One by one, ONIC Esports will fall as the base now is too exposed. The red robots have answered 1 point here, and it's gonna be wiped out by Head and Shoulders to give Bigetron Alpha the first point, 2-1.
Bigetron Alpha, no egg today for BTR, 2-1. They are alive in the MPL arena, and so are the Bigetroopers. 1 vote to BTR is all they needed in the talent prediction to seal the deal. Game number 3. Let's see what happens next, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, ONIC Esports and BTR will both need to reassess and obviously adapt to that draft.
Moreno on that Eve, man. Taking out CW before the fight even begins, that was critical. Both, I guess both Max and Moreno, right? They each took out 1 core member. Kyrie gets taken out, as well as CW, and without them, there's no way that ONIC can defend the Lord. So Bigetron plays the aggressive early game very, very well. It looks a bit shaky for a bit, but in the mid game, with that range advantage, knowing that the Yves was not targeted, the Yves was not shut down at all, they just go for that aggressive play. And against a Yves, if you're on the back foot, it's very, very difficult to even reach and be a problem for the Yves.
Mirko, say hello to your friends here, Bigetron fans. I mean, wow. 2-1 is going to be the score. And it seems like Bigetron manages to push ONIC to a game 4.
Well,
personally, ONIC Esports again, they can't underestimate Bigetron.
Definitely.
Which I feel they slightly did in game 3.
I actually don't think they I don't think they are overconfident. I don't think they wrote BTR off at all. I just think that Kyrie wasn't able to snowball. In both game 1 and 2, the main reason as to why they were able to get such a massive lead was that neutral objective control. And this game, it didn't happen because Kyrie wasn't as dominant. BTR have finally found a way to counter ONIC Esports. They pick up the Hilda and they win. I don't think that's a coincidence when you try to shut Kyrie down from the get-go, and when Kyrie isn't able to make those plays happen around the Riverside and just the ganks in general, Bigetron Alpha were able to capitalize.
It's not just Kyrie, right? Everyone else were forced to try and help and deal with that Hilda, so it's a very valuable pick for Bigetron for sure. It shuts down Kyrie, it pulls Sans away from the lane, it ensures that Keyboy, instead of actually finding kills, finding ganks for ONIC Esports, he is stuck trying to make sure that Kyrie isn't shut down. So I think it's just really, really solid. And of course, Marino's positioning gives Bigetron another chance to stay in the upper bracket. That real-world manipulation, especially when it's during the neutral objective take, was so valuable for the side of Bigetron Alpha. And so this is so far a winning formula, but of course it's very easily countered if they just ban away that Hilda.
This guy is just so hard to kill, and when he every time he popped that real-world manipulation,
so much damage.
So much damage and so on point as well. CW has no resource to escape as well because he was on that Inspire, and with that glowing wand early, that DOC is just evident.
Well, here it is once again. The fans, the biggest troopers here in the arena are just having a blast after that victory. Hopes are high for Bigetron Alpha. As we're gonna dive deep as what? Whoa! Right, by the way, game 1, 11 minutes to ONIC. Game 2, 12 minutes ONIC. Game 3, 13 minutes BTR. So you're right, they did improve.
They did improve for sure, and right now they have the Ice Queen's wand, the glowing wand, and he went for a Brute Force Breastplate just for an extra bit of security to ensure that in any off chance Kyrie or CW goes for him, he will have a bit more defense. He didn't even go for the Enchanted Talisman, knowing that he doesn't need to spam out a lot of spells. He just needs to have damage when it's required, and we can see that CW really felt that damage for sure. Of course, the other person to talk about is obviously Marky, with the steel leg plates for sure because of the value defense effect. But for the most part, full damage items with the Wind of Nature. So Kyrie really didn't have a lot of targets to pick off here. Max, on the other hand, it's a big contrast, right? Every single person, except for perhaps Boots and Keyboy, can be bursted down by the Amon, and he was having a huge impact. He was on a roll.
Wow.
Moreno,
damage, and look at that.
100%.
100 KP, 12. I don't know how many kills. I don't know how many assists, but 9 assists to his name. What the heck? Max Marino claiming 2 titles here, the Carrion as well as Forgotten One. He, as a roamer, will claim Sandbag again, enabling his team, providing vision, and as well as chunking Kyrie's health.
Wow, it's just so difficult for them to deal with him, man. Kyrie, I guess technically if he went for a fighter kind of jungler, this could have been avoided, but even then, I don't know, man. I think it's not just a matchup thing, it's about the fact that so much time and resources is forced to be taken away by Key. So we'll see if Bigetron can do the same in the next game, but the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series is gonna be Moreno on that Yve, man. Absolutely solid. And this is why the Yve is such a problem. It's just so flexible, and we will soon take a look at the highlights and see what exactly were the moments where this Yve was just such a valuable asset for Bigetron Alpha.
I mean, for Moreno, right, he basically, his ultimates were always just so on point. When he needed to ultimate, when he needed to use that real-world manipulation to enable or to start the fight, he does it. When he uses it to zone, to poke, it's always there at the right moment, at the right time, every single time.
Wow. What the... Okay, Gani, Arashi, and as well as Miracle back in the caster desk. But let's take a look at the MVP highlights here for the last game. in a very, very...
We're still waiting on it. But of course, I think it all comes down to the mid game. And in the early game, as you mentioned, Mirko, ONIC was still having a bit more advantage. They were still having the kill participation, the kill pressure. But in that mid game, man, everyone's tanky enough. Key having a lot of success, only taking down once or twice. He was just even tanky and tankier, and without the right items, they can't take him down. And he doesn't stick around long enough for CW to output that kind of damage either. So it's a difficult situation. Let's see if we can get to the replay.
We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP highlights here. But no, we're going to talk about something a little bit more special than the MVP highlights. Obviously, Moreno did a lot of damage. How did he do that? He needs gold for his items, and you guys can invest in gold in real life to get items in real life as well with the value. Look at that. Wow.
Invest in UBS Gold, UBS Gold X MPL Season 10, starting from 100,000. Can get free MLBB skins. You can get yours from ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and Blibli UBS Lifestyle. Again, give me yours, Mirko. I need yours. Thank you very much.
Why?
I need yours, Arashi. Give it to me. Thank you very much.
There's no consent here, man.
This is how you
extorting
invest.
everyone.
There you go.
This is how you invest, right?
But you take it from other people.
Exactly. Right? And then, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. UBS is full demand here, MPL. Check it out. If you perhaps want to think about the long term, check out UBS Lifestyle as well.
Check UBS Lifestyle. And ladies and gentlemen, right here, is this just a curse going on in MPL? Every single time you see a 2-0? Well, yesterday was a 2-0, but it happened today, right? 2-0. Or fire 2-0 RRQ, and then 1. And I heard apparently in PH, Omega 2-0'd Bren, and Bren 3-2'd Omega. So there are 2 reverse sweeps today in both ID and PH.
That's crazy.
Coincidence? ONIC Esports 2-0
I don't think that's the
Bigetron
coincidence,
Alpha.
Arashi.
I was about to say, I think not, but
it's God's plan.
There's a higher power here. Just adding more drama.
What the heck was that?
You know? But man, 2-1 force out of ONIC Esports. Again, can Bigetron add another point?
Maybe. Maybe they might add 2 points.
Or ONIC Esports put the nail in the coffin and give it 3-1. We'll have to wait and see here, folks. As again, you are still waiting.
Ronnie is praying really hard right now. That's why he's talking about higher powers and everything. He needs this to work out, man.
Oh, man. You know, guys, today, well, in the MPL arena itself in G-Expo Theater right here, you guys from anywhere can actually come in without tickets as well. Not to watch here, but you guys can hop on over to watch with everybody outside of the arena. Still air-conditioned fully. There's also a lot of events happening outside here with a lot of merchandise being sold. There's also a punching bag. There's a lot of cool things that you guys can do here in the MPL arena. And you guys should.
Like mini games.
Did you buy a merch?
Of course I bought merch, Gani.
Oh, sad. I bought one, but the camera isn't on us again.
Wow.
But okay. Drop it here. 2 minutes to perhaps another potential last game here. 2-1 for now. What went wrong from ONIC Esports, Arashi?
I think they just weren't expecting Key on the Hilda, because Hilda we haven't seen Hilda for so long, but against a team as jungle-centric as ONIC Esports, having a Hilda is just way too beneficial, right? It stops the jungler, and as we mentioned, it pulls everyone into weird engagements, and Bigetron was very smart in making sure that the side they were playing on has that Paquito, right? So Rizzo was able to actually be a big factor with Paquito as well, and then afterwards, with everyone just scrambling to help out Kyrie, it's just inefficient, because if you try and help Kyrie out, you're not giving Kyrie 100% of like what your team would have gotten. Because let's say you're the mid laner, you move to help Kyrie, you get more in the jungle, but you lose out in the mid lane. So repeat that several times, and that's what you get. You get Moreno just doing so much more damage.
I guess you're right. I mean, it's quite clear.
What am I supposed to say? I know I'm right. Oh. Well, 1 minute to go here, and for sure.
Okay. Well, again, based on game 1, game 2, game 3. Game 4, what do you think will change regarding the drafts here? Face value.
Face value, I think that I feel like for ONIC Esports, right, they have been using boots as a winning lane, right? Because we talked about requiring a winning lane to try and make plays around with. They've been using boots, but maybe they require more if they want to play for the early game. Because if you want to go for a Lancelot, right, it means you want to let Kyrie snowball. If you want to do that, you need a bit more help, I think. If you want to rely solely on Kyrie, it may work out like in game number 1 with the Gusion, but it's not a guaranteed kind of deal, you know? Of course, Bigetron won't allow that. But in case you missed it, the impact player for Bigetron in the previous game was Marino on that Yves, so we'll see if he can replicate that success. If ONIC wants to avoid falling victim to that long-range playstyle, they require some dive, some crowd control, or perhaps some more long-range damage of their own.
Man, oh man. Seems like we are now 5 seconds away for the 4th draft. And I can't wait. The yellow porcupines once again against the red robots, ladies and gentlemen. To recap, game 1 and game 2, ONIC Esports winning in a dominating fashion. But take a look at the ONIC girls here. Oh, it seems like they are ready to give their full support. ONIC Angels to the ONIC side.
That's an interesting uniform they got on. I mean,
what do you think, Rashi, about the uniforms?
I like the look. I think it has appeal for sure.
It has appeal. All right. Rashi has shared.
We're keeping it professional on the English desk right now as we move in straight towards the drafting phase. After that small interlude, it's gonna be the Fanny, and the Farum is banned out as well as the Wan and the Valentina.
Yeah, it's clear. ONIC Esports will have the red side, so they will have the heroes. They will pick up 2 heroes here in the first phase, in the first pick. But Bigetron here, what will they opt for in the first phase? Last time around, they opted for a Grok ban, which is quite interesting because I feel like he can play a mean Grok as well. But then again, I feel Bigetron, they aren't really comfortable, I guess, then with that Grok. ONIC Esports, 1-1, and as well as Valentina has been banned away. Again, still with the same pattern, Atlas ban.
Atlas ban right now. Oof. Well, they don't ban the Hilda out though, so that's quite interesting. For Bigetron, first picking the Claude is an approach we saw yesterday, I believe, and Marky was able to absolutely wreak havoc. That was the same case in the previous game as well. Yeah. So maybe the shoes on the other foot. ONIC are the ones that require something very strong in the early game to try and disrupt Claude's farming as well.
Well, 2 heroes, ONIC Esports, last time around, they opted early as well. Well, because Claude isn't in the option, I feel like they can prioritize towards the mid side.
Paquito is also available. The Grok is also still, it's actually banned out. But Mathilda, as well as the Paquito. Whoa, this is a winning combo we saw last season, I believe, right? Mathilda and Paquito has been so meta for so long before it finally fell off. So ONIC is going back to that. And Bigetron, now they can select 2 more heroes. The Yves is still open, it's a possibility. The Lilia seems to be the go-to for Marino as well. So we have to see what kind of option they want to go for.
Yeah, I mean, Paquito and Mathilda, this Paquito can be flexed as well. Remember, Boots can play a mean Paquito as well. And of course, Kyrie, if needed, can play that Paquito as well. Comment here by Anti-Mage. Bigetron's solid gameplay is, of course, still solid. They should maintain it well. If they can add more unique drafts, perhaps it will make the team more solid. Well, the concept for Anti-Mage is just solidarity. Esmeralda as well as Ling has been secured, meaning that, of course, Sorizo will play that Esmeralda, so perhaps forcing Boots for a Dairoth pick here. Ling.
Forcing Boots into a Dairoth pick would make sense. Essentially, it's still flexible into the jungle as well if they really wanted to. But wow, the Ling pick here. Will ONIC just do a no you, an Uno reverse card, and go pick the Hilda? That will be entertaining to watch.
It's gonna be great.
You have to wonder if That would make sense though, but Daiworth, as you predicted, Goni, will make an appearance right here.
Well, it seems like the two fighters here, so it's not flexed anymore. Paquito is gonna go to the hands of the jungler. Second phase now. Let's begin. ONIC Esports, they can opt for a mid laner ban here. Perhaps they can ban out that Eve, and as well as perhaps Forso, and they themselves can go for that Lilia pick. Again, Sans is so aggressive on that Lilia that won them the second game.
Exactly. The Lilia aggression, especially towards the late game, will be important, but ONIC bans away the Eve, so they might be going for something a bit more up close and personal. But Bigetron, they still have the option of picking up maybe a Farsa, maybe
which
a Chang'e if you really, really want to. Bigetron, right? If they want to go for something long range, there are still so many options available.
I think ONIC can ban out the Farsa for their last ban here. I think that's
really?
the right way. Yeah. ONIC Esports will pick up the Lilia for their first pick. Because, again, Bigetron has shown that they secure that link, so they will not commit to that Farsa, I'm quite sure. ONIC Esports, let's see. Will they commit to that Farsa pick?
And I guess for ONIC Esports, right, since they already shown the Matilda, Bigetron has no real worry that a Hilda will make a sudden appearance. Unless ONIC pulls a big brain and sends the Matilda into the mid lane instead. But of course, we know that really is quite the bold maneuver. But as you predicted, Goni,
it's the Farsa.
You know ONIC pretty well.
Yeah, man. It's almost like you're a fan of ONIC Esports. Anyways, though, Bigetron Alpha with their final ban, the Beatrix, they can go for another ban if they want to really limit CW's hero pool. Something like a Melissa ban, but I think they're pretty comfortable up against that Melissa. They might as well just go for, there you go, the Gusion ban. Picked up once, 100% win rate, and it was on the hands of Kyrie. So ONIC Esports now with the first pick in this draft from the second phase. Up against this style of composition, you're right. I think the Lilia is amazing here because, again, it's just a lot of sustain, good wave clear for ONIC Esports up against this dive comp that BTR are trying to force upon ONIC. But with the Eve and the Farsa banned out, with the Lilia picked, this leaves Moreno in a very tough position, right? I don't know, we haven't seen this hero a whole lot this playoffs, but I think the Julian can still work in the mid lane. Moreno has played it in the regular season as well, and then they can just pick up a roamer here for Key. Something... Oh! Well, I was right about the Julian, but Key on the Kadita!
Okay, well, we have seen aggressive roamers playing the Kadita. It usually pays off really, really well. The concern right now for Bigetron is the lack of front line. There's only one available, and I guess Key can absorb a bit of damage with how the Blessing of the Ocean works out.
Bruno might work here for the side of ONIC Esports.
Bruno?
I don't know about Bruno, though. Sure.
Bruno's a bit difficult, I think.
Because you're up against this Kadita, right?
Exactly.
And Ling.
And Ling. And Julian. They're just a lot.
Leslie show.
A lot of kill. Oh my god. You know what? I'd actually say the Leslie fits here, right? It makes sense. With the invisibility, you're able to maneuver out, and against this Kadita, you're not that bad, but something else, right? We're really tunnel visioning on this Leslie, all right? Let's talk a little bit about logic, because no, Leslie is a very hard hero to pull off. I think this makes way more sense. You get the same mobility, but Irithel is pretty easy to catch as well when you're for the Kadita. And especially for the Ling, actually.
We'll have to say the Kadita for sure will be one of the main problems that ONIC Esports has to solve. But of course, if they're on the forward foot, right? If they are the ones aggressing onto Bigetron, maybe it won't be that big of an issue. And without a front line, maybe the vision game will be where ONIC Esports can actually be dominant.
Well, let's see here. Perhaps once again, will this be the game-ending series for ONIC Esports, or will perhaps Bigetron force a game 5-1? It's the scoreline here. Land of Dawn we go. The Yellow Porcupine still trying to end the game against Bigetron Alpha.
Let's see if they can pull off another miracle. We saw RRQ reverse sweep or a fire earlier today. And all the way in the Philippines, we also saw Bren Esports now reverse sweeping Omega.
You know, again, you can see here Max and Keyboy now. Seems like Keyboy personal vendetta His key did that to his jungler, but take a look at this, Max.
Damage, bro.
Takes that.
Whoa,
oh my God,
that's very close.
1 HP, and ONIC Esports will not be able to do anything about that, as the lane actually claims that purple buff with Retribution.
Boots here going in for the jungle minion. Quite an interesting situation here. He has a winning lane, and we know how Boots can go if he is in a dominant situation. Right now you can see ONIC Esports already aggressing. They have the wave clear, they have the early game damage as well, and it's personal. They want to try and make sure that Max does not get to play this game.
It is. Now we can see here, Max Moreno, Key trying to defend his jungler here. Keyboy, of course, opening up vision. But now, it seems like the composition from the side of Bigetron Alpha is quite thin. Only Esmeralda will build tank. The rest of the 4 members going to build damage. So let's see here. With just 1 member building tank, is it going to be sustainable? CW is going to be target. Purify saves the day, but Max will pick up the kill. First blood, no problem. Bot side, Bigetron Alpha, very, very quick reaction there.
Yeah, and CW definitely greeted out there, right? I mean, he already zoned Marky away, but Marky was actually doing a really good job. He froze the wave really close to the turret so that Irithel couldn't really come close, and he still wanted to stay in the lane. He still wanted to shove that wave so that it wasn't frozen from Marky, and it, in the end, costed him his life. ONIC Esports, though, not going to stay still. They are already going towards that top side, mirroring the movement and getting that trade on the turtle.
Right now, they get that turtle, and now they look for a bit more of an advantage. They go straight for the purple buff, but Max very smartly secures it before anything breaks open, and here we go. Talent predictions by Axe. We can see yet another Bigetron sandwich from both desks.
4-2, Bigetron and as well, Mirko and as well as Papulo who opted for Bigetron Alpha, the red robots. Why do you think? Well, not why do you think? Why?
Well, right now in the draft, actually, I really like how Bigetron Alpha have shaped up their composition, right? They have a really good mix of both teamfight pick, and I think Keyboy was able to steal it away from Max there, but I think Bigetron Alpha with this very squishy composition, but a very painful composition might actually be able to take the game.
Well, please do note that Ling is 2 levels below of Kyrie, and again, Max needs to recall, man, oh man, Sans and Keyboy. The combination of Matilda and Lilia is just so intense.
They have so much clear and they have so much damage in the early game, but now it seems like Marky has something to say about it, and for ONIC Esports, again, just trying to make sure that it's an awful time for Max.
My, oh my. Orange buff took almost a minute to take there. ONIC Esports, amazing execution here in the last game, perhaps. 3 minutes in, let's see, top side 2v1, so Rizzo might be trying to Kyrie. Take a look at that. Hunter Strike was just built, so expect more burst damage physically from this Vidio. Oh, invade purple buff here. Max will not be able to contest. Kadira K opening up that rough waves too soon.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just solid for ONIC Esports, right? You mentioned it, Kyrie was 2 levels ahead of Max, and right now he's really utilizing that. Going to that winning lane in the top side with the kill pressure they already have on the Dairoth Esme lane, it's just super easy for ONIC Esports to look for that pickoff, and they're able to convert on so many of these objectives. One jab, wow, takes away half of Key's HP.
Kyrie tells him, get the heck out of my jungle. Make sure you don't show your face around these parts. This is our town. He runs the jungle here, and he is ahead by 2 levels, 3 levels than Max. So the game plan is working out. Kyrie is snowballing, and ONIC Esports, like we said, they have 2 winning lanes in the mid side and in the top side, essentially kind of in the bot side as well, depending on the combination, right? If any other members just roam to that lane, it's a whole different story. But right now, ONIC has so many more options because even the tankiest member on their team, right? The direct combo with the Paquito, that's way too much damage. If you take a look at the items right here, only a Hunter Strike, but that's already a big chunk of damage as Moreno secures a Genius one as well for a bit more DPS.
Max is just not getting any space to farm.
Yeah, Sans with that black shoes here and guiding win. Oh, Petrify wasn't there. Sans with that Purifier, well timed as well. Now Keyboy in the midst of it all, but oh my god, Moreno finds Sans. T-Boy with the passive there, surviving that one. In top side though, 1-for-1 XP laner for Sans. Man, oh man, ONIC Esports still slowly but surely controlling this game.
It's a 4-level lead now for Kyrie. He took the purple buff away from Max, and it's very, very sad for Max right now. On a Ling, this is why usually you need to go for that Demon Slayer, right? The fact that he went for the killing spree shows that he wants to be more aggressive. He's a little bit more confident here in the game, but oh my god.
Oops. Dealing a lot of damage, 2v1. Key with the passive there. Key is now okay, but oh my god, his
team is not.
Moreno falls, and take a look at Boots. Oh my god! Take a look at that heavy left punch from Paquito Kyrie. Yikes! And that's just 4,000 gap, Rashi.
4,000 gold gap, and Kyrie is on a roll. As you can see, man, Key is not getting any opportunities. Even if he gets the knockup, if he gets his full combo on someone, there's not enough follow-up to try and secure the pickoff. So it's a very tough situation for him as well, trying to get value when there is hardly any for him to take. ONIC Esports now will try and transfer this lead to structures, because they have taken the turret in the top side and in the mid side. The one at the bottom is the only one left, and the lane swap is coming in from Bigetron Alpha.
I feel like Boots realized the setup here. He'll play again.
Smart.
Boots, a very, very good game sense here. He escapes. The Petrify connects though, and he still will fall there. Too much burst damage from 3 members. The Suns will not be able to defend the top tier turret, but Max,
level 8!
He's
still level 8!
And he has... No, he didn't get the purple buff yet again.
ONIC are taking game 3 personally, right? This is... I mean, Kyrie is really taking it personally. 4 levels ahead now against Max. He's trying to show him what he did to him. Moreno! Oh my god, Kyrie predicts it!
Where you at? Gets taken out.
Man, that was a very good on-point prediction as well.
Kyrie up top!
Oh my god, we can see here Ling is sandwiched.
No, what is Max supposed to do?
Tempest Blade for defense again, baited. Golden Staff dose collected by Marky. Man, what do you think about the first 8 minutes, Rashi?
It's very dominant for the side of ONIC, but this is exactly what their game plan is designed to do. They don't go for the Hilda, but they make sure that all the winning lanes are exerting as much pressure as possible and making sure that Kyrie is on a hero that counters Max's heroes, ensures that any kind of 1v1 situation, Kyrie is absolutely gonna smash Max in that engagement.
No, I mean, there's no real counterplay right now for the lane because of how behind he is, but Marky gets a kill. Kyrie says no, he wants to take a kill again. Key.
Double kill for Kyrie, and perhaps ONIC Esports here. They are merciless here in game 4. Lord is up, unenhanced though. So again, ONIC Esports showing that they can too be a nuisance. And now we can see here Max, Tempest Blade as a defense will finally grab.
Never mind.
He gets taken down. ONIC Esports again merciless in this game.
Another dominant game for ONIC Esports now. 9 minutes in, 4 levels up. Kyrie picking up the Lord now. It's not looking good for Bigetron Alpha at all. CW doing that much damage, taking them down to turrets now. BTR rotating 4 members down. Key looking for the play. Oh my god!
Ooh, the coordination there was just so on point. Key was in a no man's land. He gets taken down. As now the Lord will march top side, no, rather mid side, I believe. And it seems like Bigetron Alpha with this comp, can they defend this one?
Well, I don't think so, right? I mean, look at this. Currently, the damage output coming in from ONIC Esports and the fact that Bigetron Alpha opted to go for that squishy lineup, right? The squishy lineup could have worked for BTR if they were ahead, or if they actually just went equal. Currently, they're 10,000 gold behind, and there's a Lord coming in their base.
You can see here, Lord, well, unenhanced, so no.
Sans!
But yeah, Sans is okay because he still has the black shoes, but Key, on the other hand, is not okay. He gets taken down as now ONIC Esports looks for the slow push in top side and as well as bot side. Kyrie healing the bot side. wave. Now we can see here every member from side of Bigetron,
Kyrie.
they are in shambles. So Rizzo,
my God.
Look at Marky. He gets taken out as well, as now the base is a little too exposed, and ONIC Esports will advance through the upper bracket, sending the red robots to the lower brackets where they will meet the red dragons. It's gonna be a red on red action there in the lower bracket.
Man, 3-1, and in the upper bracket finals, just like in Season 9, it's RRQ and ONIC Esports. What a performance once again by ONIC Esports, absolutely destroying Bigetron Alpha. They dismantled, they obliterated BTR in the final game. How many minutes? 10 minutes in Game 4 was all it took for ONIC Esports to take BTR down. Yeah, they improved from Game 1. Game 1, ONIC took down BTR in 11 minutes. And in Game 4, wow, 10 minutes.
Wow.
10 minutes, are you for real?
That's
MPL,
crazy.
10 minutes. Wow.
Playoffs.
In the playoffs, man, 10 minutes. What is going on? ONIC are just so clean with it, man. You have to wonder, what is the right way to go about this? They're such a solid team, and everyone can just make the plays necessary. And that is scary, man, because usually you know who to target, you know who is the main key to victory, but with ONIC, at any point, anyone can become the key to victory, and Boots, he is having a blast.
Man, interacting with the fans. It's been a long time, man, since we haven't had this kind of offline atmosphere. But ONIC Esports will go back to the player rooms with all smiles here. Giving a round of applause as well to BTR as they make their way back to the player rooms.
Man, oh man, Bigetron Alpha. After a dramatic win yesterday, it seems like now they will have to suffer a defeat. But for you Bigetron fans out there like Mirko, don't be sad yet.
Not
the
yet?
journey in the playoffs is not done, per se.
Per se. So, well, the journey, it is not done for sure, so we'll have to see if Bigetron can recover from this.
Yeah.
But right now, all eyes are on ONIC. They need to know how to deal with this team, man. The draft is solid, the execution is solid. What can you do? And this is not even... Usually we see Drian, I believe, and this is Sun. So the fact that they can still switch this around.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm quite dizzy thinking about the loophole for ONIC Esports here. What are their
the loophole?
Yeah.
What loophole?
For ONIC.
There's no mistakes, there's no, the holes that we expected or that we saw in the regular season has been completely flattened out by ONIC Esports.
So deadly.
They are looking unstoppable. They are looking unbeatable.
It's just absolutely dominant to a fearsome degree, because we've just been talking about how Bigetron, they're looking really, really solid themselves, and yet in the face of ONIC, it's a completely different story.
Well, we are about to see here the winning reactions as well. ONIC's team play makes Royal Derby Part 3 happen in the playoffs. Remember, Royal Derby, regular season, the first one, RRQ won. Second one, ONIC won. So the tiebreaker will be in the playoffs. But we'll see, will there be a Part 4?
Ooh, in the grand finals again? Ooh. Are we going to see RRQ and ONIC represent Indonesia again? Oh, that's going to be insane. And then before now, ONIC looking unstoppable, unplayable. Absolutely dominant here in the MPL Indonesia Season 10 playoffs.
And it's just everything, right? Execution, is it the strategy as well? Everything is just way too solid, and teams really need to try and exploit something somehow.
Man, oh man. We can see here from the faces, they're proud, they're satisfied with their win. Of course, head and shoulders, but okay, producers cued us, that we are gonna have an interview here with one of the players of ONIC Esports.
All right.
Clara Mongstar will conduct the interview here. So let's just throw it to Clara Mangsar. Let's go.
Oke, match penutupan 3-1 Sonic. Begitu meriah tentunya dan ONIC Esports bertengger di upper bracket. Congratulations cewek.
Thank you Bude, thank you.
Gimana kamu beradu di stage yang begitu megah, begitu meriah untuk pembukaan untuk ONIC Esports sendiri hari ini?
Yang pastinya senang banget lah, banyak yang dukung. Terus jauh-jauh pastinya datang ke sini.
Jauh-jauh nih para sobat ONIC ya yang udah hadir di sini dan khususnya mungkin support sistemmu ada ayahanda, ibunda dan juga katanya ada tante, ada semuanya hadir di surprise untuk kamu. Gimana? Sangat berarti pasti ya.
Ya udah pasti sangat berarti lah. Soalnya mereka jauh-jauh dari Medan kan.
Ini bener-bener kamu nggak ngerti ya tiba-tiba surprise.
Sebenarnya ada beberapa kayak taunya tuh cuma papa sama tante doang yang datang. Cuman nggak tahu tiba-tiba ramai banget. Ada tante, terus ada mama juga datang.
Gimana ngebuat kamu bermain semakin semangat kah? Atau ada efek dari kedatangan keluarga dari Medan?
Pastinya tambah semangat buat kita bisa menang sih.
Tapi aku penasaran juga ya, kita bakal undang untuk keluarga dari cewek untuk naik ke atas panggung, keluarga besar dan juga LW semuanya boleh untuk bergabung bersama cewek. Ini reuninya di MPL. Sekarang panggung MPL buat panggung keluarga. Foto bareng di sini kita bisa ngobrol-ngobrol bareng. Dan cewek, sembari menunggu keluarga untuk naik ke atas panggung, Bude mau tanya, kalian berada di upper bracket. Apakah memang kalian ini berarti, sangat-sangat berarti berada di upper bracket?
Sebenarnya setiap match sangat berarti sih buat kita. Soalnya kan kalau misalnya kita emang nggak melanjutkan ke match selanjutnya ya kita di lower. Udah pasti susah banget lah.
Jadi memang upper bracket adalah tujuan kalian ya?
Iya.
Tapi upper bracket besok kalian tuh bakal melawan RRQ Hoshi. Top 2 regular season akan bertemu. Kamu ada kekhawatiran tersendiri nggak untuk esok?
Pastinya kalau misalnya ketemu RRQ udah pasti gamenya bakal seru sih. Soalnya kita emang udah sering kan ketemu mereka, ya mereka kuat lah.
Gimana Skylar?
Bagus banget.
Bagus banget. Siap untuk menghadapi RRQ besok ya? Ini mana keluarganya cewek nih, katanya mau kesini bareng. Ayo om dan tante. Oh. Ayo mari kita sambut, inilah dia kedua orang tua dari cewek. Sonic. Silakan om tante. Oh. Pasti rindu merantau ke Jakarta untuk menjadi pro player. Inilah dia cewek yang udah ngerantau lama banget. Dan mamanya memberikan surprise bersama dengan papa, mama. Dan kemenangan tante kita ngelihat dari pertandingannya cewek. Gimana tante, lega nggak cewek menang nih untuk maju ke besok lebih enak lah tante?
Yang pastinya terharu banget, senang sekali.
Senang banget ya tante ya. Ya ampun, tapi kalau tante mungkin boleh pesan-pesan sama cewek mungkin untuk esok hari seperti apa? Ada pesan-pesan nggak tante buat cewek?
Kalau pesan kami selaku orang tua dari cewek, pertama kita itu berdoa.
Berdoa.
Baru berusaha.
Berusaha.
Ya. Yakinkan diri.
Yakinkan diri.
Ya, apapun yang terjadi, yang terbaiklah yang terjadi. Itu saja.
Yang terbaiklah yang terjadi.
Iya,
amin. Cewek, mungkin kamu bisa mengungkapkan gimana perasaanmu ada papa dan mama di panggung MPL loh. Semoga ini ada keluargamu cewek.
Nah sebenarnya ada perasaan ya kaget, senang, ada sedih juga lah. Soalnya kan emang udah lama nggak balik ke Medan demi MPL ini.
Udah lama balik nggak ke Medan dan Om melihat cewek lama ninggalin rumah untuk jadi pro player dan akhirnya seperti ini gimana Om?
Ya, ada senang, ada apa juga lah. Ya, senang juga, senang. Pasti senang ya. Tetap.
Kehilangan nggak Om lama nggak ketemu sama cewek?
Ya, sering juga kontak.
Sering kontak. Ada cerita lucu nggak Om? Cewek cerita-cerita mungkin pas di MPL, Pa ini ada cerita lucu nggak Om?
Nggak juga, nggak ada. Biasa aja sih.
Biasa aja ya, semuanya tenang, aman, damai di Jakarta. Om ada pesan-pesan gak sih buat cewek yang lagi berjuang nih di MPL Playoff?
Tetap konsisten ya, untuk memperjuangkan apa ini, ya tetap stabil gitu lah. Untuk bisa ke final gitu ya.
Untuk bisa ke final. Dan cewek banyak banget Sonic yang datang juga, yang ada di rumah. Dan mungkin keluargamu yang di Medan boleh pakai bahasa Medan, boleh itu. Di sana ya?
Terima kasih banyak untuk Sonic.
Sonic terima kasih dari
Thank you
Mama dan
Sonic
Papa.
semua yang udah datang, baik yang udah di venue maupun yang udah dukung di online.
Yang di online juga. Dan mungkin keluarganya yang di sana mau disapa juga.
Halo.
Keluarga Medannya cewek Horas. Horas. Oke, karena game akan di breakdown lebih lanjut oleh para caster. Jadi kita akan langsung lemparkan kepada para caster yang bertugas. Silahkan. Thank you Om Tante.
Thank you so much, Clara Mongstar, for that interview with CW or Calvin Winata, and of course with Calvin Winata's parents. Let's dissect final game here. Game 4, 10 minutes of game time.
God.
4-11.
The interview was so sweet, it made you forget that the game was 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Wow.
Is that a record?
That has to be a record in the playoffs, right? Maybe even in the regular season. I think
so.
10 minutes in an MPL game is unheard of.
It's ridiculous. Looking at the items here, Kyrie has the Malefic Roar already with the Bloodlust Axe, so a lot of pickup potential. The Hunter Strike to ensure that these squishy heroes from Bigetron Alpha have no chance at all of survival.
Zero.
Boots going for more of a utility build, only the War Axe for the damage, but more importantly, Sans without any real tanky member available, right? He can just itemize full damage, no requirement to go for any Divine Glaive whatsoever. He was doing a lot of damage already. And on the flip side, look at Max, man. This is a desolate situation. He has a Windtalker and the Berserker's Fury, and that's it.
5,000 gold.
His gold
if you compare to Keyboy, Keyboy has more gold.
Julian has more gold. I mean, Sorizo almost caught up to him as well, so that's a tough spot to be in for sure. And of course, even if they can somehow find a way to deal with Kyrie, to deal with Sans, CW is just all the way in the back, just free hitting again and again. And with a Scarlet Phantom Berserker's Fury combo, right? First of all, increasing the critical chance, and with each crit, CW on the Earth will get more attack speed from the Scarlet Phantom and even more painful crits from the Berserker's Fury. So that's a deadly combo with from the Rich Guy by Living by Mandiri, CW as the Irithel yet again, almost up to 900 gold per minute. That's crazy.
Another MVP perhaps for him right here with 2 categories, but Kyrie definitely deserves it too, man. Like 82% the amount of damage, and okay, he was 4 levels ahead. Was he 5 levels ahead by the end of it?
I think so.
He has to be. And if
have we seen him
5
play
levels.
Paquito before?
Yeah, we have seen him play Paquito.
Man, this is crazy.
But not like this.
I mean, Keyboy will grab the Forgotten One. Of course, Sorizo on that Esmeralda, the Soul Tanker within that composition will be the sandbag. Let's see, drum roll for the MVP presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G, Kyrie 702, 878, 82% KP. All penetration here. Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Bloodlust for Spell Vamp. But man, oh man.
Well, soon we will take a look at the MVP highlight by the Samsung Galaxy A Series as well. Take a look at exactly what was ONIC able to do to absolutely shut down. And one of the big things is right there. The combo between Dyrod and Paquito, that is obscene, man. No one survives that. You lower your physical defense and boom, Paquito damage comes in. And several times you do see that there are some ways that Bigetron tries to strike back, but overall, man, Kyrie, no mercy at all. Again and again, he just comes in, and he's so dynamic with the movement as well. It looks a lot simpler, but he is so slippery in those situations. And of course, in the early game, the pressure coming in from all 3 lanes, right? The Irithel, the Lilia, and the Dyrod. A combination of all these things allow for ONIC Esports to have a very solid performance. I think it all comes back down to the draft, but that is the end of it, man. ONIC Esports. The highlights are so short because it's a 10-minute game.
You're right. Yeah,
What is going on?
The highlight just disappeared like that. Just like the game. 10 minutes. Again, what a feat. ONIC Esports moving on to the upper bracket finals with RRQ Hoshi. but they definitely had a, like, this was a statement for them.
Exactly. Well, let's take a listen here. Stay tuned to hear the communication in those 4 games. Let's see. Presented to you by TikTok.
Yang ada aja guys. Tuh, 2, 3 lang. Bisa retri nggak sih? Ke bawah. Hold. Tower, gua TB-in, langsung reset ya. Tower dulu ya, tower dulu guys. Nice, Dep. Tim Tiger ada 3 guys. Ayo kali guys. Aman. Gua tarik lagi 2 orang tuh. Retri. Nice. Gua cancel. Ini dapat 2 nih. Bisa tuh. Nice. Mati. Ayo gua tarik. Ulti. Nih. Oh, bawa kah? Nice. Nanti kita show 2 kali. Mati. Nice. Awas kanannya. Kanan lu, Be. Ya. Lihat gua nih 2 orang nih. Tur lagi, Boots. Murah. Nice game, boy. Nice game, boy. Gua skill 2. Baik guys ya, reset guys. Game 3. Ya, Kairul mati. Aida. It's okay. Nice marking. Happy. Ayo. Nice one more. Shutdown, nice one more. Top. Trigger. Careful, let's go. Nice. Aman gua. Nice. Kasih tahu, serius. Gerak. Ayo, dia. Mel, camor. Gua bukain tuh. Mati. Nice. Guys. No creep. Bot ah. Creep up. Nice, bro. Nice. Nih, gua ikutin link nih. Skill kan? Tower. Linknya setengah darah, guys. Di gua. Sprint ya. Nice. Lagi guys. Careful, Bang. Ulti, Bang. Oke. Nice, Bang. Max low. Jangan takut, siapa aja bunuh. Mati, Max. Kasih kita. Depan lu ya. Nih, bunuh aja. Nice. Gua punya skill 2. Yang ada. Cloud guys. Tolong gua. Si Cloud. Nice. Bisa. Mau N apa mau N? Bisa. Mau N apa mau N? Nice.
Amazing, clear communication by both teams. But man, oh man, match 1 and 2, done. And dusted.
We have the finals for the upper brackets tomorrow and also the lower bracket first match. Bigetron Alpha versus Aura Fire and RRQ Hoshi versus ONIC Esports.
Bigetron as well as Aura will fight to the death. One team. If they lose, they will. Elimination. Done. But I want to know something here. Keys to success for ONIC Esports. Please, Arashi, take it away.
Well, of course, Kyrie is a big factor, but I think the drafting, right? The draft coming in from ONIC Esports is way too good. And it's hard to counter because it's just that solid, right? It's so multifaceted. But then, even after you find a good counter, like we saw Bigetron did, they absolutely did find a solution that worked. ONIC instantly adapted, and the result, as you can see,
so fast.
10 minutes.
Tremendous.
Right? So, like, ONIC was doing well, Bigetron was catching up, Bigetron got the victory, and ONIC was like, alright, you're done. We're done.
Okay, well, we shared a little about the brackets earlier via verbally. Let's take a look visually now. Let's take a look at the brackets here. Official brackets, as also the results as per today. Perhaps you missed it. You can see it very, very soon. RRQ, we're down 2-0, but they come back slowly but surely. One game after another, and 3-2 climbing scoreline, reverse sweeping Aura Fire, which puts Aura Fire in the lower bracket. Next, ONIC Esports 3-1 against the Red Robots, which then puts Bigetron to the lower bracket. So RRQ and ONIC will advance. Meanwhile, the Red Robots and as well as the Fiery Dragon will meet bot side.
Bot side, yeah. In the gold lane. They're gonna meet in the gold lane again. That's also a matchup that we are going to be hyped, and that's gonna be highlighted for sure. Marky versus Kabuki. But let's take a look at the brackets here, ladies and gentlemen. The brackets of the playoffs, updated post day number 2. Here it is. in all its glory, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. Ooh, and there you go. Match 5 tomorrow, 21st of October. The first match of the day is going to be that elimination match. So, yo, that's a good first match of the day to get things rolling. And then in the final upper bracket match, we have the Royal Derby.
Which, again, one team that wins the Royal Derby will secure not just the grand final, M4 spot. So a very critical match indeed tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Not just the first match as well. I mean, one team will go down, will go home. One team will advance. That's critical.
Yes, absolutely. Man, oh man, ladies and gentlemen, coming in this day, it's absolutely amazing though, right?
I agree.
3-1. Even though I'm a Bigetron fan, Bigetron lost, it's still so impressive to me and it's so surprising. Still makes me happy because ONIC Esports have a very solid chance to represent Indonesia at M4. And if that's what's representing us, man, I'll take it.
Do you concur, Arashi, with what
It's hard to argue with the results, man. It's very solid and it's not stiff, right? They're very fluid how they play, so
flexible.
I think they're solid, man. I wouldn't complain if they were our representative.
So are they fluid or are they solid, Arashi?
They have a solid performance, but a fluid adaptation.
It's a good mix, yeah?
Exactly.
We're just missing one state. We have solid fluid. Where's the gas?
Once they win, they're going to be gassed up. Oh!
There you go. Arashi.
Wow. I'm flabbergasted.
All the signs. Gang signs all over.
All the signs.
All the signs.
Wow. Yeah, but okay. Now, well, 2 matches yesterday done.
4 matches in total.
4 matches in total. 2 matches in store tomorrow. So we'll see again, ladies and gentlemen. Goni, Mirko, and as well as Arashi will sign out very, very soon. Thank you to accompany us today. MPL ID Season 10 Playoffs Day 2 signing out soon. MPL Season 10.
We own this.
See ya.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Penuh terisi dan makin berisi. Siapa punya prediksi mana yang akan tersisih? Ada yang keras cuma di atas kertas, tapi di arena dia langsung lemas status. OP hilang tak berbekas, kena mental kita beda kelas. Tempat terbatas, 6 teratas. Siapa yang pantas? Tangan ke atas.
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Satu langkah lagi ambisi makin berapi. Sang raja galaksi dunia kan ku hadapi. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We own this, we won this, we own this, we won this, we own this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We own this. We own this. We own this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi,